All right. Welcome to Open Discussion with Nadia number 107. I remind people the debate Coliseum is the channel I'm trying to move the on-air hangouts to and make a dedicated channel for on-air hangouts so that well, people don't have I guess their feeds overflowing with hangouts, or unless they want them to be. Yeah. See, the question is: do you go to www.youtube.com or do you go to your subscriptions and just look at the subscriptions feed? Those go to the subscriptions feed. You know, and they don't subscribe to that many people. I just like scroll all their stuff away. Yeah.
hmm Yeah, I usually go to my subscription feed.
Yeah, a lot of people do it. So
Mm.
adapt to the predominant usage model, or at least be compatible with it if it's relatively prevalent.
I used to do both. I used to hate suggestions. Now it's like awesome. Every time I go to YouTube, just like a ton of new videos on the subjects that I like.
Yeah, they go through your search history and pretty much just kind of decipher what you might be into according to the tags and the algorithms and everything.
That explains all the gay porn adverts I've been having.
Yeah, that explains it.
Okay. Okay. I think that's yes. I can type in Russian.
Okay, you gotta decipher that. What does that say?
Борьба против религии за anarchism и feminism. It's a struggle against religion is for feminism and anarchism, or anarchism and feminism. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know.
You gonna get some pissed off Russian theists up in here in a minute. They about to come in by the boatload.
I yeah, I've got my sights on Patriarch Kirill. I'm telling you. Yeah, he's all sucking up to Putin, and apparently vice versa. I think the Russian anti-LGBT laws or something like that were a big partly his idea. So.
It's mutual. It's kind of a 69 position type.
Yeah.
Mutual's
Oh.
lucky.
Oh, Vaughn, come on over to the one I started up on my normal channel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have my phone back. It's been a while.
I know, right? It's like,
Yeah.
he made my day.
Maybe I
Okay.
can troll him. Interview Muslim. Hold
Dude,
on,
if he finds out you're from like fucking Iran, he's gonna lose his shit.
a secret Muslim.
That's right. Like, I'm not gonna be talking here with this Takia Muslim in a hangout.
Gotta watch out for Takia. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sent it over to the one I started on my regular usual channel because yeah, not enough subscribers are seeing the thing happening and so on.
Okay. Who's this guy? Angel
Two
Offmost?
communists left two communists. Down with communism. Down with communism.
Who's that?
Do you know that person?
Hi, Angel.
Okay.
No.
You know that person?
Oh, sorry, I
Oh.
kicked him. I thought he was a troll.
That's okay. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know who they are.
Who's trolling?
Oh, you don't know him?
I
Oh
was
yeah,
about
you
to
did
ask
right.
them. I was about to ask them what's going on. So,
Yeah, never mind.
or what they were actually what they were actually saying. I couldn't make it out.
He was saying
He was
down
saying
with
down.
communism.
Yeah.
Mm.
He just kept saying it over and over.
Oh, okay. Well. Yeah, like what is it? They already have some element of I don't know what to call it, charity. But also worthwhile to be able to investigate.
Mm.
I grabbed the profile link before rejecting, especially if they're on broadcasts.
Yeah.
Actually, there isn't even a special name. Technically speaking, if they're doing something that can't be broadcast, ejecting them can't fix it anyway. Pretty much got to pull the plug. You gotta stop the broadcast entirely and then delete the video, which ejecting them doesn't do. Now, it's not, I've actually gotten useful information a couple of times, like basically stopping the broadcast and deleting the video, and continuing to speak to the war bombers. And welcome to you, sir. And welcome, Ray. Okay. Bear with me while I go about finding that link to that channel that I started up. Okay, two of you probably already have it, but here we go.
No real topic,
Well,
Ray. You could pick one.
Mostly a continuation of things, and I think it was trolling patriarchal in some respects, saying that the struggle against religion, Boriba protiv religi, is for anarchism and feminism. Za anarchism and feminism, right? So,
And I'm going to be thrilled when the capitalist Trump beats the communist Hillary Clinton's ass in the debates.
Do you really think Trump's going to be? I mean, do you think Trump can relate to people like us?
You think?
I think.
What makes you think Clinton's a communist?
I think anybody with a brain knows that America is a capitalist nation, not a fucking communist hellhole, and I believe that they will vote overwhelmingly for Trump over the communist Hillary Clinton, who lauded.
Where did you get the notion Hillary's a communist, dude?
That's what I'm wondering.
I'm getting
Hillary's totally not a communist.
I'm getting there. She lauded the virtues of Karl Marx and Frederick Joseph Engels live on public television, just fawning all over Karl Marx about how great he was. Her and Bill both were on PBS. Oh, Karl Marx is the greatest thing since sliced bread, blah, blah, blah. Made me want to fucking puke, man. I mean, it literally.
That doesn't mean she's a communist.
Because
that doesn't mean she's a communist.
Anybody who gets a shred of government help, should be more aligned with the socialists than they should be with the capitalists. Because I don't know about you, but my medical insurance is a whole hell of a lot less than it would have been prior. I was able to do things, start a business, do that when I didn't have to worry about that. So I don't care what government assistance you have. I really rethink a Trump presidency or any Republican one, because that will be cut quicker than white on rice. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, but why be a slave to the government when Trump is promising to bring back the jobs from China, bring back the jobs from Mexico, bring back the jobs.
And you believe he's going to be able to do that?
Yes, I do. I actually think it's going to work this time. Yes, I do.
How's he going to do it?
How's he going to? Well, he's already lined out how he's going to do it. What he's going to do is he's going to impose tariffs on things that are coming in. This would prompt businesses to start hiring Americans as opposed to hiring people overseas.
Yeah.
And
You know how you get people.
You don't understand what tariffs do. If we start pumping tariffs on stuff coming in here, then guess what other nations do?
Honey, they're already imposing
They add tariffs to stuff that we sell.
That's
And
the
when
whole
you take and most of the jobs that have left, sadly enough, there's manufacturing. I'll agree with you there, but there's also service jobs. There are no tariffs on service jobs. So every time you call customer service, every time you build out an application and need software engineers, all these different jobs, bye-bye. There's no products created from them.
I don't know about you, Irene, but when I call customer service, I don't want to have to sit there and dial 1 for English and 2 for Spanish and 3 for Japanese and whatever. No, I would really like to talk to a fucking human when I call. Call me crazy, but I would like to talk to a human being, American human being, when I call.
Yeah,
is that so bad? Is that so bad?
Apple's like the only company I know that still uses North American resources for that.
You know, a lot of their tech support guys are people sitting at home.
Yeah.
Yes, they're sitting in India. I know exactly where they're sitting because
and they reading the script. And they reading the script off their screen.
No. I actually asked one day. I said, because I recognize the accent. I said, where are you at right now? Just out of curiosity. He says, I'm in India. He gave the name, but I can't pronounce the damn thing. But yeah, they really literally are in India taking our phone calls.
I would say the vast majority, not in Apple though. Apple doesn't do tech.
Well, I don't know about Apple.
I know cable companies do.
Oh yeah, they sure do. The first line of defense, the second line of defense, and finally, once you yell, scream, holler enough for enough supervisors, you'll finally get the third line of defense in the States.
What you can do is, I don't know how relevant it is at the moment, but for some of the calls is to look up what their internal dialing system is. So you can shortcut a lot of that by just like saying, right, I need to get to a person. So when you call this number, hit 3421212223, rather than now if you want help with the thing. But I think they've got ways around that now sometimes by changing up the numbers. I mean, I know my mobile contractor does that, which is really, really fucking annoying.
Sure is. Sure is.
Well, I'm telling you, I would much rather have capitalism than communism any fucking day.
Well, I'll agree with you on that, but I'd rather have socialism than either.
Oh, you're a Bernie fan, really?
So what's wrong with a bit of communism?
What's wrong with it is that what's wrong with it is that socialism and communism gobble up most of the businesses that are taken over by the government. That's what's bad about it. Ben and Jerry's out there stumping for Bernie. Okay, these are two guys that worked hard. They started a business out of nothing, literally, and they built it into this big ice cream conglomerate now. Okay, what they don't realize is that if Bernie gets in there, and especially if he gets Supreme Court justices, they're going to take their business, and the government's going to seize their business and run their business for them. They ain't going to run it anymore. They don't understand. They've never studied history at all.
The history
Ben and Bernie's.
They're going to steal the government are going to steal the ice cream industry. That's what happened in Russia, I think.
Yeah, Ben and Bernie's. Yeah. But do you trust Trump, Vaughn? Because look, I don't really have a fucking, what's the phrase? I don't have a goat in this race. That's not it. But you know what I mean? Because obviously I'm in the UK. But I mean, I just think from some of Trump's past, horse. From his past actions, I think actually his credibility is severely lacking. I mean, let's take. I mean, have you heard about when he opened the golf course in Scotland?
Oh yeah, I saw the movie You've Been Trumped. Everyone should watch that.
I mean, his actions in Scotland, if they're indicative of how he conducts himself, he doesn't seem to be a terribly nice man.
He's
He's a
not.
piece of shit.
He's always have been.
Yeah.
And this idea that he's this fucking competent businessman seems to be
It's laughable. It's
yeah.
really laughable.
And he was born quite rich, right? He inherited all of his money.
Oh yeah.
Mouth.
Yeah.
Right.
And he
landlord.
always he's
he's
been
blown
falling
most
back
of it
on
on
his
his ass.
family business. Yeah.
He's been bankrupted numerous times, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But he knows how to make a
Done
deal,
ran
right?
several businesses into the
The
ground.
art of the deal. That's his favourite book. And the second favourite book, of course, is the Bible. So that
Do you know what it would be
convinced
like?
Sarah Palin.
It would be like if Sir Alan Sugar ran for the fucking PM's job. Can you imagine it?
Oh my
But,
God.
like,
But
fucking.
that's why I find it hard to believe that he's going to come in and just magically make America great again, quote unquote. I love that term, by the way.
I heard his speech
Wow.
after the last, I think it was the last primaries where he did really well, and I couldn't sleep, so I listened to the radio, and they were playing his speech. It was the fucking worst speech I've ever heard. It was just, yeah, we're going to make America great again because we're going to make it great again. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's just the most asinine shit I've ever heard.
You must have missed it, because when I listen to him, I hear all kinds of explanations of what he's going to do.
Yeah, but do you trust him?
Yes, fuck yes, I trust him.
But
He took $1 million and made a $10 billion industry out of it. Fuck yes, I trust him.
But
Besides, and let me tell you this, okay? He's got an actual dog in the fight. Do any other politicians? No. Ain't no other politicians got any worries. I mean, think about it. All right, if America does poorly, what happens to his businesses here in America? Oh yeah, they tank. But if he makes America great again, his businesses are going to be fucking booming. So he's got an actual dog in the fight, whereas a politician,
really
is
believe
just
in
going to
this?
get up and
Oh, you
spew
believe in
blather,
bullshit.
You really think that Trump is the
believe
only
in the
politician
bullshit.
in business?
I really do believe we're actually going to get a real normal fucking human being this time that's actually going to make it real change. Yes, I do believe that.
He's not normal though. I mean, he's a billionaire. Like
yes,
I mean,
exactly. He's going to run this country like a business, which means we're actually going to get out of debt. We might actually get a surplus. Hell, we might even get a balanced budget this year. That would be nice. You know, I mean, yes, why not run it like a business? Why not?
Hasn't he bankrupt himself 4 times over?
Yeah, and hasn't he got his companies out of bankruptcy 4 times over? Yeah, he has.
But what if he? So you're willing to suffer? Let's say he even fucks up like 1 term, right?
Dude, you can't get no worse than $20 trillion in debt. You can't get no worse than that.
20 trillion in 1.
What's he going to do? The absolute most he can do is put us in more debt, right? The absolute worst he can do, put us in more debt. I don't believe he's going to do that. I believe he's actually going to get us out of debt this time. I really do believe that.
No chance.
I really do.
No chance.
For anyone not in the USA,
There's no way that's going to happen.
Right, but does anyone who's not in the USA kind of want him to get in just to see what happens?
I'm kind of coming to that conclusion.
I'm kind of curious. I think
it's just so depressing to think. It's either Hillary or Trump, and I don't care for either of them. But it would be kind of amusing in a sad kind of way.
That's exactly how I feel.
It's sort of
I
like
don't care about
car
none.
crash, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're just gonna sit and laugh. Oh, it's depressing.
Didn't he say something like he needed the mayor of London to have an IQ test?
I think he did.
Vaughn, you should
in the
run.
case of one of them, he's probably not wrong.
Vaughn, you should run for president. I'd vote for you.
No, I really do believe that Trump is going to be different. I really do believe it. Because he's not a politician. That's the whole damn point. Is that he's not a politician. He's different.
Well, you know that Trump had, although he was given $1 million by his father, he was also inherited his father's business as well, which was worth far more than £1 million. He has, I'm not sure what the exact amount is, but thousands of properties all over New York.
Well,
And
that's how he was always able to get back on his feet.
He has denied.
The rent from that alone has prevented him from completely going bust, but he has gone bankrupt 4 times, so he's not a particularly competent businessman.
Well, the media here in the States absolutely can't stand Donald Trump.
I don't think the world likes Donald Trump very much. They've just run a story. They've just run a story on the UK news about what a joke it is that he's anywhere near the White House.
And let me add this in. That whole little victim card that the media hates Donald Trump. Are you kidding me? They love Donald Trump. Even the ones that say they hate Donald Trump love Donald Trump. He's bringing in ratings.
Yeah. Negative media.
Yeah, let's make
negative press is good press. Like, they talking about him. If they really hated him, they would never talk about him. But they talk about him. They love him. He's a circus. He brings in the ratings.
Oh, thank you.
That's a media's dream.
And also, you guys forget that how important the relationship that America has with other countries is. And so many of the other countries that have relationships with America are really, really concerned about Trump taking over. They don't think he's competent enough.
I do love that fucking dinner that what's his face Obama had, where he took the piss out of him. The look on his face was priceless. That was so funny.
It looks like a hog roast. That's what I think Trump looks like. His face is all fat and pasty and pink and like a pig.
Have you ever seen the Donald Trump roast when he got roasted on is it the Comedy Network? Comedy Central.
Comedy Central.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That shit was funny.
Yeah. And what was worse, him or the situation?
Did he take it well?
WWF. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, he took it on the chair. He took it on the chair.
I mean, he's been on WWF, yeah. So I mean, that's in my humble opinion, that makes him probably the most worthy person for you know what I mean? Can you imagine if Vince fucking McMahon ran for president? I mean, actually, I would probably take Vince McMahon more serious than Donald Trump.
Yeah, it would be just as much of a circus.
Yeah, but he's blown millions on his wife's political career, though. They've spent so much money trying to get her into the Senate or something or.
She ran for a couple of things, Senate, and I think did she run for governor too? I'm trying to think she ran for governor of New York.
But they've pissed a lot of money away. If you look into how much money.
Connecticut.
There's things he wastes money on. His wife's political career and trying to make movies.
Who's this?
Yeah, the movie thing he really wasted a lot of money on.
Vince McMahon. He's the guy who owns WWE. It's a massive. I mean, I don't know if he himself's a billionaire.
Him and Donald Trump
are with each other too. Vince McMahon actually is a billionaire.
Billionaire, yeah.
Not anymore. He was, but he's actually under $1 billion now. I think since last year or something like that. Like WWE's actually losing money right now.
Yeah, they pissed a lot of money up the wall. He said once in a quote, he said, "We make movies," because he knows it's the entertainment business, but he's always wanted to make movies. But unfortunately, rather than becoming involved as like a producer and funding other projects, he went, "Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the fucking Miz, and I'm gonna put it in some generic bullshit fucking commando role, right? And I'm gonna get Stone Cold Steve Austin." So he tried to trade off the back of his already existing property, but. Yeah, they've pissed a lot of money away on trying to produce movies, but yeah, I still think he'd be better.
Yeah, they killed a lot of money with the movie thing. That was a bad idea, and that football league too. Don't forget about that football league.
Oh my God, yeah, that was fucking.
That's another thing him and Donald Trump got in common. Donald Trump tanked the football league too back in the '80s.
Oh yeah, he tried to sue them, didn't he, or something for fucking.
Yep. Tried to sue him for millions and millions of dollars, and he won the case, and the judge granted him a $3 check. NFL owed him $3 and some change. That's how much he got. He spent millions trying to sue him, and only ended up with $3, and the league ended up folding after that.
I do love how people perceive people on here. I've just been called and I quote, upper class snobby liberal Brit. I'm anything but.
Hey, look, I'll take any insult that calls me upper class. Look, that automatically puts me above the station.
It's hilarious because I come from a working class family, and it's just hilarious when I get these things thrown at me.
Now wait a minute. In all fairness, though,
just because hang on a sec, Vaughn, I haven't finished talking. Just because I speak just because I speak with a well-pronounced voice or a clear voice or whatever it is that they think is an upper-class voice, that makes them think. That's how ignorant people are. It makes me laugh. Anyway, go on, Von. What were you going to moan about?
I was going to moan about the fact that isn't Labour Party to the left of the spectrum, or am I wrong?
Yes.
All right
Yes.
then. So then they're right. You are a liberal. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not denying I'm a liberal. Not denying I'm a liberal. I'm denying that I come from an upper-class snobby background, because I don't. I come from a working-class background.
Okay, so you're working class snob. Okay, so.
Why did you mention the Labour Party?
Because it says that liberals in America are the same as Labour in the UK.
Pretty similar, yeah. Pretty similar.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the same, pretty much.
Yep. Liberalism is counter-revolutionary.
It's like this. Ugh, I don't like her because she's got a posh voice. That's the mentality of idiots like that.
Well, I'm telling you, Trump's going to steamroll over all y'all, and it's going to be great, and I'm going to love it.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. I am.
The amount of comedy that guy is going to produce, and the amount of hilarity that he's going to produce for everyone watching, the rest of the world. But as for Americans,
I am going to watch him stomp all over Hillary, the commie, and get her finally out of America.
All right, so you hate the fact that Obama does things that you don't like, but you want your right-wing crazy boy to do what the hell he likes. Yeah.
Yes,
Obama's a secret Muslim, so
I hate people that lie about their national origin and their religion. Yes, I do. And
you've got no evidence. You've got no evidence whatsoever that he's a Muslim. It's just what you've made up in your head.
He grew up in Jakarta, Indonesia. What the hell more evidence do I need?
No, he didn't. He was
there when he was like 17 or
I've
something.
actually read Obama's book.
In Hawaii, actually.
I've actually
read
read Obama's
Hawaii,
book.
actually.
I read Obama's book, Dreams of My Father.
Yeah.
Read it. All right, read it.
Yeah. Did you miss the bit about him growing? Did you miss the bit about him growing up in Hawaii then?
Hawaii? No, he did not grow up in Hawaii. He grew up in Jakarta, Indonesia. He did not grow up in Hawaii. He did not grow up in Hawaii.
You must have missed that bit then, Von.
No, he did not grow up in Hawaii. He did not.
Polynesian. Do your homework, sweetheart.
His own book says that he grew up in Jakarta, Indonesia, and that he attended madrasas and that he attended mosque. Okay, he says this in his own damn book. I'm not making this shit up. I'm not pulling it out of my ass. He says in his own damn book.
Okay, I'm just pointing out
what he himself has said. Yes, he himself has said this shit.
I'm sure he has said that, but he spent his childhood and teenage years in Hawaii.
No, he didn't. He was only in the States 10 days. Then his mom put him on a plane to Jakarta, Indonesia, because she was marrying his stepfather. What the fuck's his name?
Mohammed?
Obama Senior.
Mohammed?
Yeah, Obama Senior or whatever.
Oh, what difference does it fucking make? Obama's there. He's a good fucking president. Honest to God.
Yeah,
by the way, Von Helton, while it's nice to see you, what is that? By the way, Von Helton, while it's nice to see you, what is that shit on your chin? What is that?
He was born in Hawaii. He was born in Hawaii.
Isn't it bad enough you live in a fucking strange state? You look like Brother Hezekiah, too?
I admit that it looks bad now, but I'm going to let it grow out.
You're going to let it grow out to what?
Vaughn! Vaughn!
You're going to braid it.
Hang on a sec, Gus. Vaughn, he was born in Hawaii.
Listen, when you come up with this crap about him being born in Hawaii, they said he was born in 2 different hospitals. I'm sorry, that's not physically possible. That's not physically possible, sorry.
Oh, Vaughn.
It's not. You cannot physically be born in 2 hospitals. You can't. Sorry.
But he wasn't. He never claimed to be. Nobody ever claimed that he was physically born in 2 different hospitals.
Yes,
Vaughn, didn't you take some time while you were away to go and read a book or 2?
Nadia's got her hand up. Hang on. Go ahead.
Obama spent most of his childhood years in Honolulu, where his mother completed college after his parents divorced. So I knew I was right, and I was just double checking. You're an idiot, Von. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, like the workers' vanguard had declared so aptly, Bernie Sanders is an imperialist running dog.
Oh,
Hillary Clinton is flat out reactionary.
Oh.
So this
flat out reactionary.
This is
he spent 7 years in Indonesia.
This is the opposite end of the spectrum from communists.
You know what? All prospective American presidents should have to spend some time in a country other than their own. It might broaden their fucking horizons for a second.
As a communist, I can tell you that Hillary Clinton is not a communist.
No,
Yeah.
she's not.
No, she's not a communist. That we can agree on. Hillary Clinton is not a communist.
Bullshit. When she gets on TV and says how great Karl Marx is, yes, she is a goddamn
When did she get on TV and say how great Karl Marx was, you dingbat?
Can
Yes,
I
when
just
did she
say
get on-
that? Can I just say that I am not a typical posh girl. I've already made that very fucking clear, you moron. I am, in fact, a working class girl who's done well for herself. Okay? I haven't said a thing about banning free speech. So if you want to make stuff up because it makes you feel better and makes you feel important and special, then you go ahead, little boy. Carry on. Sorry, just had to get that off my chest. Do carry on, Von.
Oh.
Is anybody else having problems with the microphone button not wanting to engage? All right. Anyway, all right. Look, man. This is not something I made up. All right. She was on public broadcasting.
Beginning to think it is.
No. Her and Bill were both on public broadcasting, talking about how fucking great Karl Marx and Frederick Joseph Engels was, and how they had the right idea.
Link, please. Link, please.
When were they on there?
Oh God, this was years and years and years ago.
Years and years ago. You know what? If you go far enough back, okay. I voted. Okay, there was a party here in this country called the Reform Party, which was a little bit to the left of the fucking, or a little bit to the right of the Conservatives. You go far enough back in my history, and I voted for those fucking idiots. Do you know who I vote for now? I vote for the NDP now, which is a party on the far left.
Yeah.
People change, Vaughn. You know, the last time I saw you, you didn't have that schmutz under your chin. Now you do. People change.
They don't change that much, though.
You'd be fucking surprised.
Anyway, going back to Obama, he was clearly born in Hawaii, raised in Hawaii. He spent 7 years in Indonesia. He graduated from high school in Indonesia, and then returned to Hawaii. He has never been a Muslim, never ever prayed to Allah. No one's ever got pictures of him praying and going in mosques. So your idea that he's a Muslim is just purely based on your gullibility.
Whoa. Where in the hell are you getting this from? What website?
You need to cut your fingernails, Vaughn. They look a bit creepy.
What? Quit talking about my damn fingernails. What website?
Well, they kind of make me feel a bit icky. That's all.
Because I've actually read his book. I actually sat in the library and read his book.
Nowhere in that book does he say he's a Muslim.
Well, if he's in Jakarta, Indonesia, yeah, he is. Because
if I have a friend go to work in Jakarta, that means he's a Muslim, does it?
No. When you're a citizen, though, you are a Muslim.
He's not a citizen.
No. In order to be a citizen of Jakarta, Indonesia in the 60s, you had to be a Muslim. That is a documented fact.
I'll answer that question. I get it now because I'm an American citizen.
That's a documented fact.
I'm an American citizen. I've got dual citizenship, so that makes me a Christian, does it?
No, because America ain't that way. But in Jakarta, Indonesia, a Muslim countries, right? I'm getting this point out. Damn it! Muslim countries force you to be a Muslim in order to be a citizen. That is a fact. That's not my fucking opinion.
Not all of them do. Not all of them do.
Indonesia in the 60s did. Yes.
Great. Prove it. Great. Prove it.
Google it.
Prove it.
Does he? You don't live there now.
Well, you've
so
got to
obviously
prove that.
that-
You've
that's
got to prove.
Yeah, but we're.
You,
Yeah, but we're.
according to your logic, Von, I am actually a Christian, and you've got to prove that I am. I'm not.
No, because Western countries don't operate like Muslim countries do. Muslim
So
countries are
have you ever been
theocracies.
to? No, let's go. Have you ever been to Indonesia?
Oh my god! Oh my god! You don't even know what the fuck a theocracy is, really?
Have you ever
You
been
don't know
to
what a fucking
Indonesia?
theocracy is, really?
Nobody's arguing with you
It's
about
not
what
a theocracy. Indonesia is not a theocracy.
What's being argued is that even if Indonesia was a theocracy, you have no proof that you had to be a fucking Muslim to be a citizen of Indonesia at any period of time.
In the 60s, you had to be a Muslim to be
That's
a citizen.
fantastic, Vaughn.
Prove it. Prove it.
You got your guys' Google's broken, really?
No, you make claims, you have to back them up. You know how it works.
Like,
my God, nobody knows how to fucking use
No,
nobody knows. I tell you what, you don't know what to do is tell the truth.
No, what you've got is people out there revising the fucking history. Whereas,
Still waiting.
And to that end, let me add that when we were starting to get information,
you've got no evidence.
when we started to get information on Obama, a terrorist attack happened in Indonesia that destroyed the government building, that destroyed the government building where his paperwork was located. Imagine that.
You know the relationship.
All the paperwork on Obama went up in a puff of smoke.
You know,
terrorist attack when we were this close to getting more information on that. That's all a coincidence, right, guys?
Do Muslims drink alcohol?
It's all a big coincidence, right, guys?
Do Muslims drink alcohol?
Some do, obviously.
If I was a Muslim listening to this, I'd drink alcohol.
There's plenty of pictures of Obama drinking beer. If you Google that, you'll see plenty of pictures of Obama drinking beer at all sorts
I'd like
of places.
to see pictures of Obama going into a mosque.
Yeah, he quotes the Bible all the time. He drinks beer. He smokes.
The Muslim terrorists on 9/11 drank beer before they attacked us.
Yeah, well,
so do
who
you
did
think
Obama
Obama
attack?
is a Muslim terrorist or just a Muslim?
Who did Obama attack after he drank beer?
All Muslims are terrorists.
Can I also point out that Obama has instructed, has gone to war in several Middle Eastern countries.
I have been made.
He's a Muslim.
If
he's a Muslim, why is he blowing up the Middle East?
You just want to fucking argue, Annabelle. That's all you want to do.
No,
you don't have a single shred of. You don't have a single shred of fucking proof. You don't have a single shred of proof.
I don't have a single shred of proof. I got the shred right down there, dude. How many times have you read
it? Why is it the conspiracy theorists? Why is it the conspiracy theorists are the stupidest, most dumbest people on here, and they've never got anything to back up any of their arguments?
Yeah, but you would say that you're a Muslim. You can't draw a picture of Obama. That's a fact.
Indonesia recognizes a lot of different religions too, not just.
I think
Muslim.
Vaughn is still typing Indonesia. Give him a minute. Backspace. No, backspace. Indonesia. No. God damn it. Backspace.
It's true, though. I mean, you look at all the conspiracy nuts that we've got that call Obama a Muslim, and, you know, Michelle Obama's a tranny. All these crazy people are all as dumb as fuck. Sorry, they are.
Yeah, they're dumb as fuck. Yeah, that's right.
So what terrible Muslim policies has Obama enacted then?
What terrible Muslim policies? Have you ever heard of Sharia law? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Isn't Obama attacking ISIS? Isn't Obama attacking the Taliban? Didn't Obama kill...
I've got some interesting news for Von today, because Von has been jumping up and down over the last few hours saying that we've got Sharia law in the UK. And there has been an investigation this week because apparently there has been women that are being forced to stay married to their husbands instead of being able to get divorced, and they're clamping down on these Sharia courts now. So there you go, sweetie. Completely wrong as usual.
And if Obama enacting Sharia law in the United States.
Hold it, Gus. I want to link.
No, I want to go back to your.
I'm calling that bullshit.
No. I'm going back to your original comment. I'm going to go back to the original.
Annabelle. I call
Yeah.
bullshit. Give me a link.
Okay.
No. It's okay. No, guys, let me just answer him. Let me just answer him. Now listen to me,
I don't think you're doing a
Vonnie,
goddamn thing to the fucking Sharia court.
Vonnie, calm down. Listen to me. I have got the link for you. It's from the BBC, and we all know how much you like the BBC.
Give me a link. Give me a link where.
I'm going to calm down.
No, give me a link where the UK is clamping down on these Sharia courts.
She's going to give you the link, Stupo.
Give me a link. Give me a link.
We're still waiting for you to come. We're still waiting for you to come up with proof that the Indonesians required you to be a Muslim to be a citizen in the '60s. Still waiting for that. Go back to typing Indonesia. Oh shit! Backspace. Use autocorrect. It might get it right.
I just dropped the link in the side.
I think Obama has quoted the Bible more than George W. Bush has.
Well, I want to know. Because Von Helton said, "Have you ever heard of Sharia law?" Right after we talked about Obama. So I'm trying to figure out if Von Helton says that that Obama enacted Sharia law, because I'm strapped in waiting to do some more laughing. Turn your microphone on.
I was using it as an example of what Muslims believe. You wanted to know what Muslims believe, and that's what I told you.
I never
believe in Sharia law.
That wasn't what I asked you. I asked you what policies.
When he went to the Arab dinner and he said Assalamu alaikum, or however the fuck you say it.
Oh my God! If you can't even say it, why are you afraid of it?
Why? Wait a minute. Why would he say that if he's not a Muslim?
Why
would he say?
Von Helton. No, this one is mine. This one is mine. Von Helton.
And why would he say
Von Helton?
Why would he say?
It's just a custom greeting.
Bond, do you know what us? Bond, over here,
my
sweetheart.
wife wants to play Left 4 Dead, so make this.
Do you know what Assalamu alaikum means in English,
yes.
Bond?
It means God is great, or not God.
No, it means peace. It means peace be unto you.
Yes, peace be unto you. Right, but
it means hello.
No, it doesn't mean hello. No, it doesn't mean fucking.
It's a greeting.
Assalamu alaikum totally means hello.
It means hello.
No, it doesn't mean hello.
The only other word for hello in El Arabi. The only other word for hello in El Arabi is marhaba. And if you're a Muslim and you don't speak Arabic, then you use assalamu alaikum for hello.
English, why wouldn't you just fucking say hello?
Because they're Muslims.
Because they're not.
Because they're Muslims, you fuckwit.
Because he's very respectful.
I'm English, but I speak English. But when I see someone, I go, "Hello, governor." I mean, so we have different words for the same thing, right? I mean,
hello, governor.
I'll say assalamu alaikum. If I see a Muslim, I'll say assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, me too.
I'm Muslim.
Fucking Muslim.
And if they respond with alaikum assalam, I know what they're doing.
Vaughn, assalamu alaikum just means hello. It just means peace be unto you.
No, it does not.
Why are you afraid of it?
He would say hello.
What's wrong with you? What's in the water?
I think God be with you. But
what is in the water in Kentucky? My God.
I'm pretty sure
why
with you, but
why? Listen, I'm going to say it again. If you're saying hello, you would just say hello. You don't have to say assalamu alaikum.
But you said you
could just say hello.
Islam, guys. Islam is a religion that covers dozens of countries across almost 1 billion people. Not all of them speak the same language, but if they use the phrase assalamu alaikum, they can all understand each other. So why wouldn't they just use that? And if you're going into a country that's a Muslim country, and you know it's a Muslim country, like the United Arab Emirates, which is a set of Muslim city-states, then why don't you just do as the Romans do? Whatever happened to when in Rome, do as the Romans do? Oh, we've lost him now.
When? Oh, yeah.
Okay, can I interrupt, because I have what Von has demanded 20 times, and that is the link to
the Sharia is being crack down on Islam, by God. I'm gonna see it here in just a second. They're gonna crack down on that evil Islam, by God, and they're not gonna kiss Muslim ass no more, are they? Are they, Annabelle? Right?
Would you like to
Oh
read
my
it
God.
before you start making a fool of yourself, sweetie?
Theresa May launches review into the harm caused by dozens of Sharia courts operating in Britain. Wait a minute.
Why are you
Didn't you just
using
tell
air
me
quotes?
just
This is
yesterday
your
there
point.
wasn't Sharia law in the UK? Didn't you just tell me that?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Go back and watch the fucking video.
You want me to remind you what? Shall I remind you what I said to you?
I know, he just doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know.
That beard up your chin there.
Okay, I'll hang on a sec, Bonnie.
Go back and watch the other. Go back and watch the other hangout. She did, in
Bonnie,
fact,
I'll tell you what I said to you.
that there
I
was
will
no
repeat
Sharia
what
law
I
in the
said
fucking
to you.
UK because
I
that's
will
what I
repeat-
said there was.
I will. Oh, it's like talking to a 2-year-old. Now listen, sit
Yeah.
down, calm down.
2-year-old that got it right.
Suck your thumb if it helps. Suck your thumb if it helps you. Listen. Now, all I'm saying to you is that the Sharia does exist in the UK, but it has no jurisdiction in British law. So they have meetings and they discuss things. That's all Sharia is in the UK, and they're clamping down on that because they realise that women are being bullied and manipulated into staying with violent husbands.
They are being bullied. But once again, if the mayor is a Muslim, if the governor is a Muslim, if the barrister is a Muslim,
Governor? We don't have a governor, you moron.
My point.
Right, are you a Muslim, governor?
Quit nitpicking.
A Muslim or there, Governor. All right.
Quit
Right,
nitpicking.
first of all, we don't have a governor. That doesn't exist in the UK.
I'm just using it as a fucking example. When
No, you've got one right. We have a Muslim mayor in London.
representative of the UK. No, it's not.
You realise there are
No,
thousands
it's
of
not.
hundreds. You realise there are hundreds of mayors, right?
Is a Muslim, and they all got positions of power that is no longer part of the UK.
Did you see the previous mayor of London?
fuck
I linked
did
a
you
video
just
to him. It doesn't require a lot.
If the emperor's a Muslim, if the Mahout's a Muslim, if the shogun's a Muslim.
Gotta get all these Muslims before they get us.
If the Shaka's a Muslim.
Let me try and be sensible. Bonnie, listen to me.
Here's the article. Here's the article. It says, in a statement outside the Commons, she said a number of women have reportedly been victims of what appear to be discriminatory decisions taken by Sharia councils, and that is a significant concern.
Yeah.
All right. Now,
those
how did
council
these?
decisions have no weight of law.
Here's a brain tease. How in the hell did all these damn
I bet your brain's going to be teased worse than ours.
courts get
Yeah, I'm really teased right now.
How did these homegrown courts get to exist in the first place, ladies and gentlemen?
Because
I can explain what it's like.
I can answer the question.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Bye.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the
Go
question,
shave, you scruff.
moron. Listen, stop talking and listen.
Oh, new Red Hot Chili Pepper song.
He's gone.
He's gone.
He answered it himself. Homegrown.
Right, okay.
I think he's
Can
been
I
singing a
explain,
little too
please,
much.
guys? Can I please explain to the little man in the corner, please? Thank you. Right. There are three major religions in the UK, probably the most distinct, which are Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. All of them have councils. There's a Christian council, there's a Muslim council, and there is a Jewish council or Judaist council. Judaist? No, that's not the word. Anyway, and they all. So the Christian council is called the Christian Council. The Jewish one is called Halakha, and the Muslim one is called Sharia. So everybody does this. Do you understand now?
He's gone. He's left.
Yeah, he's fucked off. Yeah, it's like if I go to a Catholic priest and he gives me some advice, like, I'm under no legal obligation to take it. I might take it on board, but it's essentially a gentleman's agreement between these people. They've decided to adhere to this fucking set of laws, whatever they call it, and so they do. But there's nothing legally binding about it.
It's like the People's Court, but without the TV coverage. Right?
We should,
like that show
I
at the
want him
People's
back
Court.
in. I came in to wind him up.
Well, you bound him up pretty good.
Well,
You look pretty wound
who
up
took
to
his
me.
spot? Who stole his spot?
It's not no, he left.
No, he left. He
on his
had
own.
to go play Left 4 Dead 2.
Oh, did he actually say
Yeah,
he was
right.
leaving?
Yeah,
Yeah, he said, bye-bye, I'm leaving, I'm going, bye-bye, my wife wants me.
Oh right, you know why he left? Because he got
He wanted to
shown
play Left
something
4
he
Dead
didn't
2.
like.
Because his beard
He
was
got given-
calling him names.
Because he got given some information that he couldn't handle, that's why. Otherwise he'd still be here. Right, well, I only came in to see him, so...
Oh, okay, well, goodbye then. See if I care. Just go. No, it's okay. I know I don't matter. I didn't want to ask you how your birthday was, or how you were doing, or how you were feeling, or anything. You just go ahead.
I'm in a very good mood. I'm in an excellent mood. I've had some very good news today, and I'm going to be going to America in, well, I'm going to be doing quite a trip in August. I'm going to be going to Alaska. I don't know I don't know quite how I'm going to work the trip out, but I want to go and see people that I haven't seen for a while. So I'm going to be going to Alaska, to Ottawa to see you, to because it's on the way to Alaska, you see. So I'm going to New York, and then I might be going to the Caribbean on a cruise with a couple of friends. That's whether or not that's going to happen or not, we're not sure yet, because it's all about timing and getting us all together in the same place at the same time.
From Alaska to the Caribbean on a cruise, or?
No. I'm going to go to. Well, I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to go down to Miami probably and catch a boat, and perhaps sail back home or catch a boat from New York. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. I'm excited. I've got something major to look forward to.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. So should you. You should be looking forward. Looking forward to it, because it means that I'm coming to see you.
I am alight with glee. I'm alight.
Yeah, you sound like you are.
I'm lit up with glee. I got parts of me that are glowing with glee. I'm gleeing. Gleewing. I'm trying to find the right word for the glowing gleewing. Glee. Hey, maybe Gaelic has a word for it. No, I'd need too many for Gaelic.
I'm just looking forward to having a trip.
Good. You should have a nice trip. Get you doing what you love best, traveling around the world and seeing people. Taking pictures, which
Xbox,
I know you're going to do.
Excuse me, Xbox, Alaska is an American state. Just to point that out.
But it's just a little one, really. It's just like a little. Like, to this day, I don't know why the Northwest Territories didn't just take Alaska. I don't know why why the Americans have Alaska.
No, I don't know. Why do they have Alaska? It must be.
They bought it for incredibly cheap.
Yeah, but from who though?
Is that true?
I don't think they bought it from us.
I don't know. I think that might be one of those false memories you have. Maybe I heard that somewhere.
Russia. What?
Russia. William Stewart bought it from Russia.
What the hell was Russia doing with a piece of our land? Fucking Russians.
That's what I said. I thought it was Russia, yeah?
Leave them alone for 10 minutes and they're selling off chunks of our country. Fuckers.
Never
trust a Russian. I'm telling you right now. You hear that, Arthur? I'm not trusting you, you drunk fuck.
I like the idea of going to Alaska in the winter, though, and seeing it, going up and seeing the polar bears and things like that. I like that idea, August.
Do please try not to see the polar bears too close, okay? Please.
No, they do these trips out there, don't they? And I want to go and see them. Imagine being that close to a polar bear.
No. I mean, you can because you're braver than me, but no.
You know that there's this guy. There's a video. This guy did a documentary where he made this kind of like little tractor thing that had bulletproof glass and it was supposedly really secure.
Yeah.
And then he goes trundling off into the tundra or whatever it's called, and he comes across this polar bear who's clearly hungry, and this polar bear is trying to tip the thing over and get into it to get to him. And there's a little hole in the corner of the thing, and the polar bear can smell him. And the polar bear's and you can see the polar bear's claws coming through this little hole. And the guy was clearly terrified, but I mean, he can't have been that scared, otherwise he wouldn't have done it in the first place. But I wish I remembered who it was.
It's like sitting in a shark cage. Seriously.
Yeah, similar. Yeah, I'm not sure I could do that. I don't think I could do that.
This ocean is infested with gigantic half-ton size prehistoric predators that are all teeth on one end and no fucking mercy at all. I know what I'll do. I'll dip myself in what amounts to one of those ancient tea things they used to have before tea bags. You know, you put the tea in the little ball thing and then you put it in an infuser. I'll stick myself in what amounts to a human infuser and go swimming amongst all these. No. That's not how you die in bed with pension in hand, if you ask me. I'm just a thought. But Annabelle's much braver than me, so that's.
Well, I was gonna do something else. I was gonna go to Rwanda because I wanted to meet the mountain gorillas, but it's so stupidly expensive. It's like £6,000. It's $10,000 basically.
They probably don't guarantee it as well, do they? They
can't. You're absolutely right, Ray. They can't guarantee it at all.
Yeah, because they're very. I mean, they're very solitary, or they're very shy gorillas.
Yeah, well, it's just that if they've gone off somewhere else. I mean, you already sort of hike through the mountains for like a day to get to them, and it's tough terrain. It's not like a little stroll along a path. It's jungle.
Right.
And you've got to be fit to go. You've got really fit before you go because it's a really tough track.
Right.
And even if you get there and they're not there, you can't carry on walking because you've got to turn back and go back round at some point.
Did I ever tell you when I was a little boy for a while I got to hold a baby gorilla? And we had gone on a school trip to Montreal, and there was I don't know how to describe it, but there was an animal. There was a wildlife organization that what they do is they, you know how stupid people in the West will bring back, they'll go to foreign countries and bring back baby animals, and then they'll be like, oh my God, the baby cheetah turns into a giant cheetah, and then they fucking leave the apartment, and the landlord tries to go and fucking clean the apartment out, and he gets cheated to death or whatever, like, you know what I mean? Well, this organization, from what I remember, was dedicated to sort of rescuing animals like that. And we were, as a school trip, we were sort of for life sciences. I remember it was life sciences is what we taught at life sciences. And, there was this tiny little baby gorilla, and it was a baby girl, and they had her all wrapped up because she was very small. And they brought her around and showed them to us and stuff, and I just happened to be near the front of the class because the teacher didn't trust me at the back of the class. And when the baby gorilla saw me, I guess, she was fascinated by glasses, and I wore glasses even back then, so she reached up and took a hold of the corner of my glasses. So the keeper just figured it was easier to let the baby gorilla sort of let her attention drift away from my glasses naturally while I was holding the baby gorilla than to try to yank the glasses out of her hand. So I got to... But you know what the funny thing about that baby gorilla and about any gorilla that I've ever looked into the face of in a picture is their eyes. They have the gentlest eyes, gorillas. I mean, an adult silverback gorilla, Ray, would snap you in fucking half as soon as you look at you if you got on its bad side. But you look in their eyes and they're so gentle, like they're so,
Do they go nutty in captivity like chimpanzees do, or do they tend to stay quite mellow? Because have you seen the Louis Theroux documentary where it goes around people in America that have basically rescued, I say rescued, you know what I mean, sort of exotic animals and how they're treated? It's brilliant. If you haven't seen it, Gus, it's not the one where he goes to South Africa. It's the one where he goes to people who have like chimpanzees, and they go fucking nuts in captivity.
Oh yeah.
Gorillas always seem like quite. The ones that I've seen in zoos are orangutans as well. There's something about their faces as well. They're very docile, but yeah, you get on the wrong side of them and you're fucked, because not only are they a lot heavier, they have an incredible muscle density.
Mm-hmm.
Like compared to humans, their grip strength and leg strength.
Most people don't realize that chimpanzees are they're lethal. All those cute chimpanzees. I mean, you look at a gorilla and it's obvious, right? I mean, it's a big, brutishly shaped creature, with big ropey muscles, and you're like, yeah, that thing gets a hold of me, and I'm pretty sure there won't be much of me left to talk about. But, a chimpanzee's shape belies its strength. Chimpanzees regularly beat people to death. I mean,
gouged their eyes out. I mean, there's that woman that had her face ripped off. They've ripped testicles off because they just grab at anything. I would be more scared of a chimpanzee, like an old one, like one of those nutty old fucking male chimpanzees, than I would be. Don't get me wrong, I'm still going to shit my pants if I see a tiger in the room, right? But I'd be more, there's something creepier about fucked up chimpanzees. But like, this documentary's brilliant. The Lutheran one on there, I'll find it on YouTube for you, but it's brilliant.
Yeah,
But the thing
for a while, I don't know if it still is though.
The thing with gorillas, though, it's almost as if mahogany could look at you. You know, like just the color and the placidness of their eyes. It's almost like a piece of beautifully finished mahogany could gaze at you.
There's a documentary you might want to look up about them as well. There's one called Titus, King of the Jungle, that's about silverbacks.
Yeah.
It's quite good. It goes through, like, they followed them, and they followed like a specific group for a time, and they saw behaviors that they didn't normally see, and it's not very long, but it was pretty good.
Well, who was it? Diane Fossey that went up there, and before she was killed by those poachers, she did some groundbreaking work with gorillas, and discovered that, you know, once they trust you and once they come to care for you, I mean, they're the gentlest, you know, most empathic creatures, you know, and relatively easygoing too compared to some of the smaller primates. It's really too bad, but sometimes I forget things that have happened to me when I was younger for a while, and then all of a sudden I get reminded of them by the passing this or that, and I just remembered when I couldn't have been more than 8 years old. And I was holding this baby gorilla who had her tiny little hand on the edge of my glasses. She didn't want to let them go. I was afraid she was going to stick them in her mouth like human babies do, but she never did that. She shook them a bit, but most of the time she just looked at them because they fascinated her, I think. It's really quite something.
I'm just typing, making a noise probably.
It's really quite something. And of course,
that stupid prick Vane who sits in the live chat psychoanalyzing everyone. He's a fucking lunatic.
He's another one of the bottom feeders there.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
And then
every now and then
he used to come in here. I don't remember him. Do you?
No, if he came in here, it was under another name. There's a lot of people out there that, you know, there's a lot of people that have come in here that go out into the sump pit under an assumed name.
Gus, so that documentary by Luther is called The World. It's Luther Dangerous Pets, or The World's Most Dangerous Pets, or something like that.
Oh yeah, okay.
And it gets dark.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I saw one news report where a landlord walked into a vacated apartment and found 2 fucking Komodo dragons there. Not 1, 2. And Komodo dragons, I mean, you know, they're not fucking, you know, like, they're not red dragons from D&D or anything, but they're not to be fucked with. Right? Like, I think it's their saliva is fucking caustic or something like that. Like, if they bite you.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's got a mild toxin in it that they'll bite prey and then they'll let it wander off and it slowly just gets fucked.
That's just what you fucking need, eh? Yeah.
You've seen them fight?
No, and I don't want to neither.
They like throw each other around, they wrestle, they slap each other like clowns with their tails. They're quite vicious things, but they're lazy most of the time. It's just like they're fucking, you know what I mean? They're lizards, right? They're just fucking gonna lie there.
Wasn't Von Helton making fun of No, it wasn't Von Helton making fun of Annabelle's accent. Some moron on the outside chat making fun of Annabelle's accent. Fucking moron.
Yeah,
Annabelle, if you ever want elocution lessons, I charge £750 an hour. I can help sort that poshness out. If you want to make yourself a little bit more rough, yeah, it's £750 an hour, minimum booking of 75 hours, and I can basically get you talking like the roughest tart you've ever heard.
Right, anyway.
Do you have all your own teeth?
You have
Anyway, I was brought up in London. I've always had a well-spoken voice based on the fact that I was well-educated because my mother paid out of her money. She worked damn hard to get me a good education up when I was younger. Oh, sorry, there's a cat on the television. So any minute now. Stop.
World's most dangerous pets. Yeah, DP, it'd be good to hear your input on Sharia in the UK and the misconceptions about it.
Who is the little man in the black and white camera?
My mum came from the back streets of Bermondsey, which is one of the roughest parts of London. My dad was a crofter's son from Scotland, and they worked damn hard. A sheep herder. Sheep, shepherd really. Shepherd, cows, but not necessarily sheep, but mostly sheep.
So,
your mother must have been a very beautiful woman if she got him down from Scotland to London.
Actually, my dad was 22 years older than my mother. He was a pilot for British Airways, or what was BOAC then, and she joined as an air hostess.
Okay.
What was it? British Overseas Airway Corporation?
That's
what
it.
BOA?
And they co-joined with British European Airways, which was called BEA, and that became British Airways back in the 70s. I've just been watching loads of videos of. I've just been on the aerospace website watching loads of videos of airplanes landing or racing each other across the Atlantic. I can sit and watch those videos for hours. I love them.
I could see Annabelle growing up to be like a fighter pilot.
Oh, I'd love to have been a fighter.
Not in one of those fruity Harriers though, and a good Tornado with some decent engines behind her. Go from 0 to Dusseldorf in like 20 seconds. See you there, kids. Bam. That's it. That's
right. You need to listen. When I said London, I clearly said Bermondsey. And if you know anything about London, you'll know exactly where that is. Stupid twat.
Landan. Landan.
I can talk like that if I want.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to charge you for that because that's actually encroaching on my business, and you know that's actually taking food from my mouth.
I am quite capable of talking like a Cockney if I want to, alright?
That's another £75 right there. I tell you what. You ain't going to be able to go around the fucking world.
I can do that, you know, the London accent. I can talk with the Jamaican, or as I call it, Jafaican accent.
The Jafaican accent.
Check it, man.
Check it, man.
All London kids have that sort of twang now. It's quite amusing.
Dimsey come to London, stand in Babylon. I and I. I love that say I and I.
He's now accusing me of being a Jeremy Corbyn supporter, which I am not, and I'm far from it.
Who the hell is Jeremy Corbyn?
He's the Bernie Sanders equivalent over in England. And I don't like him because he's far more left wing than Bernie Sanders. He is a commie, and I don't like him.
Now that Netflix.
I'll get beaten for that round the head by people around here, but I don't care. I think that I just don't like him. There's something about him.
I'll tell you what I think he's done, Annabelle, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Unless they, excuse me.
So now he's saying that I support the EU. I mean, apparently this guy can read my mind, except he's got everything wrong so far. The guy's a dick. Go on, sorry, carry on.
I think unless they offload him before the next election, I think his election, whilst it sort of like may have give some enthusiasm to the youth to get involved in politics. It's gifted the Conservative government another 5 years, whoever is leader at the time.
Yeah, there's no way he'll ever get.
I don't think he's electable. I didn't think Ed Miliband was electable, but I think he's less. So I don't think the great thing is, I don't think the Conservatives are going to have to do too much to attack him. They've got enough
Miliband was
material. Sorry, I've interrupted you. Go on.
Miliband was an idiot. He was a weak sauce. That's what he was. He was just pathetic. I'm sorry.
Well,
And
he was
if his brother, if his brother had got
this
in,
comic character, wasn't he? I mean, there was
Yeah.
just something about the way he looked.
Yeah.
But what I was in two minds on the last election, but what swung it for me was the idea of the two Eds being in power. I thought Ed Balls was an idiot, and I thought Ed Miliband was so non-prime
Ed
ministerial
Balls,
material.
that was his name, was Ed Balls?
Yes.
Yeah, and he looked like a testicle as well. He really did.
Yeah.
How have I not heard about this person from you, Ray? You're all about the testicles.
I try to keep things, to be honest, Gus, a little bit more. I don't know how to say words at the moment.
Oh yeah, well, whatever it is, it's probably demure. So fucking give over. Seriously.
No, there's
Anyway,
there's nobody.
Is there an actual communist party in the
Although
UK?
I'm left-leaning on certain subjects, there's nobody in the Labour Party that I'd even consider voting for. It's a mismatch of a bunch of kind of people that are just incompetent, quite frankly, and they don't seem to have any policies. They're not. All they do is slag off the opposition. That's all they seem to do.
Oh, fuck me, that sounds like the NDP.
Well, one of the problems they have is, and this is as a consequence of being members of the European Union, is that so far as control over our finances and other political issues is concerned, both parties are deeply restrained in what they can actually do, where they can spend the money, where they can put resources, and what their priorities are. And for many, many years, it's all been, both parties arguing that they'll invest more in the NHS than the other party will. Both parties, perhaps there's some little difference in the taxation and the higher rate of tax in particular, but apart from that, there's very little between them. As members of the European Union, only a few politicians are prepared to agree that we do not actually have any control over our borders and who comes into the country. Whether you think that's a good thing or bad, it doesn't matter. The fact is that neither party can do it without significant changes or leaving Europe altogether. As I say, as a result, there is very little that they can come up so far as policy decisions are concerned that are going to separate them. So, unfortunately, you tend to end up with, and this isn't just in this country, but given our present situation, it happens as much, if not more, than other places, is that it's a matter of personalities. And as I say, when I came to voting in the last election, I just could not possibly, in all consciousness, vote for the two Eds. It would have been, well, I just couldn't do it. That doesn't mean that I believe that in everything the Conservative Party is doing, but.
Secular's here, my instructor in the dark arts. Secular, what's up?
Oh, Sec, you missed Ronnie. He was here.
Oh,
I was watching. Oh, go ahead.
Did you see him slope off when I gave him some facts that he didn't like?
Yeah, he does that. Next time you get him to the boiling point, just tell him hello from me. That'll usually send him over.
Oh, I forgot. I should have said something. Yeah.
What were you trying to say, Nadia?
He'll be listening. Don't you worry. He's listening right now.
If I were in the UK, I'd be voting communist.
No,
we don't have a communist party
but we
in
don't
the
have a
UK.
communist party. Yes, well, you might.
Well, I think we do.
Occasionally
I think
find.
we do, but it doesn't have. I don't think it even raises enough money to get a what to call it. I don't know. We clearly do have a communist party, but
It would lose its deposit, is what you're trying to say.
Yes, that's what I meant to say. Yes, Steve.
Yeah, in this country, if you've got, and it's gone up recently, but you've got to pay to stand for Parliament. It's not a great deal of money, but if you don't get a certain number of votes, then you've got to pay the money back. Sorry, you don't get your money back. There will be communist people, I'm sure, standing in certain constituencies, but you just never hear of them.
All right then.
I'd vote for them.
What else is going on in the United Kingdom that we need to be aware of over here?
Oh well,
Well,
I joined the
Britain's Got
conversation.
Talent is on at the moment. I know DPR be
Please.
watching. I know DPR's glued to that.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I've seen some really good
Annabelle, the one thing I wanted to talk to, I joined the conversation just as you were talking about Sharia law in the United Kingdom, and I've been.
Yeah, how are things going in the Caliphate of Birmingham, anyways?
Well, for me, it's actually more disturbing than I thought it was. A year or so ago, maybe 2 years, less than 2 years, I was asked by a friend who'd heard a report about the increase in Sharia law in this country, and I looked into it, and it was I actually found it quite disturbing, because Sharia law is extant in this country. It's at a very low level. And I think the only reason, if I remember correctly, that it sort of like got itself into the position that it's got now is because many years ago the government gave the Jewish people similar courts to determine their disputes within their religion, and on the back of that Muslims fought for the right and did get the right to have Sharia courts. They are limited in what they can adjudicate on, but their rules of evidence and procedure are entirely for them to determine. They don't have to publish their decisions, so far as I'm aware, and there is deep concern, as I think it was Annabelle that mentioned, that as a result of this, there are injustices being done to women in particular. But what worries me more than that is how you can have two different judicial systems operating in one country. Ultimately, one has to take precedence over the other.
Hang on a sec, DPR. You do know that it's not law. It's not part of the British. It doesn't have any jurisdiction.
Yes, it does.
In the UK. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Well, that's
Okay.
the whole point in this. That's the whole point in this discussion. I mean, obviously you're a lawyer, so I'm not going to argue too much with you. But I was watching the whole thing on the news, and basically, if somebody goes into a Sharia council and says they want to get divorced, the whole thing is negotiated by. So it'd be like two solicitors giving advice to the two different parties. But they cannot divorce that couple without going into a British law court and doing it through the British law courts.
There are certain powers, and as I say, and this is why I prefaced it with the fact that it's been some time since I've looked into it. But the powers that you're suggesting are so limited as to be non-existent. That's something that I would take an issue with. Now, I would have to start looking it up again. And I hate trying to multitask when I'm talking, but I'm certain that, as I say, I was actually shocked by the amount of power that they do have. It's a little bit like the small claims court. That is, it's at the very bottom level of the hierarchy of the judicial system that we have. But to say that it has no power at all is something that I would say is incorrect, and I think that it's one of those situations. It's like signing up to mediation. If you sign up to mediation, you accept the determination of the mediator, and there's no right of appeal. And I think that what happens, and this is what's disturbing about Sharia courts, is that the parties, whether voluntary or not, we're very unlikely to find out, sign up to the determination of a Sharia court and have thereafter limited, if any, rights to appeal that decision. If the conversation sort of like flows on, I'll see if I can find where I got that information from. But I'm fairly certain I'm correct, because because I was so shocked that this was actually happening.
Well, I mean, I've known it's been happening because it happens in the Jewish courts as well, halakha, which is the equivalent of Sharia.
Yes.
And that's always been. I've always had an issue with both of the situations, to be honest with you.
Yes.
I think it's wrong. I think women should be entitled to go wherever they bloody like to go and get advice, because it's
well,
generally the
it's
people
not just
that
advice. I'm totally with you.
they're
I'm
bullied.
against
Yes,
both.
I was about to finish if I'd have been allowed. I don't think it's right that women are forced to go to these courts in order to negotiate the end of their marriage because they are either being beaten or perhaps they just don't want to be married anymore, and then they're bullied in these courts to stay with their husbands, and that's the issue here. But what my point was about how there is no, if they cannot divorce a couple in those courts, they cannot do that, right? Under British law.
That's my understanding.
No, that's not. No, they have to. The council is there for advice. They then have to go to a British court in front of a judge. Whether it could be a Muslim judge, but it doesn't. It has to be under British law for them to divorce. Sharia is not recognised in the UK. I mean, there's been a big. I mean, I'm surprised because obviously you being a lawyer, there's been a massive hoo-ha about this.
Yeah,
because
I'm sure
what one QC tried to do, what one left-leaning QC tried to do, was say we ought to take into consideration Sharia and it should be written into UK law. And of course, there was an absolute outcry about this, but it's not.
Would the people enacting? I was going to say, would the people enacting the Sharia law courts, would they be lawyers themselves, or would they be people of religious positions?
They're scholars.
Imams.
Not lawyers. They're scholars.
Okay, so they would have no real actual. There would be no. They haven't gone through. The process to becoming is a religious background. It's a religious training almost.
Yeah,
right?
this is what I'm trying to say to DPR, and I'm surprised he doesn't know this. They don't have. When they make a decision in a Sharia court, as they call it, or a Sharia council, as it's known, those laws are not. They have no basis in British law. So if a scholar says to a man, "You can divorce your wife," they still have to go through the process of divorcing through the British courts.
So far as some things are concerned, but what I'm saying is there are certain things that
this is really important, DPR, because DPR, listen to me. I've had a big argument with Von about this over the last day or two because he's been saying you guys have got Sharia running your country, and I've obviously done a bit of homework into this because we get thrown a lot. We get this thrown at us a lot by crazy, right-wing fundies over in America, and it's just absolute nonsense. Yes, they have courts or councils, and they're run by scholars, not by lawyers or by QCs. They're run by scholars, religious scholars, and they are advised based on the Quran what they can and can't do. And the reason why there's yeah, but they're not. There's no jurisdiction. There's no Sharia jurisdiction. That's what I'm trying to get across to you.
I think I found something on it.
That's the issue where I think. And again, I'm going back on the recollection of something I looked at some months ago. I can't remember how long, but there is something
it's easy to Google, quite frankly. It's very easy to Google.
Well, this is what I'm trying to do at the moment.
Okay, I found from Full Fact, which is it's a fact-checking charity that's based in. I don't know if it's in the UK. They're saying in 2014, Baroness Cox, a member of the House of Lords, tried to introduce a law to ensure that women aren't disadvantaged in mediation by religious bodies and make clear that they aren't a court. But formally, this is already a case. While feuding couples have to at least consider mediation before going to court, it doesn't override family law. A court has to sign off on any agreement made after divorce for it to be legally binding, and won't do so if the judge thinks it's unfair. There's quite a lot. I'll pop it in the side there.
I've already done quite a lot. That's what I keep trying to say. I've already done research into this because I got sick and tired of being told about what goes on in my own country by crazy fucking Americans with no brains. Okay, and there is no jurisdiction. Sharia has no jurisdiction in British law. All it does is mediate and advise. That's what a Sharia. It's not actually a court; it's a council, and the people sitting on the council are not qualified lawyers or anything like that. They're scholars on the Quran. So they're reading from the Quran and they're advising based on the laws in the Quran. So religious laws. That's why. And if they want to get divorced or there's a monetary issue or any kind of dispute, if it needs to be settled in court, i.e., if money needs to be chased, bailiffs need to be organised. It all has to be done through British courts. There is no Sharia law in the UK.
Right, so I found a bit on arbitration, and it says, oh, I'll read it out. It says, the way Sharia has become legally enforceable is where a Sharia organization is used for arbitration. I'll skip a bit. It says, so if both party agrees,
well, that's
arbitrarial
different.
tribunals can decide certain issues by applying religious principles, but then it carries on to say this doesn't make them courts as such. Their legal authority comes from being voluntarily chosen as a decision maker, and they can't make any decisions that are contrary to national law, which is quite. I think that's quite pertinent. But I think it's just.
I've just got that bit as well.
I'm just surprised that as a lawyer you don't know that deeply, or that you seem to think that Sharia had some jurisdiction under British law. I'm surprised that you didn't know that.
Well, it depends what you mean. There are many cases that are of concern that go through Muslim arbitration tribunals.
Look, what a Sharia council is a mediation service, and it tells the couples what they can do based on the Quranic law, okay?
Yes.
That doesn't have any jurisdiction in British courts. That's the whole point. There's no Sharia law in the British legal system.
If I suggested that there was, then I misspoke. What I'm suggesting
I'm
is
sorry.
that...
Yeah, because I said to you, you don't think there is, and you went, yes, I do. I think there is.
Oh, sorry. Well, there may be a different question, and I may have misunderstood the question.
No, that's fine. No, I just wanted to. Because obviously, what the reason I'm making a bit of a point about this is because I have been quite clearly trying to educate Von on what actually goes on in this country, and by you coming and saying, "Oh no, it has got jurisdiction," it makes me look a bit of a tit.
Oh, I certainly didn't mean to do that. It's beginning to register again what I was looking at, and it is the Muslim Arbitration Tribunal, and what powers or not that has. That's what caused me concern when I looked this up some months ago.
And I think what happened was a couple of years ago there was a call, or a year ago I think there was a call by a QC, but one of these human rights left-wing QCs, who thinks that we should incorporate Sharia into British law to satisfy the Muslim population. And of course there was a massive backlash of that, so that it just died a death. And then subsequently Theresa May, there's been enough complaints and reports about the misuse of these councils and the bullying of women in these councils to make her actually get a report written up on it. And that's what she's doing, because she's, that's not acceptable. That's not how it works. We don't bully women into staying with husbands in this country based on a religious text. That's not how it works over here. We used to, but we don't do it anymore. And so we're not going to bring back archaic laws to suit a tiny percentage of the population.
And also, I think it's wise to maybe not try and teach Vaughn anything as, well...
Oh, I enjoy it. No, I'm sorry, I disagree. I think it's hilarious.
Oh no, I think it's worth putting out the information out there, but...
Yeah, I enjoy my scraps with Vaughn more than anyone else on here. He's hilarious. He's one of the funniest people on here.
I hope he is watching this because I was going to say, Vaughn, don't use your e-cigarette while you're charging it like that, because
he likes to use his vape to clear his ears out. That's his favourite hobby.
the problem is, one, it ruins the battery, especially on like the 18650s, whatever he's using, and it's not. I don't think it's dangerous as such if you're using a decent mod, but don't do that, Vaughn. You'll make your battery life cycle a lot less, and your battery won't hold a charge. Fuck knows. Yeah, I think the way Vaughn thinks it is that they've got their separate court system where they can make decisions based on whatever the fuck they feel like, and now it's somehow going to be integrated into UK law, and then we're going to have to do what they say, and it's just another back door, and then now there's a mayor, and now there's a, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know, it's bollocks, right?
Well, let's put it in perspective. This is a man that like a month or so ago was making videos saying there's roaming Muslim rape gangs running through the streets of the UK and they're on their way to America. So, I mean, this is what you're dealing with, right?
Well, we have had problems with a Muslim rape gang up north in a place called Rotherham, and the irony of it is that it was run by two British white women. The two people that were running it were two British white women. However, the guys that were picking the girls up and grooming them, so to speak, were in fact Muslims. There were a few white guys in there, but the majority were Muslims. But this idea that they're all running around the streets of the UK picking up women and doing that is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's grabbed something and ran with it, right? So it suits his, I don't want to say agenda, but it suits his narrative. So, you know what I mean? It's not like you get over here and you know what I mean, and it's like fucking anarchy, right? But there's one story and it's snowballed into this. Oh, there's groups. It's like the Wild West. You know what I mean? It's yeah, and that case was fucked as well when you look into it. Like,
well, it was a very badly handled situation, and I doubt very much it'll ever happen again. I mean, obviously, rape will happen again, and you know, the human trafficking, all that will happen. But what won't happen is that people won't be scared to deal with it based on not upsetting a religious community. I think we've got to the point now where we're sick of pandering to it, and I think that they're no longer where we were quite a liberal towards them, or what's the word? I can't think. Understanding? I don't know. Don't even know it's that. I think that's gonna stop now. I think from now on, if there's anything that might put our way of life in jeopardy, I happen to believe that it will be a much bigger story than that one was.
Yeah, Vaughn's idea is that basically that this is all just going to creep in under the radar, and all of a sudden it's just going to spring up, and we're going to have no choice, and to be able to do nothing about it. And it's like, it's when you explain, well, this is what would happen. Well, they'll kill you. It's a threat of violence, and then you're like, well, I don't think so. This is why, and then it's like, nah, it's all going to happen. You're like, oh, all right, and I told you so. You know what I mean? What was the line? I'm just trying to teach you. It's like, yeah, but we don't think it's going to happen, and I don't think not only will it not happen, it couldn't play out like he's saying it. I mean, I've
missed pretty much all of the news today, but I did hear something very briefly about the Home Secretary, I presume Theresa May, beginning an investigation into Sharia courts or something along those lines.
Yeah.
So, give me a
there's been
quick rundown of
what's happened. Obviously, there's been enough complaints, enough concern that women are being manipulated and bullied into staying with violent husbands. So Theresa May has decided to open up a report on it. Open an investigation, and has asked for a report on what exactly these guys are getting up to, basically. and why there's been so many complaints.
Well, that's encouraging.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's let's not forget that there are Christian councils and there are Jewish councils as well, who obviously not so much on the Christian side, but definitely on the Jewish side. It's very manipulative. I mean, there was an excellent documentary on the Halakha on Jewish councils about 5 or 6 years ago, and I wasn't even aware of it, and I was horrified.
Yeah, I mean, Canada's went through a similar thing. I remember a few years ago, it kind of made the news. There was a certain, group that wanted more, Sharia law to have more influence or hold more merit in like regular courts. And it's the same idea here. They just function as kind of community, facilities or like arbitration within communities to settle disputes and before it goes to legal. But they can't circumvent the law or actually they can't cut someone's hand off and shit. They can't do any of that kind of stuff. Like anything that would go against the established law and anything legal has to still go through the court system. So it doesn't supersede the crown, right?
That's right. That's absolutely right. And this is what my point has always been, is that there is no such thing as Sharia law. It's called Sharia. There's no law on the end of that. There's this thing called Sharia, and it comes from the Quran, obviously, and it is the law of the Quran. And the councils that they have in this country are basically there's a middleman between the couples or the people that are having a dispute and the actual law courts of the UK. So basically what they're there to do is to try and stop it going that far and to try and mediate. But what they've been doing by mediating is by forcing women to stay married to their husbands. And that's the big issue. That's what the issue is that Theresa May has with it.
Yeah, and again, I'm only working from a hazy memory, but there was also something else, or maybe even more than one other thing that troubled me. But seeing as I can't remember what I looked at the time, I'm not able to provide you with that evidence. But there were other things that were troubling. I think domestic violence was one. Domestic violence.
But yes, it's the same thing. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about. That they're
Domestic
forced to stay with
violence,
violent husbands.
Yeah. I
mean, the other
can't
problem,
remember.
the other issue we still have is female genital mutilation. That's the other thing that we still have an issue with in this country. And of course, the other thing we have an issue with, which has got nothing to do with Islam or Muslims, is the fact that the Hindu Sikh community keeps sending back. Well, Muslims do it too, but we have a big issue with the Hindu Sikh community sending back young girls, 16, 17-year-old girls, to marry, 60-year-old men, so that they can come back and live in the UK. So we do have all sorts of problems with all different religions in this country. It's not just Muslims. I'm as much against Islam as I'm against any other religion. I'm an atheist, for goodness sakes, and I'm quite a staunch atheist. But what I don't appreciate is being told how things work in my country when that's not how they work. That's all I'm doing is setting getting the facts straight. And so many things are thrown about on the internet that are just absolute bollocks. And Von is just full of it. Full of it.
You talk
most
about
ridiculous
it's quite ironic actually when you talk about lots of things being spread about on the internet that are bollocks. Just as I receive a message from G-Man.
Yeah, there you go. I was just going to say really quick to put it in perspective one more time, this is the same man that's claimed that Somali terrorists are dealing AK-47s and grenade launchers out of downtown Toronto here in Canada. So,
well, that's possible, isn't it? It's not something that you would think that's absolutely ridiculous. It's the other claims that he makes that I find just hilarious. Like Obama's a Muslim.
I know he still hangs on to that stuff. He's his own worst enemy, and I've tried to point it out to him several times actually. I kind of yank his teats and mock him a bit, but I've tried to point out his own worst enemy. I've told him over and over again is himself, because he reports on the headlines. He doesn't read the article. What sent him off all topsy-turvy about this stuff about the Muslims taking over the UK again was one article about one city that elected a Muslim mayor. And from that, he extrapolated that the UK is being taken over, and this is the sign he's told everybody, and he's right. And there you go. That's where it comes
Well, it's
from, right?
interesting because the mayor has very little power with regards to I don't think any power regarding UK law. Obviously,
He's
he
got
has
some
power
influence, but
regarding.
he's not got what you call power.
Yeah, he has. Obviously, he can make decisions on what goes on in London, but there's a team of people that work with him. So it's not he doesn't just go. He's not some dictator that goes around deciding what happens. I mean, we've previous mayor to the one we had was Boris Johnson.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
actually
most
did
people
pretty
voted
well in
for
terms
him.
of like the Cycle
Yeah.
Act and things like that.
Yeah, I like Boris. I think he's, I mean, I don't think he'd make a great prime minister, but I thought he was good for London, definitely.
He's a character.
Yeah, and I think people voted for him because they'd had enough of Red Ken, basically.
Yeah.
Because he was far more what's the word? Dictatorial, is it? I don't know.
I think you got it.
Yeah, but he wasn't. That's what I mean, he wasn't like the most intelligent man, as you could probably see.
What,
but,
Boris?
Yeah.
Oh no, I
Like,
think Boris is smart as hell.
in terms of like controlling the media and things like that, and like presenting himself,
That
he wasn't.
scruffy guy, that scruffy guy, Joker act is very clever. I think he's a very manipulative and quite cunning man underneath that. But he's definitely going for leadership now. Now that he's no longer got to worry about being mayor again, he'll be up for in the next election. He'll be up for he'll be up for taking Cameron's place.
I've not really been following it, to be honest. It just doesn't really affect me.
I'm sorry to cut in at the end of a conversation that I may have missed the gist of. I think it was a calculated and perhaps foolish move on his part to go for leaving. But if the country votes to leave the EU, then Cameron he's done. Literally within days, he'll have to go, and so will. I mean, Osborne won't be a potential candidate because he's been for staying in Europe as well. So I think it would, if the vote is to leave, it will automatically set out a leadership competition, of which the obvious choice is going to be Boris. And I don't see anyone standing against him and succeeding. So.
George wants a shot at it.
George
Osborne.
Yeah, but George Osborne's been so pro staying in that his position is going to be as untenable as Cameron's is. I don't see how he can suddenly change position and say, okay, for the last 2 months I've been saying all these terrible things are going to happen, but now I'm going to sort of like stand. I just don't see it happening. So
I'm just going to be 2 minutes. It started to rain. I've just got to go and grab the dog bed out that was outside. Bear with me.
I wonder what G-Man's talking about tonight.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be profound, whatever he has to say.
I'm sure he'll be very committed to whatever he's got to say.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, his delivery will be with conviction, I'm sure.
Yeah. Which a lot of people like him thinks makes up for lack of content. I'm not sure it does really, does it?
If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit, right?
Oh, just to tell you something, I don't know whether you would have picked it up wherever you are, but in this country there was a report came out, I think yesterday, or maybe the day before. A poll in this country now shows that the number of non-religious people now outweighs all of the religious people of whatever denomination. which is an increase of some extraordinary percentage over the last 4 years. And what's also interesting, the poll also concluded that for every 10 Catholics that the church loses, sorry, for every 12 Catholics that the church loses, they only regain 1, and for all the Anglicans, for the 10 that they lose, they only regain 1. So the shift seems to be pretty seismic.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
literally
I don't
doubled in
know
4
about you,
years.
DPR. Don't know about you, because I know that you sort of hang around with a lot of humanists and secularists, but me, I don't know anybody that goes to church or is even remotely religious. Now, obviously, I do know Muslims, but they are usually cultural and certainly don't pray, or they drink and they smoke and they do all the stuff. So I don't know anybody religious, really, except my family in Mississippi, which, of course, we're talking about the UK, so it's not relevant.
No.
So, yeah, I try and explain this to Americans, that religious people in the UK are seen as people to kind of be avoided in a way. You sort of cross the street if you see somebody coming that you know is very religious, because you know they're going to talk about God, so you just think, no, I don't really want to listen to that today.
Yeah.
And I think the studies, I think they show one thing, which is only going to escalate. Until fairly recently, people have almost felt it an obligation to say, if asked in a survey, are you religious? They're going to say yes. That tide is changing. They're also going to say yes by virtue of the fact that they were influenced by their parents into a particular religion. And so what I see is this increase accelerating over future years. I've always described to my American friends that religion in this country is pretty much a background noise. No one really pays any attention to it.
I always explain it as a fringe hobby for some people.
Yeah. And the one classic example that I use, which I think really does define the difference between the UK and America, is during his second term as Prime Minister, I think it was, Tony Blair decided to become a Catholic, and he kept this private. And he kept it private because, to use his words, his quote, he didn't want to be labelled with the nutter label. Now, I don't know how many openly atheist members of Parliament we have. I would have thought it's going to be close to a majority. But get elected in America without saying that you're religious. I think there was one senator that may be an open atheist, but it's almost unelectable. You're almost unelectable if you don't say you're a God-loving, God-fearing Christian in America. And I don't know. I think the tides are changing as well, because it slightly slower, but the people who are not affiliated to any religion are now in America only second to the is it the evangelicals? I think they're certainly higher than the Catholics and the Protestants.
I would say that America is probably about 30 years behind us as far as progression with regards to the ability to be able to have an opinion on religion and not be disenfranchised or alienated from your family. I mean, I've got very deeply religious family in Mississippi. Everybody they know is deeply religious, all their friends, all their family. Now, I bet any money that there are quite a few atheists in that group of people that I know down there, but they would never in a million years admit to it. Never. And I find that terrible. And it's supposedly the land of the free, where people are, you know, it's just very sad.
As
now,
you say,
obviously, the more north you go, the less that happens. Obviously, in New York, I don't think I've ever had a conversation about religion with my friends in New York. but I know that they go to church. That's all I know. But they never talk about it. Never ever discuss it. I just know from things on Facebook.
I think it's going to be until some shift happens where, as you say, people will not lose their friends, they will not lose their family, they will not lose their job, their apartment, and whatever by coming out as an atheist. As soon as that starts to happen, I think things will escalate, because I suspect, like you say, there are an enormous a lot of people in America who feel that they have to say that they are Christian, and I think that goes for politicians as well. And if we could have, sorry, do go on.
But if the interesting thing about my family is that they travelled backwards and forwards to the UK over the years, and when they got here, they never went to church. They never talked about God. There was never any worry about getting to church or praying or anything like that. We didn't pray at the table. None of that. But the minute they stepped back into their world over there, it was a whole different ball game. It was interesting to watch.
Yeah, and I've got a good friend in Florida who lived in this country for many years and went back to America 5 or 6 years ago, and I visited her a few times, and I know damn well she's an absolute total atheist, and she was acutely aware of my views and the fact that I was a member of the British Humanist Association, that have live broadcasts about atheism and have spoken at various atheist conventions. And when I first went to see her in Florida, she, driving me from the airport to her house, said, "Look, just one thing you should know," and she'd never mentioned this before. She said, "Before meals, my mother is likely to say a prayer." Okay, and that was pretty much the extent of it. And obviously, I played along with it. I'm a guest at someone else's house, and you don't want to insult them by saying, "Why are you saying a prayer? There's no God." So, I put my hands together and lowered my head and didn't say anything, but and that was it. But she never talks about it with her parents. Well, her father died a few years ago, but never talks about it with her mother or her sister. It's odd that you can't even discuss these issues with your own close family members. But I think, as I say, I'm optimistic it will change, and maybe if we get a president elected that is an
come out as an atheist. I didn't come out as an atheist with my family for years, because I just didn't want the arguments and the condescending, patronising, conversations about how the Earth. Of course, the Earth is. I mean, I tried to explain to my brother-in-law one time about Mesopotamia and about all the other civilizations and how does he justify them, and those kind of ridiculous discussions that you get into with these people, and their blanket denial of history, of archaeology, of other religions, and of course then there's the old everyone knows that God exists, which drives me insane. I mean, if there's anything more patronising that you can say to somebody, is that they are presupping you and saying God exists, you know he does, you're just in denial.
And also, morality is written on your heart, which is another example of God, second Romans somewhere, I think.
How badly they behaved for hundreds of years.
And I'll tell you what. The one thing that really, really is, for me, the worst argument that they can come up with is, well, without God, where do you get your morality from?
That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah. It's just, it's just frustrating because long before I came onto the internet, I used to think it's the 21st century. And I'm not, if somebody wants to believe in something like whatever, ghosts, the tarot, fine, fair enough, you go and do that. The problem is that they don't tend to force it on you and tell you that you are denying that tarot cards work or that ghosts exist. The problem with religious people is they want you to believe what they believe, and if you don't, they get angry, and so then of course the reaction from us is this, in reaction to that behaviour, is go fuck yourselves. Well, I know it's not quite, most people are not quite as blunt as that, but that's how I feel.
Annabelle, can I take your opinion on this issue? I think that they are so strident in their attempts to get you to believe is not because they, as they claim, they want to save my soul. They want to prevent me from going to hell, because many of them boast about the fact that I'm going to hell already. I think what they are trying to do is to reassure themselves as opposed to try and convince anyone else.
Oh, we're definitely a massive threat. I mean, my sister-in-law, who is a really fundamentalist Southern Baptist, she's told my nephews and nieces, who are more close to my age because my brother was the oldest, that I should be kept away from the children because I'm a bad influence because I don't believe in God. But then this is a woman who banned Harry Potter and who got a video and played the video to the children to explain why Lord of the Rings was evil and satanic, and I mean the woman is batshit. So, but again,
she sounds like the person that would send their children to Jesus camp.
Oh God, of course they went to Jesus camp or Bible camp or whatever they call it in the summer. They all went there. Of course they did. Goes without saying.
You see, I just see, well, particularly the, I can't remember her name, the famous, rather large lady who ran the Jesus camp that was made a documentary. I can't remember her name, but some of the behaviour that I saw her exhibiting towards the children, I just think was child abuse. I mean, it was sick. I wish I could remember her name. Betty somebody. I can't remember. But do you remember the documentary I'm referring to?
No.
Have a look at it. It'll be on YouTube. It's called Jesus Camp.
Listen, I lived with these guys for 2 years. I know exactly what goes on. And you know what the funniest thing is that even though they're all, on the face of it, incredibly pious and righteous and religious, they're all banging each other behind each other's backs.
Fisher. It was somebody Fisher was her name.
Becky Fletcher or something like that. Fletcher?
Fisher, I think.
Was that Fisher? Yeah, I seen that documentary, Jesus Camp. Yeah, it was pretty disturbing. The indoctrination and like the denial, like the homeschooling and the denial of like climate change, and like basically she came right out and said in it, if she thought necessary, she'd strap a bomb chest onto a child. She's a pretty extreme example. Yeah, she does in that interview, because he gets asked, because she was pointing out that they're in a spiritual war, that the Muslims are ahead of them because they will put bombs on and blow up like targets in the name of their Lord, and we're soft. And then she was asked if it was permissible, would she allow that, and she said, for the cause, yep. But she does represent that. To be fair, that represents a minority, a scary vocal minority. But you know, there's shades of gray and crazy in between that, right?
I think her her organisation was shut down after the documentary. But as you say, there are many other like it, I'm sure. But as I say, what was most touching and disturbing for me was to see these children of such tender ages being terrified into believing.
Oh, that moment when they all surround that portrait of Bush, that cardboard cutout, life-size of George Bush. They all start talking in tongues and collapsing and touching it and stuff. That was freaky. That's like Lord of the Flies kind of shit going on.
It's one of those things, though, that I suspect will be looked back in a few generations. In this country, a lot less generations than perhaps in America. But it would be looked back on, and people will think, what on earth were we doing? Why were we believing this nonsense? Why were we listening to these obvious con merchants and snake oil salesmen?
Don't most of the UK already do that?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. In the UK, it's already, we're already pretty much here, but not entirely. I mean, you still have Peter Popoff being broadcast into this country, and people him making a handsome income from here. You still have all sorts of psychics, and I know it's not quite equivalent to religion, but it's not very progressive thinking. You get people who are exploiting people through homeopathic remedies and all sorts of nonsense like that. So there's still a lot of woo-woo in this country. Can
I just interrupt you, DPR? Because has anyone got mods in the room?
I think I might have.
Can you broadcast and
I was just stepped away from the keyboard for a sec.
Can I broadcast?
Broadcast.
How are you doing it?
If you tell me how to do it, but I think it's already been done, hasn't it? Tell me what to do.
Yeah, it has. No, it's already been done.
Okay. There you go.
How are you doing?
All good.
How are you doing, DPR?
Yeah, all good. All good, thank you. How are you?
Great.
Were you listening? You were obviously listening in before you got. Sorry.
Yeah, aren't these religious people just nuts?
No,
aren't they?
No. I think that's a terrible thing to say. And also, if you're going to try and use that argument against them, you're not going to succeed. Because if you hold a view and someone says to you, "Well, that view's nuts," you're just going to get your shell's going to go up, your barriers are going to go up, and you're going to say, "Well, what's
the view that they hold?" I mean, some of the things that they do, like speaking out about just speaking out about pop culture, like they'll say Harry Potter is demonic or Lord of the Rings is demonic, or
well, we can think it and we can. But mentioning it certainly isn't productive. I learned that pretty quick.
I think the way to do it, and I'm no expert on this, it's not. Or the general expression I recall is, you're not going to get a man to take his raincoat off by throwing rain at him. You're not going to get him to let his shield down by throwing insults at him. If you have the patience and tolerance to do so, which often I don't, obviously the best way is to seek to get him or her to question what they believe and why they believe in it, what the evidence is to support their beliefs, why you don't share that evidence and whatever, and try and have a rational argument. These people, the majority of the people who are deeply religious, I have no doubt, are deeply religious because their parents were deeply religious and they were brought into a family and a society where being deeply religious was considered, you know, the norm, and anyone, as we were mentioning a few moments ago, that sort of like tried to step out of that sort of like society could face all sorts of levels of rejection from losing their family, losing friends, losing their employment, losing even their apartment. I've heard of stories like that. So, you know, I can recognize just how influential a deeply religious and indoctrinative upbringing is, and how difficult it is for people to break away from that. I mean, I talk to lots of people in America who have gone through this, and they've spoken about the lengthy and difficult process it is to break away from it. And
we just look at
just
pressure.
for us to say you're batshit crazy for believing in things that people in 100 years will never believe, and in 200 years later, prior to this, they believed in all sorts of other crazy batshit stuff. That ain't going to help, I don't think.
Right. Can I just say something? I think the problem with America, and it is a bit of a weird. I think the word's and I can never say it, anomaly.
Anomaly.
Anyway, you know what.
Yeah.
Anomaly. That's it. In that the rest of the Western world pretty much has started to lose its religion quite rapidly, but America is doing it at a much slower rate. And actually, you'll find an awful lot of young people still very religious and very, you know, quite dogmatic in their views. And I think that is that is the problem, is that they are forced by that generation to go to church, and more or less told, if you don't believe in God, you'll go to hell. And I think in the West, in the rest of Europe, what's happened is our generation, mine and DPR's generation, we weren't forced to go to church. Our parents were started to lose their religion. We began to lose our religion, and the next generation just doesn't have any interest, for the most part, in religion at all.
I'm of the opinion that, well, growing up, I was never forced to go to church, so in fact, we didn't go to church at all growing up, so I can't really relate to that whole culture. But I think that's only in certain parts of the country, certain subsets of people. Some parts of the United States are more religious than others. Where I live, I probably would say it's not very religious at all. California's not very religious at all, man. If you go to,
do you think there's a socio-economic factor involved here? That perhaps when people are in dire straits or they're facing economic hardship, that religion tends to come to the fore?
Yeah, the poor and more uneducated an American is, the more likely they are to be religious. I have a lot of relatives.
But that's actually very true. That's across the globe, though, not just in America, where poverty and strife and war is more people are, because they've got nothing else. They need something to hang on to. And to be honest with you, I don't blame them. The only time that they've got any kind of peace or any kind of some sort of form of feeling as though this is all going to come to an end at some point and somebody's going to save them is by walking into a church on a Sunday, because the rest of their week is an absolute nightmare. It's no wonder religion thrives.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, I have a lot of relatives in the South, and a lot of them are very, I mean, economically, they're kind of a little bit lower on the socioeconomic scale, and they're a little bit poor, but they are very, very religious. I noticed that. And, you know, if you look on their Facebook posts, especially the older generation, every third or fourth word is God this or God that, or you know, the devil this or the devil that, you know, and it's this whole religious culture down there. But it's much.
I mean, obviously, if you're somebody that lives in a really difficult situation, and you're told that if you pray to this great man in the sky that things will change, you're gonna sit and get on your knees, aren't you?
Yeah. And every time I talk to you, Annabelle, I want, for some reason, I want to start using a British accent myself. I just want to be like, oh, hello, darling, Annabelle. How you doing today, my dear?
That's not a British accent.
Yeah, that's the worst British accent
Of
ever.
course
And
it
I
is.
have to say, neither is Annabelle's. Annabelle's has still got a twang of London about it.
Well,
Yeah, I
why
can talk
not?
like that. I've already done it.
Why
I've
would you
already done the London accent. Thanks very much. I can talk like London if I want to. Considering that I was brought up there, yeah, I think.
Well, I don't know why you would say something.
Hang on a sec, DPR. Just because I'm from London doesn't mean I don't have a British accent.
I don't know why you would say that to me. That my
No,
accent.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
sir?
that. Annabelle, let me explain. Somebody before, the person who was offering you £75 an hour to get a different accent. I could tell where you came from. Just.
Yeah, I was putting on. I was.
Very, very
I
mild.
could drop.
Now, could
when
you, just as a matter of interest, could you tell me which part of the country I came from, based on my accent?
No, not at all. Because you're very well spoken and you've obviously been very well educated.
Well, that's very kind of you. I'm not sure that either of them are true, but anyway, there we go.
Oh, let me play.
Okay,
Let me play.
I will ask you.
You guys tell me real quick if I'm in the right region. I'll give you an accent, and you tell me if I'm even close. Okay, you guys ready? Freshen your drink, governor.
Yeah. Australian.
No,
That's all I got.
go on. No, so what? So that's a
Enjoy the lovely ladies of. Well, if I say it, then I give it away. I'm trying to do a Sussex kind of area, like enjoy the lovely ladies of Sussex. Freshen your drink, governor. No.
No, governor is a Cockney London term.
Yeah, very, very much London, governor.
All right.
Yeah. All right, governor. All right, gov.
East End London.
Yeah. Well, I would say the whole of London, really.
More.
My
yeah,
mother
okay.
was born in Bermondsey. My mum was born in Bermondsey, which actually makes her a Cockney because you can still hear Bow Bells from Bermondsey.
Okay, and you're going to have to remind me, even though I lived in about 7 or 8 different areas of London, Bermondsey was not one of them, and I'm just now trying to.
On the opposite side of the river to Whitechapel and Commercial Road and Mile End Road. It's on the opposite. It's right on the river.
Right.
It's on
the
South
south.
London.
South
London, yeah.
South London. Yeah.
South London.
Yeah. I my only time in South London was Balham and Clapham.
Oh God, of course it was. Or Balam and Clark.
Don't say that. I lived in.
No, DPR, darling, don't. DPR, it's Balam and Clam, actually.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Come on.
It is, darling.
Look, I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue from about.
Listen, it used to be Balam used to be rough as hell, but it is now full of all of the city and media types, who and most houses in Balam or Balham and Clapham cost about £1 million. So don't you be telling me that it's not posh.
I don't live in London. My brother lives in Balham.
No. Yes, and I suspect your brother is reasonably wealthy, correct?
I don't think so.
He has to be to live there.
I think he just bought in at the right time. Balham only recently has sort of like been elevated to the status of like Clam.
Okay. Okay, that's very true. But my favourite place down there is actually Tooting Broadway. There's a fantastic curry place down there. Oh my God, I've forgotten what it's called, and I go there every time. And it's like this plastic tables and chairs, but it does the best curry I've ever eaten.
Any particular style of curry? Is it from a particular region?
They're Pakistanis.
I mean, if I could just here, I want to give my opinion on Great Britain. I think you guys are.
Please incorporate it. Please share it with us.
Think you guys are. I think you guys are a great country. You're a great people, but I think that your best days are behind you. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
well, I wouldn't argue with that.
Say, my dear, but I believe our best days are behind us.
However,
Really
incorporated, that considering we're a tiny little island of only 66 million people, we are the fifth or sixth, depending on which poll you look at, the fifth or sixth largest economy in the world, which isn't bad for a tiny little island, is it?
Yeah, and can I just ask incorporated, where are you from?
Actually, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just
no.
like,
Where are you from?
Where I'm from? Well, you do know that question has major connotations from where I live, right? If you ask a young black man in Los Angeles County where he's from, that has a lot of connotations to it.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You understand that, right?
Are you from Compton?
No, when you ask,
So you're from Scotland, then, are you?
No, I'm not from Scotland, mate. Well, what I'm trying to say is I mean, it can be like it's a query about what gang territory you're from.
No, he simply asked you a simple question. Where are you from? What she meant was, are you from America? Are you from Austria? Are you from Azerbaijan? Where are you from?
I'm from London. You know I'm from London, my dear. You know that.
Straight out of low cash.
I'm just
You wouldn't last 5 minutes on the streets of London.
I'm from California. Southern.
Like I said, you wouldn't last 5 minutes on the streets of London.
Maybe so, but you know, I live in the richer areas. You know, I'm a very well-to-do young man. I come from a good family. You know,
If I took you, if you came over here and I took you to Hackney or to Clapton or any of these places that are a bit, you know, what you would consider to be a bit sort of, I don't know, ghetto, and I hate using that term, but we do have them. You wouldn't last 5 minutes. You'd shit yourself and run back to the palace.
Why on earth would you want to do that?
Annabelle, can I just...
You'd have to work on his Jamaican accent real quick. Sorry, go ahead.
Why would you want to take me there? That's awful.
Can I just make the point, Annabelle, that I spent some years in London. I lived in Hackney. I lived in Dalston. I lived in Forest Gate.
Don't you, DPR?
What was that?
Pretty much the same places. Well, I lived most of my life in Finsbury Park.
Right. Okay.
So
well, as I said, when I was in London, let me just say this, because I was a
wealthy area, isn't it?
My first place in London I stayed was Portobello Road. Then I went to Forest Gate. Then I went
hang on a sec. That's not quite the ghetto, is it? Let's be honest.
No, I'm not saying it is. But I was an impoverished student doing my bar exams. I had no money. I had no grant. I was living on friends' floors. This is why I travelled around so much. So I had a friend on Portobello Road. I lived in a back room, which was a kind of loosely built extension to the back of the house that a few years after I left collapsed. I then think I went to Forest Gate. I also did only 2 weeks in Balam, couple of months in Balam. Where else was I? There's a couple of other places I was as well. And
Dalston, Forest Gate.
Hackney was
Hackney.
I was in for most of the time. I worked in a pub in Hackney, and we had people come in that pub that frightened the living daylights out of me.
Clapton, if you remember DPR, Clapton was known as the Murder Mile for quite some time.
Yeah, I didn't say Clapton though. I said Clapton
is right next to Hackney.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the things, if I could just add in, one of the things that I kind of associate British people with is Africa. Like, I guess because you guys had so many colonies there. Like, whenever I see like a movie that takes place in Africa, and like you see like an African or any character that has like a British accent or something, it just seems like so natural that someone with a British accent would be in Africa for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, it's
Well, we
actually a
do have a
South
lot.
African accent, but
We do have a lot of Africans living in London. There's lots of African, different from Ghanaians to Nigerians to Somalians. There's all
And
sorts
like
of.
whenever I see like lions, for some reason I always kind of like am reminded of like the British, because I know the British kind of they were.
yeah, I know why. It's because you see some guy that looks like Colonel fucking Mustard with a safari hat and a big twizzly mustache standing with his foot on top of it.
That's why, like,
Good shot,
whenever
General.
That famous
like,
film.
like whenever I see a lion, I think I'm gonna see a British Jeep come with a guy with a safari hat, and he's gonna say,
Well, most of the people that run the safari companies are in fact probably British, yes, or they're not. They're either British or South African.
yeah.
And it's a Land Rover. That's the name of the British.
Yeah, Land Rover. I want to ask you something. I mean, you're from Cameroon, right?
Yep.
Do they still? Because I know the lions have been really depleted in over there. Does Cameroon still have a lion population? Or are they all gone? Or
I don't know that we ever had much of a lion population, except for maybe in the jungle. And by that I mean like more the rainforest area out into the plains. So not so much. You have to go further south, I think, to get lots of lions. But I think you're going to find more of panthers and, just other things more so than lions.
okay. Yeah, lions are actually, or they're not my favorite big cat. A lot of people like lions. I never.
Oh God, this is so boring.
I never got into lions.
Yeah. How did we get here?
How did we get onto fucking lions? You're crying
It's
out
called
loud.
incorporated effect. Haven't you ever heard?
I
of it?
know.
Yeah,
That's why I just said. I'm putting a stop to it now. Let's go back to talking about London and
Yeah.
how dangerous it is.
Yeah, that's the incorporated effect. It's like backstroking in the sea of sexual retardation.
Here's what can happen, though. Here's what could end up happening. Maybe me and Annabelle can go on vacation in South Africa.
Maybe we can't.
And then we can go on safari. We can go look at some lions.
Maybe we can't go on vacation or safari.
I did want to say on a serious note, though, and Annabelle had mentioned up when she talked about like a curry place and stuff like that. One of the great things about places like the UK, and especially UK, is its diversity, and it's like a melting pot for multiculturalism. And I think that's great because at least now you guys get some decent food.
Well, I don't know about melting pot. It might be the wrong choice of words.
Hang on a sec. You're absolutely correct. And that's exactly what we do call it, a melting pot. And you're absolutely correct about the food. Our food was absolutely lousy up until about the late 80s. Although every street corner had a curry house and a Chinese restaurant or a Chinese takeaway, we didn't have any cuisine that we could really, write home about. It was really terrible. Our restaurants were awful. The food was terrible. The quality of the food, the quality of the service. But over the last 20 years, it's completely turned around, and we're now one of the best destinations for food in the world.
I wouldn't go that far.
What do you know? You've only ever been to Essex.
No, it's not true. I've traveled all around Europe.
We have some of the best restaurants in the UK, in the world. London has some of the most amazing restaurants, and pretty much every town now will have at least one or two good restaurants. It's nothing like it is in the States, but it's 20 times better. But as far as good cuisine, and I'm talking about, excellent cuisine, Michelin star, or just, reputable, good restaurants, there are thousands of them in London now.
Now I'll give you that. I was eating Michelin when I went there. Like, that's not that's not what the average.
When was that then?
The last time I was there, was 2012.
Oh my God, we've had brilliant restaurants for years before then.
Well,
I don't know where your boyfriend was taking you, but I mean, as you know, for my job, big part of my job was to entertain clients, and I certainly never had to go to the same place twice. Put it that way.
I'll tell you this much. There's a reason he's my ex.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. I get it. But the point being is that the city itself is jam packed full of fantastic restaurants. You know, and Nobu set up their restaurant in London, well, about 20 years ago now, and then ever since then they've continuously sprung up. It's just a fantastic choice. Now, Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, all great places to eat. However, once you start going out into the sticks, as we call it, then you've got less choice. You've got to be more picky and start doing a bit more research. And as for normal food, you know, like just a snack or a sandwich, yeah, it's hit and miss, definitely.
But that's what I was trying to get was normal food. You know, I couldn't afford to eat Michelin for dinner every night.
No, I'm talking about just, you know, every town has got a good restaurant. Now, I mean, it just wasn't like that back in the 80s. I mean, I'm DPR. I don't know if you ate out a lot back in the 80s or the 90s, but I was fortunate enough to do so, and there just wasn't anywhere. There was about 3 restaurants in London. One was the Savoy. The other one was the Ivy, which is was the only place that celebrities ate because it was the only decent restaurant, and it was ridiculously expensive. A shepherd's pie for like 30 quid.
Wow.
And the other one was a restaurant owned by Michael Caine, and I've completely forgotten what it was called now. It was on Stafford Street in Piccadilly. Oh God. Anyway, there were no decent restaurants to take clients, so you had to book a client lunch weeks in advance. It was a nightmare, and food was dismal. But I was brought up by somebody who had travelled quite a lot and who was quite, she'd like to experiment. So I've always been the same. I like to try all different foods. I've eaten sheep's testicles, insects, you name it. I've tried it.
All right, you win.
Well, I first went to London in.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just very quickly, just to address that. I first went to London in 19. Oh, sorry, did you want to go first?
Shit. Somebody say something.
I want you to go.
Okay, thank you. I first went to London 1989 to do my law course. And this was the time when I was penniless and moving around all over London. So the option of eating at restaurants was a non-starter for me. And that I was in London for 4 years. And although qualified as a barrister, was on very low income in my first couple of years, and then moved out of London after about 4 years, and never went to one decent restaurant, except for one exception, which I won't bore you with. So I can't really talk about what was going on in London, but I do think things have improved.
Well, there's two things that happened. One was obviously we had this huge influx of immigrants from all over the world, not just from Pakistan and Africa and places like that. However, they did bring their own influences, and there's loads of places in London. Long before London became the centre of the cuisine and everything, there's Finsbury Park. Dalston was another place you could get amazing African food.
I lived in Dalston.
Yeah, like curried goat, and then in Mile End Road there was Bethnal Green Road was all the Vietnamese restaurants. If you knew where to go, yes, you could find decent food. But if you were a tourist, no, it was a terrible place to eat.
Did you ever go down Brick Lane for a good curry?
I lived in Brick Lane for 10 years.
Yeah? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I would eat in the UK was curry, by the way. I ate curry like it was the best Indian food I've ever had. Ever.
I have to say, Brick Lane Indians are a rip-off because they're a tourist trap now. But back in the day, before it was a tourist trap, they were fantastic. Yeah. But it's ironic because, of course, Brick Lane is a Bangladeshi Sylheti community and very Muslim. And I lived amongst Muslims for 10 years, and I never experienced anything that would be even considered negative. We got on brilliantly, and it was I loved living there. It was a fantastic atmosphere. So yeah, I do kind of get my back up a bit when I've got people that don't even live in the UK telling me how my country's been taken over by, jihadists and crazy Muslims that are going to behead me.
Okay,
So
well, speaking of, hold on,
what years were you
it's my
living
turn
in Brick
now.
Lane?
Hold on, it's my
I
turn.
lived in Brick Lane. I lived in Brick Lane from 1999
Uh-huh.
to 2000. Well, I had a flat in Brick Lane till 2009 when I sold it.
Yeah, you sold it at the right time.
Well, actually, I sold it. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I lived in Brick Lane from well, I was in New York, but then we came back from New York and we bought the place in Brick Lane, and that was 1999. Yeah, it was 99. So it was 9 years I was there because I sold it in 2008. 9 years, not 10 years.
Interesting. But speaking of Britain and British people and curry and Indians and all that type of stuff, I heard a story just recently about this gentleman who was from Britain in 1986. He actually visited Africa, and while he was hiking with his buddies out in the bush, he comes across this adolescent male elephant. And he notices that the elephant has some sort of energy or some sort of injury, and then the elephant's he's struggling to walk, and he notices the elephant's bleeding. So when he gets close to the elephant, he notices that there's a piece of wood sticking from the bottom of his right foot, and so he gently approaches the elephant, takes a pocket knife, and cuts this piece of wood out of the elephant's foot. And when he did that, the elephant was very grateful, caressed him with his trunk. And, then he lifted his trunk and he makes that sound, the elephants make. And then he just happily walked off into the forest. Now, 20 years later, this same British gentleman, he now has his own son, and he visits the zoo in London with his son, and he comes across the elephant exhibit, and he notices a very large bull elephant in one of the enclosures, and this elephant just looks at him and is staring at him. Then as he gets close to the elephant lifts up his right foot, and in much the same way of what occurred 20 years previously. So he immediately assumes that this elephant is the one that he helped 20 years ago, and that this elephant has remembered him. So he climbs the fence and gets into the enclosure with the elephant so he can get closer. And when he does this, the elephant gently wraps his trunk around him, affectionately. And he laughs, and his son laughs, and but he notices that the grip gets tighter and tighter and tighter until finally the elephant picks him up and slams him against the wall of the enclosure and kills him. So, what do you think is the moral of that story?
You're a dumbass.
I think it's a cool story. But it needs more dragons.
I think African elephants are incredibly dangerous, and most people confuse them with Indian elephants.
But hold on.
That makes your story hard to believe.
Do you think that elephant was the same one he saw 20 years before?
I don't think I care.
I think it's a nice story, but I don't believe it.
I think
I
elephants
read this.
are
I
very
read this a week
dangerous.
ago. Sorry, I read this scenario a week ago on Facebook.
We're having, and if I had mods, I'd move you after that story.
This is actually from a Facebook meme that's been being passed around for God knows how long. I read it like a week ago. It's a joke from Facebook, like literally the story he just told.
He drives me crazy.
Well, you can't get near African elephants. They're very aggressive and very, very dangerous.
Are they as aggressive as I am, Ludic? Do you think they need their blood pressure testing?
You're not quite an African elephant, no.
You do realise that you completely lost it this morning, don't you?
Oh, that happens with Ludic.
Oh, I love that. I love freaking out.
Oh, hang on a sec, though. Hang on a sec. I mean, he's just been lecturing me about how I need my blood pressure tested.
Nobody
And I
was
have no idea
lecturing
where
him.
it came from.
How do you,
I was having a perfectly civil conversation with
How do
DPR,
you
and suddenly in the live chat,
why do you characterize it as such? I don't understand.
characterise it as what?
Well, what you said just a moment ago.
What? That
Lecture.
I was getting lectured? Yeah, because that's how it felt.
Well, that's not rational and clearly not the case.
Well, well, it's my
should look at
opinion,
the review.
Ludic.
Well,
So no, I see it as
doesn't
patronising and condescending, actually, especially coming from you.
really asking someone if they test their blood pressure. And it
No,
doesn't
you
matter
didn't
who it
just say
comes
that,
from.
Ludic. Ludic, you didn't just say that. You said you've got anger issues. You should test your blood pressure.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
Anyway, you insinuated
anger
that
issue?
I
That's a
needed to test my
bold-faced
blood
lie.
pressure because I was
If you
getting
think
angry, and I
that
wasn't getting
necessary,
angry.
that's
I was
fine.
having a civil conversation with DPR, and so I don't know where that came from at all.
It had nothing. That wasn't the context at all.
So out of
I
the
just
blue, you
suggested
say
it.
to me, you need to have your blood pressure taken, and you wonder why I think that's a lecture.
Say that either. I said, have you
So
had
what
your
did you
blood
say
pressure
then?
checked?
To enlighten me,
I
what
said,
did you say?
I said, I mentioned just blood pressure and have you had your blood pressure checked? And I suggested
And what else
when
did
you
you
get
mention?
wound up.
Why did you ask
Well,
the
no,
question?
hang on a sec, DPR. I think I can deal with it, thanks. What you clearly said to me, and anybody can scroll up, that I have my anger is giving me bad blood pressure.
You're just putting all kinds of words into mouth and reading stuff between the
Right,
lines.
let's
But
scroll
that's
up
fine.
and read out.
If you wish to do
I'll
that,
scroll
that's
up.
fine.
I'll tell you what. I'll scroll up and read out what you said, shall I? And
Go
then
for
people
it.
can make their own minds up. I'm trying to, but my computer's not allowing me to because it's not working properly. Here we go. Come on, come on. Do carry on talking while I'm doing this because it's going to take me a while. Oh, okay. I've just got it. Come on.
Hold on, let me go get some popcorn. I'll be right back.
Anyway, it's past the end of the buffer, so I don't think it's there when I loaded it up.
No, I'm reading it now. Annabelle, have you ever tested your blood pressure?
That's right. That's what I asked.
Hang on a sec. I haven't finished, Ludic. Annabelle, have you ever tested your blood pressure? Getting wound up like that often is hard on your heart.
Yeah.
Exactly what was I getting wound up?
Now I
what
suggest
was I
you
getting wound up
rewind
about?
here. We are always getting wound up. You get like you are now. So.
Well, look, yeah, because of people like you who come in here and stir the shit purposely.
No, I actually agree with Ludic. I think you need to.
I couldn't give a fuck what you think.
I think
I'm talking to
blood
Ludic.
pressure checked out.
I was having a perfectly civil conversation, and you two have come in here and fucked it up by being, patronising and condescending.
I think. When's the last time you went to the doctor, Annabelle?
It's patronizing to ask a person if they test their blood pressure and to show concern.
It wouldn't be if you were a calm.
Because they get.
It wouldn't be if you were calm.
Me.
Where
does this logic follow that has anything to do with me?
Well, I can answer you if you'll let me.
Even if I have
I
high
can
blood
answer
pressure,
you if you'll let me.
or maybe if I do
answer
get
if you'll
wound
let
up,
me. No,
perhaps.
you don't want me to answer you. Is that right? You don't want me to answer you. I clearly was about to say it wouldn't be a problem if you weren't such a Fruit Loop most of the time, screaming and yelling at people and losing, and clearly, obviously losing it. I mean, only this morning you were screaming at people because you seem to think you knew more about what went on in the London police force because somebody you know is a professor.
Well, clearly I do.
I mean, it was ludicrous. You don't know what you're talking about, and no, police don't carry guns in the back of their cars.
You don't know what you're talking about, and you need to shut up.
I don't think that's a particularly civil or constructive way of advancing the argument. But if that was the topic of conversation, then I'd be very surprised if Annabelle had said that police don't carry guns in the back of the cars. Certain police groups do.
DPR, that's exactly what I'm saying. DPR, that's
Exactly.
exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said as well.
No, I'm saying they don't carry guns in the back of their cars.
Yeah,
they
I want
don't.
to say, Annabelle, I think Britain has way too much of a welfare state. I just think your guys' welfare state.
We're not talking about welfare state, so stop being a dick.
And I think
we were talking about whether your average policeman carries a gun in the back of his car. He doesn't.
Oh, so now it's become average police officer. Notice how she
You
inserted
did
average
this
this
last
time
time, and
around?
this is why you completely lost
You
it.
are
Because
so
people were
dishonest.
trying to
I'm
point
not
out.
Here's the thing, Annabelle.
Dishonest?
I know what you're saying is not true because years ago.
Can someone mod this prick, please?
Years ago, I don't know if Ludic remembers, but there was a video
I'm not.
game.
I'm talking to Ludic. I'm not talking to you.
but this
I'm talking
relates to
about your average incorporated. Shut the
There
fuck
was a
up.
video game that took place in London where the cops had guns, so I know they have guns.
I'm not saying they don't have guns. Okay. Shut up, incorporated, and keep the fuck out of the argument.
have guns,
Don't know what you're
and
talking
they love
about.
using them.
Incorporated, please. Let's keep the conversation civil. Yeah.
Well, that's going to be hard.
I'm not the one being uncivil.
All right. Well, let me
You're
tell
just
you what.
interrupting and interjecting and making stupid comments about a subject you don't know anything about.
That's what he always does. That's his MO.
I know he always does that. The discussion that was had this morning. The discussion that was had this morning was whether or not the British police force, as a rule, carry guns. No, they don't. There are armed response units that carry guns. Your average policeman
That's
on
right.
the street does not carry a gun. And those armed response units
That's
are
right.
only
And
called out.
who said an average police officer carries a gun? Who said that? And why are you trying to manufacture
Because you
straw? Why are you
said
poking a straw man? And why the red
because
herring
armed
fallacy?
armed response units don't drive around in cars, for starters.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They drive around in vans.
Oh, so now the debate is to what type of particular vehicle that they have the guns locked up in.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't. Let me explain something to you, Ludic, because you seem to be very confused about what's going on here. I live on an island just off the south coast of the UK, where the terrorist threat is minimal. So there are no armed response units and no policemen carry guns. Now, do you get it?
Annabelle, there's one point I would take in dispute with you, if I may. You'll remember the aftermath of the Rigby shooting
Yes,
in
we've
London,
had this conversation, DPR.
right? And the armed response force that turned up in a car, not a van.
Well, perhaps they I don't know, but as you know, and I both know that armed response units carry. There's always about 10 or 15
Interestingly enough,
of them.
I've cited that DPR.
Okay, so one time they used a car, but at DPR, answer me this then, if you're going to be, pedantic about it. Do policemen in the UK generally carry guns? Yes or no?
Generally, no, but.
Thank you.
Well, let me finish. You asked me a question.
I don't need a lecture, DPR. I'm already a British citizen.
So what if you think you've proven by pointing that out? Do you think that, are you trying to suggest that I claimed that regular police officers are carrying guns?
What you were claiming.
Oh, that's not at all what I claimed.
But
that's why everybody was telling you that you were wrong.
Yeah, but there are and have
then
been
you had
for
a
year or
fit.
so.
You lost your temper with everybody. I know, I've just said that, DPR. You're preaching to the converted and you're just repeating what's already been said.
I'm not repeating anything because it hasn't been said yet.
We've already had, this conversation was already had earlier on today.
And until you listen to what I say, I don't know how you can possibly say that I'm repeating anything.
You just did. You just said that we have rapid response units, which we already know we have.
I was going to go on further than that and make a statement. And this has been going on again. I can't remember exactly how long. It always tends to be longer than you think it is. I would say no more than 2 years, but there have been experiments with police forces patrolling the streets, minimal numbers and in minimal cities, who are now carrying firearms, and
yes, we
the
know.
cities include these. No, they're not. They're walking the streets as patrol officers. Yes, they are.
They're not people. Well, I'd like to see the evidence, please.
Yeah. Okay. I'll find it for you.
Okay, and what I wanted to say is that ironically, I did look up the information. And what I found is that In Northern Ireland, all police officers carry
Northern Ireland is a war zone.
And then yeah, because you guys hate the Irish. That's why. Okay.
Sorry, the Irish. Which
So
guys
that's
hate
why
the Irish?
that's why you have all the officers
Clearly
up
don't know
there.
anything about the Northern Ireland.
Now I'm getting wound up.
Don't know anything about the Northern Ireland situation.
Annabelle, why are you guys so evil towards the Irish? I mean, seriously.
Well, because half of the Northern Ireland is British, and they want to stay British. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but you guys need to give the Irish their land back. You have no business being
They
there.
don't want to. They don't want to give it back. You don't have a clue about what's going on over there, do you?
Yeah, you guys invaded Ireland. You oppressed those people for years.
People that live in Northern Ireland want it to stay British. Do you understand that?
Didn't Scotland want to break away from Britain or one of the areas?
Clearly not, because they decided they wanted to stay with you. You really don't know much about what you're talking about, do you?
That shows how much they hate you guys.
Yeah, it shows how stupid you are, because you are making a fool of yourself.
Laugh when Britain like splits into like little pieces and then it becomes.
Why?
Like,
Why would that be funny? What's so funny about that?
It's gonna be hilarious.
They already have.
Good. They need to split more.
Why would they need to split more?
Just because I think it'd be an interesting thing to see. You know, so I'll see how London.
You do realise that the Welsh and the Scottish have their own government. You know that, don't you?
Yes. But they're still under Great Britain, though.
Yeah. So what's the problem with that?
I don't know. I mean, I think at some point in the future they very well may want to go ahead and break off and do their own thing and get rid of the crown.
How close was that vote, by the way, in Scotland?
It was really
watching
close. It
it
was like 51 to 49. I swear.
Wow.
The next time they have a vote, it's probably going to be majority want to leave. But then
I
the
do
British
love it when Americans
That'd be a mistake.
I do love it when Americans and Canadians talk about the country that they've never been to yet seem to know so much about.
I've been there. I've been to Britain.
Yeah.
Oh, appreciate how long for?
I lived there in my past one of my past lives. I was a British person.
Incorporated, you're an idiot.
I lived there. I was from London. No, seriously.
I have a British passport.
No, in a past life, I do believe that I lived.
Have you been to Britain, Ludic?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
My family's from Kent, here with Kent, and Dartford. I have family still there.
So you've been there too? I thought that was the question, is if you've been there or not, but never mind.
All right, I'm about to hit you.
I always find it amusing when people that have no idea how the UK works or.
All right, now check this out. I'm about to hit you guys with a link that's really gonna rock your guys' world. Okay, now
What is it about this time?
This is
Raccoons?
You elephant.
Cats?
This is the
Yeah,
Telegram.
cats,
Okay.
raccoons.
Would Britain face breakup after Brexit? Now, what is Brexit?
Oh my God, are you
You don't even know what you're talking about. It's like
you live
like
over
a
there, so
child
you need to tell me what it is. What is it?
know what
Well, I will tell you what it is, shall I? I'll educate you, shall I? It is the British exit from the EU.
Okay. Yeah. So after you guys.
It's the people who support the British exit from the EU.
Okay, so when you guys exit the EU, you guys might face breakup because you guys have a lot of political strife over there. You guys have issues. Like, let me read some.
Political strife? What are you talking about?
Can someone just eject him, please?
Yeah,
you see the strive for the
Canadian
How are things over there in the Nation of Islam? There, Incorporated.
Hey, Gus, how are you, fat ass Canadian?
Yeah, I'm fat, but you're stupid, and I can lose weight. So guess which of us is fucked for sure? You ain't getting
take a shower this morning, Gus?
Oh, I know all the easy insults. Hey, why don't you use an imaginative one? Like, here, I'll give you one, okay? I'll give you one to use. You say, Gus is so fat, when he leans on a memory foam pillow, that shit gets amnesia, okay? You go ahead and you use that one. That one's actually funny.
Fucking fat.
Unlike your usual stable of fucking unfunny jokes, that one will actually get you a laugh or two.
Gus is so fat.
Speaking of funny jokes, how is your reflection in the mirror doing these days anyways?
Gus is so fat that the Canadian government made a whole national park just for him.
Which national park is that incorporated?
The one with your fat ass in it.
Yeah, what's it called? I mean, unlike where you come from, you actually have to know your name around here, or at least be able to write it with the big crayons.
And I wanna talk to. Hold on, let me get done with Annabelle, then I'll.
Let you get done with Annabelle? No, sweetheart, you're talking to me now.
Now
it's you and me.
Are you drunk, Incorporated?
Hold on.
No, he's just an idiot.
Let me finish talking to her. She said.
Not if you count fetal alcohol.
You clearly are slurring your words, so something's not right.
That link that I posted.
Did your mommy douche with red wine, or what? How did that go?
All right, now look at this. This is support for Scottish independence.
Support for Scottish independence. Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, sadly they lost.
You guys are gonna break up, and you're gonna be a bunch of little tiny pieces.
Those are awfully big words for a microcephalic.
Incorporated boy. There was a referendum last year, and they decided to stay.
You call him boy.
Right.
You calling me a boy?
You dipshit.
Yeah, I am calling you a boy.
That's your name, you dipshit. If you don't want people calling you boy,
exactly.
Put incorporated boy in your title. Damn.
I wish I weren't so stupid. Away, away.
But I mean,
I love it. I've got all my fans. I've got all my fans in the live chat. All bitching about it. None of them. Shut up! Somebody mute him for crying out loud. Who's got the mods in here? Give her. Mod. Somebody for crying out loud.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
Oh, shut up.
Hi, Brett.
Thank you.
Good to see you all again. And
can you please give mods, because at least she'll deal with them.
Yeah, you can't just mute people because you don't like them.
Oh, yes, I can. Watch me here.
I can mute you because you're talking utter nonsense and just destroying the whole conversation. That's how I can ask to be.
Oh, you see.
The country's been. Well, let me ask you something, Annabelle. What are you gonna do when Britain breaks up? What are you gonna do? Because you seem to be obsessed with the idea of it. You clearly don't want that.
The only person obsessed with Britain breaking up around here is you. I haven't even brought it up. You did.
No, I bring it up, but then you keep on.
About Britain.
I respond to your bullshit. I respond to your stupid comments and your childish behaviour. Is that what you mean?
America's gonna break up. I mean, Britain's gonna break up.
Okay. So you're a psychic now. Well done.
It's gonna be like. Britain's gonna.
Britain's gonna break up.
Britain is gonna be the way it was before.
Before what? Like in the Middle Ages. Oh man.
When it was all different counties and stuff.
It still is all different counties, dummy.
But not one unified country.
Help me, Jesus.
What's up, Gus?
Hey, guys, can you just
tell me something. Tell me something, Incorporated. No, I got him. I got him. No, I got him.
No, I don't want to talk to him. Gus, it's not about him.
Well,
Well, hang on a sec. I just want to invite Chrissy into the hang because he's sitting there like the cowardly little Waldo that he is.
No, he's not
yapping away and bitching about me. So come in the hang, you insipid little man. Come in here and start saying those things to me. Right, you can carry on now, Gus.
Yeah, let me
Keep shutting up. I like it when you're quiet. You're much easier to take when you're quiet, Incorporated. Shh. Reflect.
Impossible.
Impossible.
I just love. I tell you what. The thing that makes me laugh the most is that I don't have any issues with the strong, intelligent, interesting guys around here. the guys that I have issues with are the dumbest or the most disturbed or the most deranged or the misfits. They're the ones that have a real issue with me. And that's what's interesting.
I'm glad I'm not in that category.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you ain't
you
out
are.
of by much.
You're
Number one, I'm not dumb, and I'm not. What was that other thing you said?
Yeah, you're not dumb. You're dumber than shit.
I'm not dumb. I'm not. I'm pretty smart. Actually, I'm smarter than most people in
No,
here.
you're not. You just
Definitely
think.
smarter than Gus.
Oh my goodness.
You keep
Oh my
believing in it,
goodness.
sweetheart. Keep
You
reaching for
have
that
no
rainbow.
idea.
I wanted to have a
I don't know
discussion.
how many times. I don't know how many times your mummy's told you you're clever, but she was lying.
Yeah.
No, I
Let
don't.
me ask some of this. Are you a big believer in labor unions?
Obviously.
So you believe in labor unions, huh?
Asked and answered, dumbbell. Next question.
I want
Okay,
Chrissy in
I
here
just
because
wanna
I want him to come in. I want him to come in here and give me all the shit that he's giving me in the live chat.
Yeah. I just want to tell Gus that I think that labor unions actually have hurt workers, historically more so than helped
This
workers.
is how I know that you're retarded.
And I have evidence to prove it.
No, you don't, but let's see what you do have with your construction paper and your crayons. Come on. Come on, sweetheart. Let's see it.
Oh look,
Okay.
Chrissy's not. He
I'll
doesn't
let
want to
you-
come in the hangout. Oh, he's scared.
Oh. And Brad Keen's gone too. Poor Superstar. We don't get to hear his
Oh, I didn't
wonderful
even. I'm not even. I'm talking
dulcet
to
tones.
someone.
Breaks my
Who's
heart.
echoing? Who's
Well, that was
echoing?
good.
All right, Gus. I'm gonna go ahead and put the link. This is just the first link. I got more links.
Oh,
All right, here's the
Oh,
first
I
link.
can't wait. All right, shut up while I
This
look
is
at it.
bankableinsight.com.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
10
really.
ways. 10 ways.
Bankable insight. The government is screwing up the economy. Here's
hold
how to
on.
survive and
10
succeed
ways
in spite of
unions
that.
hurt the economy. Number one, they limit jobs. Labor unions act like cartels.
Oh, look who it is. It's Waldo. Hello, Waldo. How are you today? Waldo is Chrissy, Christian Hammer, you know, the little bully in the live chat.
Labor unions do, Gus, is they restrict the number of workers in any given field.
Would you shut up a minute and let me read the fucking thing?
Please. Who's got... Who on...
Let me read the damn thing.
So, Waldo, what have you got to say for yourself?
I don't have shit to say. You're the one that invited me in. What do you want?
Yeah, because you had plenty to say in the live chat.
So you want me to repeat what I said in the live chat? Is that what you'd like me to do?
Please do. Let's hear all the anger and how upset and angry you are with me. Come on, get it all out.
Let me pull up my live chat and I'll read out the comments I've typed in.
No. I mean, do you have to read them out? Can you not remember what you said?
I mean, why are you wanting me to repeat what I've already said? I'll just repeat exactly what I said.
I don't know why you don't do it. You always do it in the live chat. You never do it in the hangout.
Because it doesn't belong in the hangout, you dumb bitch. Okay, it doesn't belong here.
Oh, okay. So why doesn't it belong in the hangout, but it belongs in the live chat? Do tell.
Because the hangouts are for a conversation. It's not about personal drama. I know. This is the never-ending conversation about how Nadia wants to have real conversations, but people like you want to cause drama because you know that Nadia likes the drama because then that brings in viewers.
Can I remind you that you were the one in the live chat being a cunt, not me. I didn't even speak to you.
in the side chat. When I was in the
So
side
who's
chat.
causing the drama? So who's causing the drama?
I'm commenting on the conversation you're currently in that I'm currently watching. Do you understand what the side chat is for?
Why do you have to be a cunt anywhere? I fail to understand that.
Well, cunt is subjective. You think I'm a cunt. I think she's a cunt. Where does this get? This stupid drama is so fucking... This is all she has. She doesn't have content.
You being an asshole in the live chat.
Okay, I'm an asshole. Who cares? You think I'm an asshole. I don't think I'm an asshole.
Obviously the people you're an asshole to.
Well, people think you're an asshole. I think you're an asshole. Do you give a shit?
Why are you so upset about what anybody else says? Why do you get
upset. Why? You're the one that invited me here because you couldn't handle just reading.
No, I invited you in here to carry on your abusive crap that you were doing in the live chat.
Abusive? Oh, you're such a sensitive little child. Abusive. You're the most awful person on here.
Yeah.
What is wrong with cunt? You're British. Wait, that's like. What's wrong with the word cunt? Explain to me.
So you British? So you're British.
Explain to me what's wrong with the word cunt.
It's abusive.
It's abusive. What is that?
Yeah.
What is that? You are abusive.
Yeah, I wasn't abusive to you.
Yeah, yes, you are. You're such a fucking liar. You're abusive to everybody in here.
I didn't even engage you. You sat in the live chat for half an hour calling me names.
Yeah, because right when I opened the chat for the first time of the day, and there you are, fucking yelling at Ludic, yelling at DPR. You were bitching at everybody.
Yelling at DPR.
Yes, you were. You were saying, "Oh, don't I don't want to be lectured. Don't be pedantic to me." You are.
Okay.
You are insane. You are insane. You want to hear that? Is there anything else I can bring to the chat?
You listening to yourself?
You are insane.
Are you listening to yourself?
Of course, I'm fucking speaking the words I'm saying. Are you fucking retarded?
You
Yes.
you really have no self-awareness, do you, sweetie?
What am I supposed to what am I supposed to respond to your comments about how I have no self-awareness? That's just an empty platitude. I have nothing to say to that.
Do you take meds? Do you take meds, Waldo?
Is this like when Ludic asked you if you check your blood pressure and you had a big bitch fit about it?
No, I just thought it was a bit...
it's not different. You're such a dishonest, hypocritical cunt. You are such a fucking dishonest, lying cunt. You just freaked out about Ludic after you mischaracterized him. You are such a fucking liar. I hope everybody that's watching this just realizes how much of a hypocrite she is. I mean, she does it on a daily basis.
No, not really.
Okay, yeah, Gus, you're her fucking friend. She covers your ass and you cover hers. I don't expect you to be honest in this situation.
Oh, I see. So you think that because I'm her friend, I can't be honest? Oh,
yes. I don't need your input.
I don't give a fuck what you think you need. I don't care what you think you need. Now you're arguing with two people. Now you see what starting shit gets you?
I didn't start shit, you fucking idiot.
Really? So you sit on the outside. So you sit on the outside chat, and you're just a fucking sweetheart on the outside chat. Right? Everything you say on the outside chat is just fucking wonderful, isn't it?
Are you saying that
You don't start any shit. You don't fucking get involved in any shit. You know, fuck you. I don't have to listen to what you fucking tell me. And suck it up your fucking ass. I definitely.
Fuck you. Hey,
here's how that works, okay? I have a little button that can shut you up. How do you like that shit? Now fucking yell "fuck me" at the top of your lungs some more and see what fucking happens.
Yeah. How do you like that shit? I muted you. I'm tough.
You shut the fuck up too.
Well, this is all you have, Gus. Is you just yell
fucking monkey. That's right. That's all I've got. But it's effective. And yes, I do stand by my fucking friends. If you had a few, you'd know how that felt. Now, I let you sit there and go on about talking shit about a good friend of mine. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you got your little purple-headed fucking ass fucking butthurt in an outside chat where if you'd behave like a fucking human being, you wouldn't need to suffer this at all. Because here's what I do know about Annabelle. Does she get mad sometimes when perhaps she shouldn't? Yes. But nobody who minds their own business ever gets attacked by Annabelle. It's never happened once. In order to get attacked by Annabelle, you have to open your fucking mouth and target her. And if you're not ready to fucking do that, you just sit there with your little fucking purple headband on and pretend you're a fucking tough guy. Because the real thing is far from what you are, cutie buns.
Yeah, as long as
wonderful.
Shut the
that
fuck
was
up,
a wonderful
incorporated
rant
idiot.
about that I don't give a shit about because you do this to everybody, Gus. So
yeah, I don't care if I do it to everybody, and I'm doing it to you. That's right. So you can sit there and talk meta about my character, or you can do it about your fucking character. I don't give which one. But here's the fact of the matter. The fact of the matter is, if you had left Annabelle alone and kept your fucking mouth shut,
why should I keep
this situation? That's right, because you know what? When you poke the bear, the bear.
Why should I keep my mouth shut?
When you poke the bear attacks. And if you're not prepared to fucking have the bear attack...
You admit she's a fucking bear. You admit she's a vicious bear.
That's right, everybody. That's right, but she's only vicious when you poke her, dipshit. Leave her alone and she won't attack.
Poking isn't worth
her alone and she won't attack.
When you attack people, is it warranted when you do it? Hey, dumb motherfucker.
The difference between you and me, baby cakes, is I fucking go looking for it. You apparently don't. I don't give a fuck if somebody attacks me. It bothers her, idiot.
Yes.
It bothers her, idiot. I'm a fucking gladiator. I come here looking for blood. Not everybody does.
I'm a gladiator and I don't give a fuck.
Learn the difference, tit face.
Learn the difference, shit face.
I swear to God, Incorporated, I will.
Gus, you don't know shit about me and Annabelle's interaction, so you jumping in here.
Yeah, he does.
I can see I can see the same chat that you can see, unless you're writing in invisible ink. Are you writing in invisible ink?
What did I say?
Didn't fucking think so.
What,
So you
what did I say?
So you fucking poked
What
her,
did I
and
say?
now you're all upset because she poked you back, and you're doubly upset because she invited you to say shit to her face in a live chat
I'm
where she
doubly
can
upset
respond
because
to
you don't
you
know
in
how to have a
fucking real
conversation
time.
with people. You don't know how to have a back and forth because
It's
all you
got
like
nothing to
you don't
fucking
have.
do with me. It's
Yes,
got
it
nothing to do with me because I sat here quietly while you shat all over a friend of mine. And when I tried to spoke up, say, "Well, what are you supposed to say? You're a friend of hers. Of course, you're going to be on her
Well,
side."
so I don't have anything to gain from you. I only it's between me and Annabelle. It has nothing to do with you, Gus.
Yeah, that's not how friendship works, tit-face. Friends don't sit idly by and watch other friends get jumped. That's not how it works. Now take your little fucking.
I don't have anything to say to you, Gus.
Take your little half-bearded face over to a dictionary and look up the
You're
fucking meaning
irrelevant.
of friendship.
You're
Since
irrelevant.
you're fucking 20 plus fuck up. That's right, I'm irrelevant, and yet still you deal with me. Who's fucking irrelevant?
That's because you mute me and force me to listen to you. Because you're
That's
fucking...
right, I do. I mute you and force you to listen to me. So I guess I'm not irrelevant after all, am I?
Yeah, you just strong-arm yourself because you can't have a
That's right,
back
I
and forth.
do. I strong-arm myself, which makes me fucking relevant. Yay! Now you understand. A new lesson learned every day, even by the fucking hipster generation. Enjoy.
The hipster generation. That's great.
One of the things that I do notice, Gus,
Shut up. Nobody cares.
No, one of the things I notice with you,
Shut up. Nobody cares.
and I am being quite serious.
Nobody cares.
Like, Nadia, if Nadia actually would moderate her room, Gus would have been banned. But, thankfully he deleted that video of him talking shit about Nadia, so now that he's allowed back in her
You talk about that's rich
If Nadia
coming from
moderated
you.
her room, you'd have been fucking
You talk
washed
shit
out
about
of the side
Nadia.
chat.
What did I say about Nadia, Annabelle?
Oh,
If
you say all
Nadia-
sorts of things about how weak
All
she
sorts
is,
of-
how
Hey,
how she
quote-
follows in her own misery.
Dumb bitch. Quote me. Don't just say I say things and then try to
quoting you,
project me.
You sad little fuck.
Go ahead
I
and
am
call her a
quoting
dumb
you.
bitch again and see what
just saying,
happens.
you say these things about her and it's all very disparaging.
Yeah, smarten the fuck up.
What did I say? What did I say?
I've already said you've
I
pointed
didn't
out-
make a video. I didn't make a video directed at her,
but you
okay?
did say those things. Because you didn't make a video, that makes it okay. All right, I get it.
And I also didn't agree with the shit in the video. So fuck off, Annabelle. You can't just project what you think happened in the past onto what you want Nadia to believe.
Projecting what happened in the past. I made that video 8 months ago. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about projecting thing in the past.
I'm
That
not
was a video
talking
I
to you,
made-
Gus. Shut the fuck up.
That was a video I made 8
Why are you
months ago.
so
So I don't know what the
angry?
fuck
And you
you're
didn't
on
take
about.
it down until last week.
That's right. I didn't
Why
take it down until
And you
last
fought
week.
it. You fought it when she asked you. You said no.
That's right.
You were
I
saying-
fought it. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I did.
And then,
so
and
what's,
then you
the, what's
finally,
the point?
and then the champion warrior you are, you finally took it down.
I took it down because there was a good reason it took it down. Because when Nadia explained why she wanted it taken down,
Oh, you
she
didn't,
had
you
a
didn't
good
think of that
reason.
already? You didn't think of that in the first time?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think of every goddamn thing? You'd be the smartest person in the fucking room.
I don't make videos with people's real names directed at them. There's a lot of echo there.
Right.
I don't know what the hell you're talking
finished
about.
having a tantrum, Waldo?
What?
Have you finished having your tantrum, Waldo? Have you got all the anger and bitterness out that you have towards everybody that doesn't think like you?
Are you talking about you're just talking about just you, right? I mean, everybody else in this room I don't really have a huge issue with, so.
Well, other than God.
Yeah, but if I could just say something real quick, one of the things
Sorry,
I
you're an idiot.
How about you let him talk, you fucking idiots?
Yeah, how about you just let me talk?
This isn't just the Gus and Annabelle room, so how
Yeah,
about
well,
you...
no, right now,
It wasn't.
right now, it kind of is. Sorry.
No, it's your room now. Waldo wants
So
to speak
now,
and yell and scream.
Well, so now it's the Waldo room. So Waldo wants to call somebody a
Let
bitch.
Waldo speak. Let Waldo speak. He wants to yell and scream. Let him yell and scream.
No, you know what? I got fucking ears
Annabelle
in this
wants
room
drop-
too, and I don't want to listen to him talk shit about you. I got ears in this room too, and I don't want to listen to him talk shit about you, because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, because he's a fucking keyboard warrior. That's all he is.
That's wonderful, Gus, that you think that.
That's
great.
wonderful. Yeah, that's
Oh,
just
cute
wonderful.
voices.
That's
This
really
is
wonderful.
like your book.
That's going past the limit, bro.
Oh,
Yeah,
Ludic.
Just
Are
let
you
me say
serious?
this. Let me say this about Gus real quick, first of all.
Have you got mods? Well, you can I cannot believe you just, after every...
All right. Now that I have the opportunity, just let me say this. One of the things that I noticed about Gus from talking to him and knowing him for over 2 years is that Gus has this thing where I notice the only people he seems to have issues with are other men. And another thing about his personas that I notice is that he seems to have like this paternalistic mindset when it comes to a lot of the females on here. Like he'll become real, or he'll become friends with one of them and say, well, this is my friend, so you can't.
Yeah, you know what? You haven't known me for 2 years. I haven't been here for 2 years. So
well,
nice
this is
try
my
counting.
friend. You
Nice try counting though.
can't say this to her.
Nice try counting though. You want to
Or
try
you can't
counting
say
again?
that to her.
You want to try counting again?
Or
Try
you
counting
can't
again.
say this.
Try counting again.
Or you can't say that to that.
Try counting again.
I'm just gonna incessantly mute you.
1 year.
Or
1 year.
This
Then
is
you're
what
1
happens,
year.
Nadia, when you allow Gus to run your room.
1 year. Yeah, I know. 1 year. Try again.
Nadia blocked you for.
Try 1 year.
Blocked
1
you for
year.
a year.
1 year. 1 year. When your basic facts are wrong, nobody believes the rest of it.
And then you begged, and you finally.
No, I didn't beg. I didn't beg anybody for anything. Oh, no. Lying boy. I did not beg anybody for anything.
This is so fucking childish. You
I don't
can't
care if
fucking
you
grow up.
I don't care. Hey, Ludic, get ready to hide me again.
I don't care if you think it's childish.
I don't care if you think it's tough.
I don't care if you think it's tough.
Come on, Ludic, hide me
Hey,
again
what?
since that's
Hey,
all
why
you
don't
got.
why don't
Hey,
you-
Ludic, hide
why
me
don't you-
again. Hide me again, Ludic, since that's all you got. Come on, hide me.
Hide him.
Why don't you guys get on
Hide me.
camera? You always bitch about
Come on.
hiding behind.
Come on, hide me, Ludic, since that's all you got. Hide me again.
Nadia, look what Gus is doing. Kick Gus out of the room. He's blocking people. He's muting people.
That's it. Yeah.
This is just stupid. This is just fucking retarded.
How does it feel, Gus?
It probably doesn't help to block people, but
You can play the mute game. Yeah, I mean,
kids, calm down. Don't
That's not
be
gonna work,
like
Nadia. You
fighting
really
each
have
other.
to tell him something because I know.
I'm
You know
sorry,
what
I'm not
again?
going to be lectured by some jumped-up little squirt like him. He doesn't have anything to offer except abuse.
Yeah,
And
you invited me in here, okay?
Lectured by him.
Nadia, do you remember you had him blocked under his other name?
No, you're trying to make her remember something she doesn't remember.
No, I won't.
Yeah,
I
I'm
won't.
reminding her about the shit that you threw her way, that you now deny.
Yeah, the same shit that everybody else has been blocked for and then been unblocked for. And then I've learned to treat Nadia with respect rather than be an asshole and try to give her a lecture.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Okay.
You're a lunatic and a liar.
Okay, that's great. Now,
You're a liar and a
is there anything
lunatic.
else we can cover while I'm in here? I mean,
To you, sir. You're
Yeah,
a lunatic and a
you cover
liar.
the things that you said, that you say about, that you always point out that Nadia's weak and that she never gets off her backside and she should go and get a job. Blah blah blah.
blah blah. Those are all just made up quotes from you because you think that's something that somebody would say. Like that's ridiculous. Like Nadia, I don't care if you think I said one or the other, but she just like she won't even try to be honest about representing. She'll just make these summarized arguments about, oh, this is what he said, but I don't really actually know because I've been having the same bullshit argument for 6 months now.
Feel better now? Got it out?
What? Is that supposed to be like your cute quip when you come back? Oh, you feel better now?
You don't seem to stop talking. That's
you
why I
little
was
muppet.
wondering if you were ever going to shut the fuck up.
You little muppet.
You ever going to shut up? No. All right, you carry on then. Off you go. Chop chop.
Off you go, chop chop, mate.
I don't.
He's just a very angry,
Maybe this is my
very
job.
angry, miserable little man because he failed at being a musician and he wants everyone else to pay for it.
Here comes
He never
remember the projection I was talking about, guys?
I'm just pointing out.
The projection.
I don't know.
I'm pointing out why you're so angry.
I don't recall Annabelle saying she ever wanted to be a musician, so what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't think you understand projection, guys. You
Oh, I
fucking
think I do
idiot.
understand projection, sweetheart. Let's try again then.
Oh, that's such a wonderful rebuttal.
Oh,
You hear the
I know,
voice?
I think it's hilarious.
It's such a strong.
Oh, such a wonderful rebuttal. Blow it out your
No,
ass.
you know why it's funny? Because he sounds just like you.
Well,
Anything else you want to get off your chest, Chrissy?
You invited me. You wanted me to repeat what I said in the live chat because
No,
apparently that's not
I'm
good
asking
enough.
you for anything else.
Apparently
I just
keeping it to the
asked you
side
simply
chat
a
is not
simple
good enough. You need to
question.
make
Calm
you need to invade Nadia's room and make it about you.
Calm down.
Why, Annabelle, do you talk to people and then right when they're about to retort and answer, you interrupt them right when they answer? That's what you
Because
just
he
did.
asked me a question and I tried to answer him and he carried on screaming.
oh yeah.
Hang on, let me reload my video.
Ludic, you know what I find fascinating about you, Ludic, is the hypocrisy. Utter
Take the heat off me for a second, Ludic, so I don't have to deal with her bullshit. Let her bitch. Let her bitch at you for a
Yeah,
little bit.
just sit there and get a little better. Yeah, that's good, Christian. Adjust your little glasses. Those are good. I like that. Adjust those. The little purple headband stuff. That works really well. Yeah, just sort that back out. Yeah.
What purple headband?
I'll blow it out your fucking ear, moron.
Do you know what's interesting about Quissy? Is he's never got anything positive to say about anyone. That's one thing I have noticed.
Projection.
No, he doesn't. Do you know Chris? Do you know him then, Ludic?
Is that a brand new word? Did we just learn that word, projection? Is that why we're throwing it around like crazy? We just learned that word today? Were we working with the old SRA lads, learning our word card?
Ludic's decided
None of you are my friends, okay? I have plenty of friends in real life. I come
I'm
to
sure
these rooms and
you
listen to
do.
conversations.
I'm sure you do.
It's fine if you don't believe me. I won't
Like
repeat
cup
that.
runneth over.
I don't have to repeat that constantly, that how many people love me and how many friends I have and how everybody hates everybody else and everybody else
What are
me.
you doing fucking around in a side chat trying to make trouble? Fuck.
Yeah. No, I don't. If I say anything like that, you're telling everyone hates
trouble.
me.
You're the master of trouble. If you think criticizing somebody,
yeah, but at least I don't do it. At least I don't do it in a
You were in the live chat stirring it up. You were in the live chat stirring it up.
Stirring it up. I was responding to how toxic you were in the actual hangout. That's what the live chat is for.
Yeah, you were live chat because I was arguing. Because that never happens, does it? No one ever argues in Nadia's. Only Annabelle. She's the only person that argues here. Jesus Christ, you moron. See, you get a kick.
You invited me in here. I was fine in the side chat.
You are.
You wanted to make this about
you. That you are just here to stir shit. You don't do anything.
You invited me. No, I'm here to watch the hangouts. And then I see you bitching, and so I pointed out. And then you caused that.
Bitching? Why was I bitching?
You were bitching at DPR, you're bitching at Ludic.
No, I was arguing with them, like everybody does.
You were yelling at them. You were saying you didn't want to hear what they had to say. You were saying that they're pathetic. You were saying that
that never happens. No one else does that in Nadia's.
Why do
no one else
Why do you always turn to somebody else and say, oh, well, they do it, so it's okay?
Because I'm pointing out your hypocrisy.
You're fine. No, you're fine being a hypocrite as long as other people are hypocrites.
I'm pointing out your hypocrisy, that you're having a go at me for something that everybody else does in here.
No,
if I could say a word, please.
Yeah, sure, DPO, go ahead. Please.
Thank you. Now, there were obvious disagreements between Annabelle and myself when I was talking to her, and I think that we dealt with them firmly from each side, but we did it with decency. We allowed, to a degree, I know I talk over some people sometimes too often, but complimentary and allow the other person to speak. What I'm hearing now, and I haven't really even been listening to it because it's just a yelling match where no one's getting anywhere. And if that's the conversation that you want to have, then so be it. I'm not interested in it.
Well,
if you want to actually discuss a particular issue,
exactly.
then
this is about opinions. This is about my opinion of Annabelle. This is about my opinion. This is not a discussion. It's my opinion.
Now who's shouting over people?
She wants me to come in and discuss my opinion about her, which doesn't make sense.
No, I said to you very clearly. I said to you very clearly that if you're going to bitch about me in the live chat, come in the hang and do it.
Why is that some kind of stipulation? Why do I have to do it to your face?
Because it's cowardly. You are a little coward.
The conversation has been about you and me for the past 20 minutes. You guys could have been talking.
Incorporated. You can't do that.
You also accused me of yelling
Can
at
I just say one word?
If you're gonna tell me that I can't do that, then you need to tell Gus to not do that to other people because he's.
Nobody should have mods.
Gus, okay, guys.
You also accused me. You also accused me. You also accused me. You also accused me of yelling at DPR, and he's just told you we had a civil conversation. So you know, your little tirade at me because you have a personal problem with me is very obvious. You need to get over it.
You have a problem with me. You think my criticism
I
is
never speak to you. I never talk to you. It's always you throwing abuse my way. I respond to your abuse.
Listen, I want to tell the live chat a little story. Like 2 days
Oh,
ago,
God, here
there
we
was
go.
a video that somebody posted, and then somebody, Annabelle left a comment, and then so somebody replied, and then started bitching at her. She started calling them me. She starts assuming that anybody
Yes,
who objects
because
to her
you
in
follow
conversation
me
is me.
everywhere. You're a
I
weirdo.
follow her everywhere now. I mean, this is like, I
And
don't know
even
how to deal
Mark,
with this psychosis.
Mark can see what you are. He spotted what you are. You're a creep.
Yes, Mark, Gus, and Annabelle all agree on me. That's wonderful. Great.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny, isn't it? Nobody seems to even know who the hell you are. You're just a weird, creepy guy that hangs around the live chat calling me names. That's all you ever do.
I'm one of Nadia's many viewers who don't go on, that didn't go in the Hangouts. That's not that rare.
You are
There's
a
plenty of
weird,
us.
creepy guy that hangs around live chat abusing everybody that has the temerity to have a different opinion to you. That's what you are.
And the same for you, but with you're a sad woman. Okay, good.
I don't ever engage you. I never, ever even put you up.
You go out and call people that aren't even me. That's how obsessed with me you are.
I'm not obsessed with you. Have you looked in the mirror? Seriously?
Obsession doesn't mean, that you're in love with me, okay?
And you are one of the most creepiest kind of weird freaks on here.
How many times has Annabelle said I'm one of the most creepiest weird? It's like
how many times do you call her a crazy? How many times do you call her a crazy bitch?
When she is a crazy bitch.
Oh, well, she happens to think that you're a freak when you're a freak.
But but nobody knows me except nobody knows.
Well, you don't know her. Well, you don't know her. So
no, because Annabelle's been in the Hangouts for a year. I've been watching her since before Nadia moved. I mean,
You've been commenting for a year.
I've been watching everybody in these Hangouts. It's like
you're honestly, Chrissy, sit down, calm down. You're making a complete tit of yourself right now.
The first time you left California.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So.
Right around then.
Believe me, honestly, Nadia, he aims so much vitriol at all the people he doesn't like, which happens to be you, me, Mark, and Gus.
I like Nadia.
You do now. You do now. Now that you're coming in the Hangouts, you do.
Okay,
yeah.
so I've already asked
Nadia's not stupid.
No, Nadia's not stupid enough to just believe you, okay? But she's smart enough not to just believe you because you don't like me.
I think
keep
she knows
talking
me
about
better
her like
than
she's not even in the room. That works.
You're doing the same, Gus.
Oh, I'm sorry. When exactly?
Just come on. Let's roll on.
Oh, okay. So yeah, come on. Let's just After the infamous "I know you are, but what am I" defense, we'll just go past that. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Have you finished having a tantrum now, Waldo?
What am I supposed to do here?
Nothing. Don't worry about it, Nadia. Just forget it. It's all right.
Yeah.
Giving some people mods that shouldn't have them, though, you might want to think about that. Somebody who likes to throw their weight about.
Who's that?
Ludic. He's being a prick at the moment. I'm just not. He just thinks he could. He's one of the. Apparently, me and Gus are worrisome to him. Yeah, he can quite happily throw a complete paddy because people disagree with him in the Hangout. But when other people do it, it's worrisome. It's totally.
You're always concerned about the hypocrisy of others, but not your own. You're not concerned about your own hypocrisy.
Nadia.
Actually, we're talking. This is a conversation. And there was a lull.
I tell you what,
there was a lull.
I'll keep that in mind the next time you tell me. I'll keep that in mind, Christian. The next time you tell me you're having a conversation with Annabelle, and I should just bug out. I'll keep that in mind.
Wait, say it again. Oh, no.
Yeah,
I do the dumb voice too, just like you. It's actually
I know
fun.
you can, but the difference between you and me is I'm better at it. I know the difference between you and me is I'm better at it than you.
Yeah, I don't have to resort to that bullshit. Like,
yeah, I know. You just hang like an orangutan outside the fucking hangout and just sit in the side in the exterior chat lobbing shots at people.
I was in a hangout with you a couple days ago, Gus, and we had no problem. You had no issue with me.
The first time I ever fucking saw you. That's right. I don't have any issue with people that don't hurt my friends. Yeah, I understand. That's
I'm sorry that you have terrible friends.
You're slowly getting it. You're slowly getting it. You're slowly getting it. I understand.
For people with terrible friends.
I see that you're getting
virtual friends, not even real life friends. These are virtual friends.
You don't think she's a real life friend?
Well, I'm sure it's crossed over.
Oh yeah, you're sure it's crossed. You weren't sure.
When you don't have real life friends, you have to turn to your virtual friends.
I have plenty of real life friends.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, if you know,
see how irrelevant pointing out who likes who has
what you know.
Who doesn't
tell
have
us
how irrelevant.
Tell us all about what you know. Come on,
I'm just saying. pointing
on,
out
Socrates,
friendships.
tell us all about what you fucking know. This from a guy who normally doesn't have the fucking guts to come in here and stand
I'm in
fast
here,
and
you fucking
defend.
idiot. Talk about the guts.
Normally, you
I
don't
came
have
in
the guts
last
to come
week.
in here.
I came in last week
Oh,
when she asked me, you fucking idiot.
Twice in
Yes,
6 months.
so shut the fuck up. Your
Twice
comment's irrelevant. It's not
No,
relevant
it's
to
not.
now.
When you come in twice in 6 months, my comment is not fucking irrelevant.
Twice in 1 week.
Oh, twice in 6 months. It doesn't matter if the twice was in 1 week. The rest of the time, you're fucking hanging like a gargoyle in the fucking exterior chat, doing what the rest of this fucking slime pit does. Lobbing in snide comments.
Everybody that watches Nadia's channel, you're all slime, okay?
No, I said everybody. Nice try. I said everybody in the external YouTube chat, but you can get
anybody
that
who
right any
comments,
minute now.
why does commenting make you slime? So when
No,
Annabelle
I
comments,
said
is she
anybody
slime?
in the
Is Marky
side
Noah
chat.
slime?
I
Is
said
Renee
anybody
slime?
in the side
Is
chat.
the Holy Spackle slime?
Oh yeah, that's right. Because God knows they act like slime bags in the side chat. That's right.
Subjective, you fucking
right.
idiot. This
It's
is all
not
subjective conversation
It's
about who
not
is slimy.
fucking subjective. You would
Yes,
know
it
subjective
is.
if it walked up and introduced itself to you.
That
subjective.
is such a lame saying. You have these throwback
I know. It's a lame saying. You know, lame sayings which are defined as anything you don't like is lame.
You wouldn't know that if it walked up and tugged you in the kicker.
That's right. You wouldn't, fucking idiot. You're getting it. Good. Write that shit down for later so you'll remember it with your fucking ADD fucking bullshit. Go ahead. Write it down with your big fucking crayons and your construction paper so you got it on hand for later on. We'll make a real fucking arguer out of you, and then you'll say, oh, I don't want to be an arguer. I don't want to be a discusser. I just want to hang out in the fucking external chat like an asshole. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not in the external chat, you fucking
That's right.
idiot. Stop
But
repeating
the
bullshit.
reason that you
when
were
I'm here.
called in, the reason you were called in here, you fucking idiot,
Is
with no
because
past
Annabelle's
memory.
too sensitive to
The
just read
reason
the
that you
side
were
chat.
called in here is because of what you did in the exterior
I was
chat.
called in because
Wasn't it?
Annabelle
Wasn't
to the
it?
side chat.
Wasn't it? That's right, it was. The reason
Yes,
you were
because
called in
Annabelle
here
is sensitive and she
because of
wants
what
to
you
make
did
this
in the
about
side
her.
chat. So try to have a fucking memory longer than 5 minutes in the past, and that'll help you out. Use the construction paper and crayons. That'll help you. Write shit down. You'll remember.
You're not clever. You're not clever, Gus.
I'm a lot fucking
Oh, he
cleverer
is.
than
He's
you'll ever
incredibly
be.
clever. He's one of the smartest people on here, which is why he's
I
so
know
popular.
you're so far up
smart
his ass,
people on
Annabelle.
here.
We know who the friends are. We know you guys love each other. And you
No, I'm not. Hey, I'm not Gus's only friend.
You guys are
like,
both
I'm
hypocritical.
sorry you don't have
You're willing to bend for each
I'm
other.
really sorry. I wish you had some online friends here too. You know,
I don't need. I wouldn't want somebody to come in and defend me.
Maybe if you weren't such a
Well,
fucking post-millennial, maybe if you weren't such a post-millennial cock-knocker, you could have Annabelle as a friend too.
I wouldn't want.
No, you'd much rather fucking lob little snark comments in from the external chat.
I prefer people that are reasonably sane as friends, not people like him. He's completely nuts. It's obvious.
please, we're friends with crazier people than him. They're just not as fucking
So
toxic.
this is what you get if you don't like Annabelle, guys. Just to let you know. If
Yeah.
This is what
I'm so impressed.
This is what you get.
I'm so impressed. And then
I'd like to point out that two of my favourite people are sitting in this current hangout right now. One of them's being very quiet, but two of them I'm very close to. I don't even anyone even knows who you are. Rex.
They don't.
All we know is that
you're a fantasy in your head where you
chat
think
an asshole.
everybody's obsessed with you.
All you ever do. You offer nothing of substance, no arguments. You've got nothing interesting to say, and you certainly don't have a sense of humour. That's for sure.
Okay. Cool.
So are you done now?
I don't know. Are you done? You invited me in here.
He's been in reactive mode for a while. I think.
I've been in reactive mode because that's all I've been doing. I haven't actually said anything but reacting to things she's said.
I know you do your best talking outside the hangout. I get it.
Anything at all to me. You've not said anything to me at all.
I know, but he does his best talking outside the hangout, and you knew that was what it was going to be like.
No,
I'm not going to stop talking about people inside the hangout, outside of the hangout.
Every time he comes in, he makes a
They just can't. It's personal to
do
it. It's just
He's
personal.
just a complete idiot. I mean, it's hilarious.
What? Something of a loss. There's something about there being no such thing as God or Jesus Christ never existing. Go ahead.
Yeah, Nadia. The bottom line is that the live chat it gets quite toxic in there, and there are a bunch of people that.
You're part of it.
I haven't finished talking to Nadia.
I'm just letting her know that you're part of that toxic
I know, but so are you, Gritty Pants. So you know.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, Nadia, so it's quite toxic in the live chat, and I'll put my hands up and say that I can be toxic in there as well. But I was in the hangout talking to DPR and having a reasonable conversation, but little Chrissy here was jumping up and down like a jumping bean, going, "Oh, she's a cunt, she's a bitch, she's this, she's that." So I invited him into the hangout.
You need to actually read my quotes. Maybe I should have just read my quotes earlier, since you're just
yeah, I did ask you to. Don't expect me to remember every nasty little word that you come out with, sweetie.
Here, I'm going to go back up and take a look.
So he was oh dear. I mean, you are seriously mentally ill. That's more than obvious.
What is your basis for that diagnosis?
Your behaviour.
Are you a professional?
No.
So you're just throwing that out. Mentally ill. What is that? That's a catch-all term for what?
That's right.
For what? What kind of mentally ill am I?
I think you're fucking up crazy, and I think that you are a very angry, nasty little man.
I'm sure you say that about a lot of people on here. So I mean.
I do, because a lot of people in the live chat are really unpleasant.
Almost anybody that says anything slightly critical about you, they automatically become these.
No, they don't.
Well, if they had some basis to their criticism, you just hate me and have always done. And also, I'll be honest, it's not just me you do it to. It's Gus, it's Mark, it's Deirdre, it's anyone that I get on with. You jump on. There is something very wrong with you.
I mean, I get it. You take criticism of yourself personally. I get it. You just take it more personal than others.
Most people do. Yes, it's called being, human. It's called human.
No, I don't
nature.
take your criticisms at all because they don't mean shit to my real life. So
why do you hate me so much? Why have you got such a massive problem with me then?
I just like pointing out your glaring hypocrisies and how toxic you are and how quickly you'll turn on people just because of.
I don't bother you at all, but you feel the need to tell me about 20 times a day that I clearly do bother you.
Yeah, you so don't matter.
No, I only bring you up when you're in. I only bring you up in conversation.
All you ever do is bitch
during hangouts.
All you
I don't bring you up.
Bitch about me. It's all you ever do. And if it's not me, it's Mark. And if it's not Mark, it's Gus. You're just full of venom for so many people.
No, you just named, when you said so many people, you just said Gus, Mark, and you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does she have to give you an encyclopedic list?
I've already admitted that I don't like you guys, so it doesn't really mean anything.
Okay, great. So the difference between me and Annabelle. The difference between me and Annabelle is whereas I and Mark don't give a fuck what you say about me in the.
And I don't give a fuck what you say about me.
Because it's a slime pit.
You injecting yourself in this is irrelevant.
Because it's a slime pit, but she does care, and now you're having to account for the shit that you say. And your cheeks are all red.
How do you want me to justify you're a cunt? How do I justify that? I just show her how she's being.
Since you weren't listening, I don't want you to justify your opinions of me at all because they don't mean anything. I was referring to Annabelle, and she's the one that will haul you short on the shit that you say, no matter where you say it.
Yeah, even if it's completely accurate.
Unlike you that think it's some sort of fucking interesting hobby to treat people online like they're just pop-down targets.
Projection, Gus.
I understand you just learned that word today, but that doesn't make
it just perfectly describes what you guys do.
I understand that you just learned that word today. Because I don't know why I'm projecting. I don't know why I'm projecting when I spend pound for pound less time in the external chat than you do. I prefer to come in here to the Hangouts. I don't sit in the external chats. I don't sit in the external chats and take fucking pot shots at people who can't really respond because by the time they get around to it, your comment is scrolled halfway up the page. I don't do that. If I've got something to say to somebody, I do it in here. Now, you may not like how I do it.
You don't have anything to say to me, Gus.
You may not like how I do it, but I do it.
I don't have a relationship.
You may not like how I do it, but that's where I fucking do it. The fact that you think it's fun to do shit for the lulz, well, here's one person that doesn't fucking like the lulz. So suck it up. Or not, it's up to you. But don't sit there and complain about how she's a fucking hypocrite for hauling you up on being toxic when that's exactly what you are.
Yeah, but if you actually parse it out, we might not both be toxic. There's there might be accurate points on one side, so that's when it comes down to subjective opinion, which is why this shit fit is unnecessary. It's just opinion.
Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways, though, Christian. Either this is discussion and it doesn't fucking matter, or this is opinion and it doesn't matter, or there's some fact in here and it does. Which one is it, Christian?
Well, I believe that I have some facts in mind, so.
Oh, but it's all opinion, Christian. So what does it matter?
Well,
who cares whether or not you've got facts or not if it's all opinion and it's not a matter for discussion?
It's an opinion from my perspective, so I don't expect you to understand this.
You don't expect me to understand opinions from your perspective? I realize you think I'm fucking retarded, but let's not go to that far. We're talking about chewing on the furniture retarded if I don't understand what you just fucking said.
Well,
so do give some
if
credit.
you were defending anybody else, I'd give you a little bit here, but you're defending
Yeah,
Annabelle,
if I was
so-
defending anybody else, you know what? The fact of the matter
Your
is that
answer.
you don't.
There you
The
go
fact of the
again.
matter is that you don't
the
know
problem
Annabelle.
with me.
That's what it breaks down to. You don't know
Exactly.
Annabelle.
How many people has she gotten shit fits with in this hangout just now?
No, one person, Ludic, and he's being a real dick in my opinion because he's a hypocrite.
Oh.
So I don't care what Ludic has to say. He's actually now throwing around that we're all three of us are mentally ill when he can talk, quite frankly.
Why do you have an issue with calling people mentally ill? That's
I
what you do.
don't, but I'm just pointing out his hypocrisy.
Why is it hypocrisy?
Because he's the one having, he had a complete and utter shit fit this morning. How old are you, Chris? Because you tell everybody you're 30, you look about 13, and you behave like a 10-year-old. I'd really like to know, how old are you actually?
You are
I don't
one to
believe
speak.
you're 30.
You are one to speak about your
Well,
age and your maturity.
What did I do? I was trying to have a conversation.
You are so.
You're the
fucking
one making
hilarious.
stupid noises, and every time I try and talk, grinning like a
That's
loon with a
because I think you're hilarious, and like I can tell how irritating it is to you. But for me, this is just funny
so you're
because
getting a kick
I
out.
don't
Are you
care
getting a
what you
kick
have to
out of
say.
it?
Yeah,
Are you
yeah,
getting-
that's right.
you're getting
It's
a kick out of it,
despite the fact that we both
There
had
are
to
people
fucking
watching right now,
lit up
watching
like
you
a
guys
Christmas
being
tree
fucking
earlier.
idiots.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
'cause
both
I've
had to
never
lit
done
up
this
like a
before.
Christmas tree earlier. Your face was fucking redder than parts of your fucking shirt, but that's because you don't care. You don't care. That's right. It's just all about the lulls, right? Try again, Spock.
Who is this guy anyway?
Oh, God, you don't want to know, Nadia.
Nadia, can you get some more sugar in your blood before you try to wrap your head around what's going on here? Because
Well,
you're
I
you're-
have
you're-
an idea. There's an interpersonal conflict, but
because I maybe
between
if you
who
that
is
donut.
missing half, between who is missing, I guess one piece of the set of identities here. Go ahead.
Just before anyone answers, can I just recommend that telling a type 1 diabetic to get more sugars in their blood is not necessarily a
DPR,
sensible
she's
thing
eating
to
a
do.
donut. DPR, she's eating a donut. Okay, so
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's not a sensible thing to do.
Your
And
tough
off to the
touching
races
isn't-
they go.
It's a
Here.
bagel.
Here we go.
Oh,
It's a bagel.
there we go. And you
I'll
could
be right back.
keep
a
your
bagel.
mouth shut.
Oh, please
my God.
don't.
Run away!
Oh,
Look,
he'll be-
no.
Oh, my God, he's horrendous. Ludic, do you have any idea that I've had to sit here? Did you see what he was saying about me in the chat?
No, I didn't.
Right, okay, so he's throwing tons of abuse at me in the chat, right? I ignored it for the most part, but then I said, come in here and say all that. He's come in here and screamed and yelled for half an hour, and yeah, I might have screamed back a little bit, but I barely said anything, and you're the one having a go at me?
So now he's left, you're on to me. Okay. So
No, don't play the victim card, Ludic. I was having a perfectly simple conversation with DPR, and you started saying, was I or was I not having a perfectly civil conversation with DPR? Was I, Ludic? Can you answer me, please?
I think
Right, so
that part
basically,
back
you were just as much a coward.
I just
as much
want
a
to.
coward
I
as
want.
I'm going to set DPR. I just
Annabelle.
need to. Yeah, no, I don't. I want to finish off with Ludic, and then I'll shut up. Ludic, you're just as much a coward as the little prick that's just come in here. You stir it up in the side chat. You block people. You unbroadcast people, but you don't have the guts to actually have it out in
throwing
public.
insults
You're
at
a
people.
coward.
All you've been doing is
Annabelle, all I wanted to do, if I may, I'm terribly sorry. I've been very quiet for a very long time, so please. When Annabelle says that we're having a civil discussion, that doesn't mean, and I know I don't have to tell you this, but perhaps I do, it doesn't mean that we agree on everything. It means that we can have a disagreement, and we can have that disagreement in a civil way. What I find is absolutely extraordinary about the conversation since I've been quiet for what is probably the best part of an hour or so, is that the discourse between you has been totally uncivil. It doesn't matter whether you disagree. Just be polite about it on all sides.
Yeah, I'll give
Because
people
otherwise,
I'll give people
all
what they give
I've
me, and I'll
heard,
give people what they give their
and I
friends.
will shut up in 30
Yeah,
seconds.
I
or
don't
less.
feel like being chastised or tut-tutted. I'm sorry, I don't. I
Yeah,
don't go
fine.
I don't go
I hope the audience is watching Gus interrupt
hope
Dick
the
Taylor like
audience
they
is
hit
watching.
The moment he
Yeah,
goes
okay.
into child mode,
I sense
the
my
moment,
time here
one moment, the moment
is
he
done.
goes into child mode and starts behaving that way, he has to have
Oh,
a time
Ludic,
up.
you are such an enormous hypocrite. You're
So
so full
child
of shit.
mode is okay, Annabelle? Is that okay now?
No, I'm not talking to you. Shut up, Waldo. I don't want to talk to you. You're a horrible little, horrible person with a horrible
Well, it was
personality.
pointless because I think DVR's had enough and is fed up and doesn't want to bother.
Yeah, I'm pretty fed up as well with your hypocrisy.
All right.
Sitting in the chat, staring at shit
No,
cup,
do it
having the
again,
guts.
Ludic. No. Do it again, Ludic. Do it again, Ludic. Come on, put me again, Ludic. Come on, Ludic. No. Put me again, Ludic.
Listen
Since
to
that's
this
all
little
you've
thing
got,
he does.
put me
Isn't it
again,
interesting?
Ludic.
It's
Put me
psychologically
again, Ludic. Since
speaking.
that's all you've got, put me again,
I tell you
Ludic.
what, back to you
Put
and
me again,
Waldo.
Ludic. Since that's all you've got, Ludic. Put me again. Put me again, Ludic. Come on. Hide me again, Ludic. Since that's all you've got. So come on, hide me again. No,
You're just a
hide me
little
again.
man
Come
grasping
on,
for
come on,
power.
hide me again,
And
Ludic.
your
Since that's
power.
all you've got. Hide me again, Ludic. Come on, Ludic, let's go. Come on, Ludic. Come on, let's go, Ludic. Hide me again. Come on.
Because
Come
you
on.
clearly get a kick out of
Since you're
throwing your
stupidly triggered today, since your fucking finger is stupidly triggered today, hide me again. Come on, Ludic, let's go. Come on, don't make me fucking wait for it. Don't make me try to figure out when the fuck I'm going to get hidden and when I'm not. Said the only person in the
You
fucking
start
room that
acting
gets
like a
hidden.
child and
Shut the fuck up and hide me or don't hide me or kick me. I don't give a fuck what you do. But don't sit there and play half the fucking mod. Don't mod when it fucking suits.
I'll let you make an ass of yourself.
Don't fucking mod. Don't mod when you decide to be the fucking big man. Either mod correctly, mod all the time, mod properly, and mod with some fucking balls, or fuck the fuck off. One or the other. Because doing anything else fucking makes you not a mod, but a fucking partisan. And I'll tell you something. I don't give a fuck if anybody in this room or anybody in the fucking world believes me. If anybody ever handed me the fucking mods, I wouldn't behave like you. I would either mod everybody or I would fucking mod nobody. But as it stands now, you're a fucking partisan fucking potentate at best. So go ahead and stick me back in hidden or kick me out, since that's all you're fucking good for. Come on, Ludic. Come on, Ludic. Come on, Mr. Reluctant Mod. Come on.
No, I don't know what happened to Ludic. He used to be so reasonable and such a nice guy, but you
I don't want to get into all that shit. I want to be in the here and now. Come on, Ludic. Come on, Ludic. No, between me and Ludic now. Come on, Ludic. Come on, Ludic. You and me. Ludic. No. Come on, Ludic. No. I've got a method here. Come on, Ludic. Come on, Ludic. Let's go. Are you? Are you? What? You're not going to use the mods now, Ludic? Anytime, Ludic. Come on. Why make me wait for it? Why not just do it now? Well, which one is it going to be? Come on. No? Can't be bothered? You fucking jackass. You know the worst thing about this place, Nadia, isn't that it doesn't get modded, and it isn't that it gets modded too roughly. It's that nobody ever fucking knows what the modding is going to be. Nobody ever knows who's going to mod, or when they're going to mod, or how they're going to mod, or who you're going to give the fucking mods to. You know, it's as bad as MK's room, except the difference is that you're not insane and MK is. That's the only fucking difference. Now, I'm sure later on I'll see some half-hearted, passive-aggressive fucking paragraph from you about how you had to put up with somebody telling you how to run your own room. That's up to you. I don't give a fuck. But, you know, you're the one who wants a certain atmosphere and won't lift a fucking finger to get it. So fed up. You kick people for the wrong reasons.
The 50th Gus bitching rant, everybody, about
you kick people for the wrong reasons. You bang people for the wrong reasons.
You just sit here for an hour and
You
cry
excite
like a
people
baby.
for the wrong reasons. You've got an external chat going that's as toxic as 7 chemicals mixed together, and you can pick the fucking chemicals. All that external chat is good for is giving a fucking hangout for people who want to do nothing but fucking puke fucking vitriol all over everything that moves. That's all it's good for. But you have it anyways. I don't know why. Must be the mercenary. I have no idea. Kristen, I'm sure Christian's got a comment. Come on, Christian, comment. Oh, he can't. Too bad. Unbelievable. I don't know what's fucking worse. And in the meantime, while the rest of us are trying to fucking hash this out, you know, we've got fucking Captain Weak Sauce mod. And while you sit there scratching your head going, you have no idea what's going on here.
Well,
What
we
a
could,
fucking zoo. What a zoo.
change the subject to.
Change the subject, yeah, because just unilateral changing the subject is actually going to soak up what's going on here. Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be unilateral. I'm asking for agreement.
Well, you've asked for agreement to change the subject 4 times now. How's that working out
Hey,
for
Gus, it's her fucking room. If she wants to
you? It
change the
doesn't fucking
subject,
matter if it's her fucking room. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I said it. It doesn't matter.
yeah, you don't have fucking
It
respect
doesn't
for her. You're a
matter.
sack of shit.
Yeah, you don't have respect for anybody. The difference is that you most of the time you won't come on and say so openly. You don't have respect for any more people than I do. The only difference is you do it in a side chat.
But here I am reminding you.
Yeah, here you are. Once in 2 weeks. Enjoy yourself. Yeah, once in 2 weeks, which
So
actually works out to less than once in 6 months.
Are you gonna do this again next
here
time?
You are. Yeah, I probably will. And you'll probably
Keep
sit
muting
in
me,
the
Gus.
external,
Keep muting.
You'll probably sit in the
Please
external
keep
chat.
muting me.
Yeah, I absolutely will. You'll probably sit in the external fucking chat next time and lob vitriolic comments at people because that's all you're fucking good at. Because you think they're not real and they're there for your sport. That's all it works out to.
I don't even.
Are you done, sweet?
Live chat
Fuck
most of the
off.
time. I don't even see the YouTube live chat most of the time.
You should
Well, if
see
you
how
did
fucking
Nadia-
toxic that is.
Yeah, if you did nod, you'd see all the nasty comments that little Chrissy here makes about you that he denies doing. But hey, you know.
Can anybody else vouch for Annabelle saying that they've seen me say negative things about Nadia in the side chat?
A land of the free, home of the brave.
Anybody
Boy, that's
else
girl
want to
chat.
say if I've been in the side chat saying tons of mean things about Nadia, somebody please stand now and say Christian Hammer has been doing that. Other than Annabelle.
I'd expect it to be a steady stream of
Honestly, if
random nobodies who just drop a comment like, "Oh,
Yeah,
wow,
he's
that's
a
not
random
basketball
nobody.
chat."
That's exactly what he is.
I hadn't finished my sentence.
I'm just saying, he's a random nobody. That's what you're dealing with. That's what I'm dealing with. Somebody that I don't have anything to do with. I don't follow him. I don't care about him. Yet he sits and abuses me every day, and you don't do anything about it.
We hang
I
out.
meant more someone who is not a consistent viewer.
Well, he is a
And that
consistent
they would-
viewer. He sits in. Nadia, this is what you asked who he was. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
He watches the hangs all the time. He's been watching them for years. He knows everybody. He's only been in that. This is the 3rd time I think he's been in a hang, and all he ever does most of the time is sit and abuse everybody. He never has anything positive to say, and it's always
What have you been
negative.
doing for the past 6 hours that I've been sitting around, watching you in the side chat, watching you
I've
in the
been
hangout?
I was talking to DPR, to Ermine, and to
and then when you were done with it, you were so obsessed with the attention that you had to
How would
call
you
me.
characterize your behavior the last half hour?
Oh, I've been just as bad. I'm not denying it, but I'm responding to.
I don't agree that I'm just as bad, so I will never accept
It's
that
not
I'm
acknowledge
as shitty as
when I badly behave. You were a little shit this morning towards everybody, and yet you're the one coming in here lecturing on how everyone should behave. You're a fucking hypocrite. I'm with you. Don't worry, Ludic. Don't worry, Ludic. I will never be in a hangout with you ever again. I used to think you were great, and you are.
Ludic,
don't worry,
how are
you'll
you going to
never
be able to
have
sleep
see
at
me
night
again.
now that
I'm not
Annabelle doesn't
talking to
like you?
Waldo. Shut up. Calm down. You need your meds.
Ludic.
Listen, Ludic, don't worry, Ludic. It's fine.
You're
I'm never
overreacting. You're overreacting. You're
No,
being
I'm not. I don't like you.
Yeah, you are.
Simple as that. I don't like you. See,
Oh,
from the
okay.
way you've behaved from this morning to today, I'm done with you. So we won't ever have to be in a hang together again. So don't worry your little head. Gus,
Yes.
you want to have a hang?
Go ahead.
I'm just. This is just going. We're just going nowhere, and the company's shit anyway.
They're gonna go off and bitch about us for fucking 4 hours.
Probably, yeah. Why not? You spend your life
and
bitching about everybody.
you'll return to your usual pigeon perch outside the fucking
Yeah,
hangout.
hopefully watching normal conversations about subjects.
Yeah,
that
that's right.
Nadia
Normal
happens in
conversations
Nadia.
which you'll fucking bitch and piss about out there too.
Things like the conversation
Oh.
Nadia has been
Stick
trying to
around.
pivot to for about an hour now, but you keep
Yeah,
wanting to bring it back to personal
that's
drama.
right. That's right. You're a grand defender of all things Nadia out there in the side chat. You sure are. You lying shit sack.
You don't even know me, Gus.
How do you even move? How do you move from point A to point B without having a fucking skeleton? Anyways, fucking idiot. I swear to God, man, you come in here acting fucking righteous, more righteous than me because what? What exactly?
Nobody can be more righteous than you, Gus. Let's get that straight.
Yeah, you're fucking
I don't know.
hilarious. 20 plus fuck all years old, and never fucking met a razor before. That's fucking hilarious.
I'm the one who usually gets accused of being a cross between a wet blanket and a doormat. So, but,
So apparently,
in the realm of
apparently you've got a conversation that you want to have, Nadia. According to Waldo here, you want to discuss something. So please, you've got the floor, Nadia. Let us. What should we talk about?
I was gonna have to negotiate because I don't think people are up to up to speed on postmodernism or something. But I mean, there's got to be some kind of issue with enough of a common ground in terms of background and at least a difference of some kind to even have an engagement. So, I mean, I don't know, Jeremy Corbyn's virtues or whatever it is. And I'm also curious who this Christian Hammer person is because I've seen him on a couple times and just wondering what's going on.
Like, what do you want to know about me?
I think you're atheist, right?
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
It's the only part of it.
I that's why I don't engage in these conversations because I'm not like a philosopher. I came here to learn, so mostly that's why I like listening to people have conversations. So like most of my comments are about people who inject themselves in conversations and then ruin the conversation by maybe being not knowing enough about the subjects, just a bunch of things. So like literally I'm here to learn, and I see people.
So basically, if people don't say what you want them to say and have a conversation that you want, you call them cunts in the live chat. I get it.
No, that's specifically you after 6 months of vitriol back and forth from you. So I mean, you can make that sound like I'm talking about everybody.
Ever talk to you.
Annabelle, why are you making this about yourself again? Why are you making this about you?
Because you are trying to pretend that you're Mr. Nice, little nice guy, wanting a reasonable
You've already
conversation.
said your case about how horrible I am. Everybody knows how.
All you do is yell and scream at anybody you disagree with. You are a vile, vitriolic, spiteful little man. You are not funny. You have no sense of humor and a dead personality.
How am I going to sleep at night now that Annabelle
Just
doesn't
giving
love
you my
me?
opinion.
Well, just hang upside down in the closet like you normally do.
What the fuck does that even mean, guys? That's not funny. Do you have like? Are you like an uncle to like 3-year-olds?
You don't have a sense of humor.
You're an
you
uncle,
have
aren't you,
zero
Gus?
sense of humor.
Gus, are you
You
an
are
uncle?
that dead inside.
Gus, just answer me this. I won't ask you anything ever again. Are you an uncle?
Yeah, bullshit. You won't answer me everything again.
That's all I want to know. I promise. Tell me how
Honestly,
right I am.
you know what I would rather see happen? I would rather see you think about what I said and figure out maybe what else hangs upside down to go to sleep at night or during the day.
No, I got it. It's like it's something that would appeal to children.
So you got it, but you just pretended that you didn't. Okay,
When did I say I didn't? I didn't say I didn't get it. I said, where did you get that? Like.
Yeah.
That's for children. I thought it sounds like you hang out with like kids a lot. Like maybe you're an uncle or something. You have.
I hang out with kids.
I mean,
a lot,
obviously
is
you
that-
don't have your own kids. That's clear. But
why is that? How is that clear exactly?
well, I don't know.
Well, you don't know. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, this must be that opinion stuff that you're masquerading as fucking discussion again.
Well,
okay. I really do wish you'd
I'm
make
gonna
up your
dabble a little
mind.
bit.
I really wish you'd make up your mind. This is either about exchanging opinions or this is a discussion that
This
involves
was about Nadia asking me a question originally.
Oh, I see.
discussing,
So
and
now
Annabelle jumped in.
You're going to avoid.
and
You're
then
going to avoid the
jumped in.
dichotomy. You're going to avoid the dichotomy I laid down by backing up 3 topics ago. Okay, I get it. No, that's clever. You're not stupid. I'll give you that.
No. I think they're Misfits fans and me also has some kind of interest in guitars.
I've had this shirt since I was in high school, so it's just old.
Oh, yeah. Are you
A week then.
Oh, I'm guessing if you're younger, high school would have been after they were gone. Or,
No, yeah,
wow,
they were.
okay,
Well,
years
actually,
ago.
they had their reunion with like the new singer, which was terrible in the early 2000s. They're actually having a reunion with Danzig like coming up this year. Although by now they're not the Misfits anymore. They're like some corporation to sell products to Hot Topic. Yeah.
Fucking Danzig. Now,
No, I'm 29. I'll be 30 in August. I'm a programmer. I'm a Java programmer for a living.
Okay.
I went to school for music originally. I studied jazz. I played jazz. I taught music for about 6 or 7 years. I had a band. My band broke up, or we didn't really break up. I just decided that I didn't like the career aspects. I thought music and art was I started getting more vain. I hate how the idea of creating my own art and then creating some demand for it that doesn't exist. It feels like I'm selling snake oil, even though people were happy to buy good music and we did fine. I just imagined the career prospects and what I had to do on the side, the jobs I had to work when I wasn't playing music. I felt like I deserved more respect in my day-to-day life. So, and the weird thing is I went to school so that I went back to school for computer science so that I could raise enough money to fund my musical projects on my own, because I was so tired of having to rely on PR companies or record labels or anything. I wanted to be able to do it completely on my own. And then now that I have a job and I have the money to do it, like, my desires have completely changed. So, like, I'm just, like, I love playing music, but now the whole idea of trying to share it with people and trying to create this, like, trying to drum up business and advertisement of your own stuff, it just seems very selfish. And I think a lot of these rooms and a lot of the self-reflection had a lot to do with that. So I definitely think that's, although I'm probably just as self-obsessed now as I was back then. So that's my life story in a short.
Okay.
My dad's Norwegian, my mom's American.
Oh, I think I've got a little bit of Swede somewhere. I think, is it a great-grandfather? Or, yeah, might have been 2 greats.
Christian, can I just ask you a question?
Sure.
Of sort of self-reflection, and it kind of is a little bit cruel of me. But why do you think that? And I don't know you. I don't think I've ever talked to you before. But why do you think that the other people in the room, and I'm sorry to use the word, but they've used it against you? Why does it seem that the majority
look
of
at
them?
the side chat right now. I mean, just
Well,
read
I'm
the
not
last
looking.
comment.
I'm not looking. I'm asking you a question.
Well,
I'm
look
asking you a question.
Okay, I'll read it to you. Annabelle just wrote, "Fuck off, you nasty little shit," to somebody else. So, like.
Right. This is what I'm asking.
So I can't control the way they think about me. I can't control what they say to me.
No, I know that you can't control what they think about you, but why do you think it is that they say such bad things about you, that they call you a cunt, that they are insulting to you? What do you think that there is anything that you do that brings that emotion out in other people? Or do you think that you are simply misunderstood, that you are a really down at heart, you're a nice guy, and they just don't get it? Is it that you can't communicate the differences or talk about differences you have with people? What is it that makes all these people say these things, nasty things about you, which you don't accept?
Well, currently, I can't speak for what people say about me. Of course, I mean, if somebody does something. Hold on a second. Hey, I let you talk. I let you talk.
I'm not asking you to explain why they think that. I'm asking you.
Why you asked me to explain why I think that what I do makes
yourself. Why do you think it is that these people are saying?
I'm terribly
these things
sorry,
about
DPR, but you can't just. Okay, I mean. I can't control the way people. If I say something critical of somebody else, they are going to take that. If they're sensitive and they're taking things personal, I can't control what that makes when they process my criticism. If they don't agree with it, they're going to look at me and assume something's wrong with me. So that's what happens.
Can I pause you there? Because I could let you go on.
I was done.
Okay. Well, thank you.
I'll have to let you go on because you do, unfortunately.
Yes, okay. but I'm asking you to when someone criticizes me, for example, I think, well, okay, I try and analyze it, and I try and think, is that a justified criticism? Have I indeed said something was wrong, expressed an opinion that was wrong, whatever?
You're assuming I haven't done that.
Do you? Well, this is what I'm asking you. Do you do that? And clearly, you're saying that you do. So why is it that in this particular group, so many people are calling you a cunt and
So many
ignorant?
people?
And
Nobody's
You
ever
know,
called me a cunt, by
DPR,
the way,
can I
DPR.
just step in for a moment?
Nobody's called me a cunt.
It seems to me the only
I call
two
other people cunts.
It seems to me the only two people doing that is Annabelle and Gus. Would you not agree,
Okay.
DPR? Okay.
I haven't been following.
And I'm curious why you would
Well, it
levy
seems to
this
me
line
the
of
only
reasoning.
people.
And
It
I'm
seems to me
curious
the only
why.
people.
Oh wow.
It
I'm
seems to me
curious
the
why
only
you would
people.
levy this line of reasoning
Oh,
against this
wow.
gentleman here,
Oh.
Christian.
Seems to me the only people
DPR.
Christian abuses in
When
the live chat.
I think it's quite obvious to anyone outside or anyone listening that the
Yeah,
person
it's
who
all
should be
Annabelle's fault.
approaching
Yeah, she's
with
the
that
one
type
that
of
stirs all
reasoning
the
and
shit up.
discussion
Poor
would
little
be Annabelle.
Ludic.
So listen to her. She's in child. There's
Oh,
this interesting thing called transactional analysis.
I didn't notice you
You're in
Christian up when
child
he was
mode right
being
now,
childish. I didn't
and
notice
I'm in
you
parent
pulling
mode or
Christian up when he was
adult
being
mode. But,
childish. No, you won't do that, will you, Ludic? Because you're a fucking hypocrite.
more
I
insults.
didn't notice you keep calm when everyone else was telling you that you were wrong this morning. No, you had a complete meltdown.
And we put this to text, and we counted how many times insults are used against other people. Who do you think would be
Do you need a
top of the
tissue,
list?
Ludic? Are you that upset?
If this tells you anything.
I'm not upset at all. I'm afraid it's you that are
I've
upset.
known DPR
as
for a
is
long
readily
time.
apparent
I've
by
never
your
had a problem with
visceral-
DPR. I get on with
your
plenty of people
insults
around here.
and your
But I
personal
don't get
ad
on
hominem
with
attacks.
people like Ludic
So
and Christian.
clearly it's
I'm
you
a
that's
hypocrite.
upset.
Well, you were the one that's touched. I never said a word to you, Ludic. Neither did I say a word to Christian. The pair of you started stirring shit in the live chat. And you know you both did that. And then when I respond, you get all upset because I respond to your snarky, bitchy comments.
Well,
Well, now to answer, Nadia, if I may, just to address a question that was posed to me, which was, have I seen the comments in the side chat? No, I tend not to read them. I've seen a couple. I have certainly not seen the ones that are being referred to. So all I get is, and I do tend to turn off when people are just shouting at each other, insulting each other, and whatever. It's of absolutely no interest to me whatsoever. I'm just trying to clarify a certain couple of issues. Why it is that people have such animosity against each other.
Well, like I said, DPR, just now, I was clearly having a normal conversation with you, but there are certain people around here that just don't like me. Now, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. What I take issue with is the abject denial that they have issues with me for no other reason than they just want to bitch. They just want to complain. Because there are plenty of people like me on here. There's plenty of guys that shout and scream at each other all day, every day, making bitchy comments, calling each other names, making stupid comments. It happens all day, every day.
So when I comment about them, is that?
I haven't finished.
Am I allowed to comment about other people?
I haven't finished.
But you just said that other people do the thing that should be commented about. Is that relevant?
I haven't finished.
Are we not allowed to comment?
Haven't finished. So all I've done is respond to bitchy, spiteful little comments in the side chat. Yet I'm the one with the problem.
Christian, before you jump in, and I know that you've got something to say and whatever, but what you've just done is exactly what I was sort of like critical of. And if everyone hates me for making this point and whatever, and they want to carry on talking over each other, that's fine. But you were talking over each other there. Okay? Now, is there any common ground that we can get from this? Christian?
No, because I don't expect there to be a conclusion with Annabelle. The thing is, we happen to go to the same. We watch the same channel. She calls that following her around. I watch Nadia's channel regardless of whether Annabelle's here. So, you know, I'm going to be here leaving comments. If somebody says something dumb, I'm going to say something. If they think I say something dumb, that's fine. I'm not going to call people into Hangouts because they're so sensitive of the criticisms that they can just, I mean, like, anybody is open for criticism, including myself. I don't understand what the big issue is.
I love how it's not, couldn't possibly be about that the criticism is unfounded or mean-spirited. It's that the recipient is sensitive. That's how it is. The recipient is just being sensitive. You know, because he's got a God-given right to show up and knock people around, and the other people are just supposed to fucking...
Well, that's just my opinion, Gus.
Yeah, I understand that's your opinion, but you're stating your opinion as fact.
No, I stated as my opinion, actually.
No, that's the fucking Nuremberg, the fucking nerds Nuremberg defense. You're stating your opinion.
Are you saying these people are too dumb to understand what I said? Like that, like they can't make up their mind?
What I'm saying is that you're too fucking dumb to know when you should watch your mouth and when you shouldn't. That's what I'm stating.
That's the most blanket comment that doesn't mean anything. Thanks.
You know what? You know the only reason it doesn't mean anything is because you don't want it to.
Yes.
Christian, can I ask you this? Can I ask you this question?
As long as it's quick. Brevity is the soul of wit. TPR.
Well, it's not a witty question. It's just simply this: do you have any?
I'm being patronized to right now. Okay, that's why. I don't care. It's fine. I'll take the questions, but don't act like I have to like be this little sweet thing while you.
I'm not answering.
Oh, we know you're no sweet little thing. I can assure you.
If you're so hard done by, fuck off then. I mean, nobody's keeping you here.
Yeah, go away. Fuck off.
No, that wasn't the question I was going to ask.
No, I'm quite happy to tell him to get lost if he's so unhappy here.
I'm not though, because you know we're all here. We're all. I hope.
Well, if you want to
bunch of vipers, you all are. I have to say.
Oh, I know, Ludic. I know. And when you go thunderously fucking freakily, well, you know that's just right.
Start picking on people, and I guess
I know.
Oh, you never. Oh my God, Ludic, what is wrong with you? You are something. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong in your head at the moment.
It's like the second time or something you've joined, Kristen.
What's
that got to do with anything?
Well,
Ludic, honestly, there is something wrong with you right now. You had the biggest paddy and tantrum and threw insults at everybody this morning, and you're in here.
I didn't throw any insults.
Yeah, you did.
I might raise my voice and argue, but when I do, it's usually on topic, and it has to do with the dialectic in play.
What I can see here,
it's not yells and personal insults
of your own
and
bad
attacks.
behaviour.
Like you
You're
are
totally unaware of your own bad behaviour. You're completely unaware of how you behave. All you want to do is project your shit onto everyone else. You started on me in the live chat. I didn't even talk to you. I said a word to you. You started on me, and then when I reacted, you told me that I was too sensitive. Go fuck yourself, Ludic. You're a hypocrite, and you're a liar.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
DPR, your ride's here.
I would briefly note that it's there's if the two of you talk at the same time, someone with hearing damage like myself and others on the other end of the audio mixing in the YouTube server end cannot understand the combination of what you're saying. Go ahead.
Nadia, I would have liked.
Are you done insulting people, Annabelle?
No, I'm not. You certainly are.
I didn't think so.
What you do, Ludic, is you do your insulting in the side chat. That's where you see that so many of these sneaky, underhand fakes. Because now I consider you a fake. Do this. You pretend that you're the perfectly well behaved in the hangout. Yet when you sit in the live chat and you bitch at me, and I react to that because I'm not somebody that sits in live chat bitching. I'll come into the hangout and do it.
Who's sitting in the live chat bitching at you?
You are.
I am. Oh, okay. Can you point to something specific?
I think I
Yeah,
think you
you're
should
pointing.
actually.
I need to get, I've got mental health issues. I've got to get. I need my blood pressure checking. That I'm
I
always
didn't say
insulting
mental
people.
health issues, but I think that's
All the
pretty
things that.
apparent.
Oh right,
She's getting
you
her.
just
She's
roll
getting
up
shit
and
mixed
you
up.
seem to
She's
have a
getting
bad
mixed up the things she said about people. She's getting confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not denying it. I'm not denying it.
The Hangout internal group chat.
I just
I
quite
think
clearly
we
said that
tried
I
it.
will do it in the Hangout, not in the side chat. Are you deaf?
Okay.
It's just hypocrisy.
Yeah.
You're being
There is so
insulting
much of
again.
this. I'm insulting.
Let's start counting your insults.
Now who's sensitive? Apparently, according to Waldo, you're not allowed to be sensitive around here. So why are you being so sensitive, Ludic? You see, you give it out, you blah 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 blah, and then when you get asked a question, you go quiet, and then sit in the, and you've done it again.
Who says I'm
sit in the live
sensitive?
chat, fix
See,
it.
that's not a
No,
question.
you're just a cunt.
With it, there's a premise, and the premise is that I'm upset, and I'm not really upset.
You're a
I'm
two-faced.
mildly amused.
There's always a premise with her. There's always something. She always knows what's mentally going on with you, Ludic. She always knows.
I have no idea what's going on with Ludic because I've always held him in high regard, but that's gone out of the window after today's little tantrum that he's had.
Yeah, I've been there with you before too. We got along just fine.
No, we didn't. No,
Yes, we
did
did.
not. No, we did. This is how deluded you are. You actually thought I liked you because I laughed at one comment that you made. One
Well,
comment
that-
I made.
You didn't
Suddenly,
seem
I'm
to have-
obsessed with you.
One comment. You're summing up a lot of history in just one comment.
I laughed at one comment that you
This
made.
is quite the trend, Annabelle. I've heard you critique others for very much the same.
Yeah, I
I've
do
heard
because
you
there's
say
a
the
lot
same
of
about
crazy people around
Seamus,
here, and
and
you're fucking one of them.
so
Well, Seamus, I'm
Oh,
not
it's quite the
fucking
trend,
one
is
of
it,
them.
Ludic? Quite the trend, is
Okay.
it? What, that there are a lot of crazy people around here? Yeah, it is quite the trend. Spot on.
What is the trend again? I didn't hear it.
That I insult people. Apparently, I'm the only one that does this. I'm the only one that loses my temper or gets upset when people call me names or responds to people bitching in the...
You know what keeps coming to mind when I listen to her? It's the movie Pulp Fiction. Remember when they're getting robbed in that diner, and that chick jumps up on the counter with the gun, and he's like, "Shut up, bitch!"
Don't anybody fucking move.
Yeah,
That's
that's what she reminds me of.
No.
Yeah.
That
Isn't that
archetype
a-
character in
That's
that.
that's a plainly irrelevant.
That's pretty
So
funny.
who's-
You know, consider never considers for a minute that behavior doesn't come out of the blue. It's provoked. And then both of you guys like, ooh, whatever. It's just kind of what goes on. Ooh. Okay. Hey,
So
Ludic,
she takes no responsibility.
Wait, you guys need to start
so
wearing
she should
headphones.
take.
Ludic,
so
I'm
she
about
should
due for my
take no
quarter of the hour of hiding.
responsibility
Eh?
for behavior.
I'm about due for my
So
quarter of the
Annabelle
hour
is
of hiding.
faultless and without sin, and she
Oh
takes.
yeah, that's right. Because that's
Even if
exactly
people
what
do
she
provoke
said.
her. And
Because
I agree
that's
with
exactly
you.
what
that
she
some
said.
people
Because
do
she
stuff like
says,
that. I
because
certainly don't.
because she says that she's faultless and without sin.
Wait.
Yeah, because she's actually said that.
Nadia's
Wait a
trying
minute.
to speak.
Wait a
Nadia's
minute.
trying
No,
to
she
speak.
hasn't.
Nadia's been trying to speak for like 30 seconds now.
Yeah, you haven't given any more of a fucking shit when Nadia's been trying to speak.
I'm
than
trying
anybody
to
else
right
has.
now, you fucking
So pull it
prick,
out of your
okay?
fucking ass, you fucking.
I wear
mouth.
headphones. Apparently, you guys can't hear her when she talks. It's like you guys don't hear her when she tries.
Yes, I can see the fucking ridiculous shit that you've got in your head. That doesn't mean that you were any better at allowing her to
Another
speak
insult.
than anybody
I can
else.
hear her. She's been trying to talk. I'm just trying to say.
I don't give a fuck. You know what, Ludic? 1 little, 2 little, 3 little insults. You make sure to fucking tally those down in nice little marks on construction paper with your big fucking crayons. Like anybody gives a fuck. Like when it was up to like you haven't fucking troweled out insults in your time.
Did he lose connection?
Where did
We've got-
Annabelle go?
I don't know.
She might have lost connection. The service in the Isle of Wight isn't spectacular.
Oh yeah. Wait. I didn't think they was south. Okay, well, that
don't
was.
understand how you guys can expect people to be respectful, this, that, and the other, when you're calling them every name under the sun.
Yeah, I might yell and stuff but it's usually regarding the dialectic in play, and it's usually to do with what we're talking about, and it's specifics. It's not like yelling at a person and insulting them personally.
Bullshit.
I have done that. I have
if I
done
may-
that, but it's usually not the thing. Whereas with
if I may,
You bet, DPR. Go for it.
If I may, that's pretty much all I've heard during this hangout, and it's very disappointing. And I'm grateful. Amin's been here incredibly quiet for so long, and to hear a voice of reason come out of this turmoil is a very wonderful thing. How are you, Amin?
I'm doing fine. I'm out actually doing a little bit of multitasking, but I'm a little bit in shock, and that's why I haven't been willing to say anything. Is I thought it would actually die down by now, but I'm a little bit hurt too because, except for Christian, I know a lot of you guys, and I think highly of a lot of you, and I got to tell you, some of the things coming out of people's mouths, I'm shocked. I'm appalled.
Well, then you should speak up when somebody says something you don't like. I mean, if you don't like people calling names, then say something. I mean,
oh, I'm sorry.
It's not that I don't like it. The internet. People are allowed to do whatever they, you can call people names on the internet, and you can't really do much about it. It's hard because I respect. Again, except for everybody in this room, I know everybody except for you, and I got to tell you, I'm shocked.
what, shocked with the way I speak?
Yeah.
So you don't have problem with? Let me read your friend's comments in the side chat. Let's see. Oh yeah. I mean, I didn't hear you say anything about the way Annabelle was calling people. I mean, names, the way she was calling them creepy, the way she was calling people the way she calls Ludic a cunt in the side chat. It's it's funny to hear you complain about me. Like,
I got to give you I wasn't reading the side chat, so I'll give you that much.
I think it's just a little bit absurd to I admit that I'm not like the most easy guy with people that are, but I'm just sorry. I guess they're not in the room anymore. But I don't know how to have a conversation with those people. I can either not have a conversation, which I probably should do, or I can have the conversation. I don't think there's any conclusion. There's anywhere to go. I realize that they're set in their mind about me, and that anytime I criticize them, that will become a thing. And yes, I sometimes give it back to them about with you calling people names and whatnot. But at this point, yeah, it's futile. But only because I don't expect anything to come from Annabelle, and she's just. I mean, I don't know. So I probably should just not engage. That's the best thing to say.
Well, no, and I got to tell you, I was just shocked when you came in here, guns blazing, and started the C word.
Well, I mean, I don't understand why we're focusing on words so cunt is not okay?
I don't believe it's okay to call a woman a cunt.
So now this is about a woman thing, about hating women or something? Is this a massage? Now I'm a misogynist? Is that where we're trying to go down this route now?
I don't know if you're a misogynist or not.
So then why? So you're just basing that on calling somebody a cunt, or now you're up in the air because I used the word that's a common word as an inside.
I never said you were a misogynist, so that's your own.
Well, I'm trying to see what your point is by pointing out, names.
Can
Everybody calls people names in here.
Can I express my?
Hermione, you called somebody else earlier in this room you called Dionysus a fucking idiot all the time. I mean, I don't want to be mean. I'm not gonna say I disagree or agree, but I mean.
But can I just throw in my tuppence worth here? I tend to agree with you that I think there's an emphasis played on particular words, and because dislikes a word, I will refer to it only as a C word. But the point is, if all you're going to do is come in and try and insult people, or
I was invited, by the way.
Dogmatically maintain a position without any sort of interest in having a dialogue, which to me, for the first time in any of Nadia's hangouts, is what I've seen. The last 2 hours has just been an embarrassment, and totally non-constructive, Nothing has been achieved. No issue at all.
I completely agree.
All that's happened is there has been an extraordinary exchange of grotesque insults between the people involved, and if that's a sort of hangout that you want to join, so be it. If that's a sort of hangout that Nadia wants to have, which
I don't think Nadia.
absolutely,
I don't think she wants. And I was invited. If you go back, I was invited by the person throwing vitriol. I was invited, DPR. So you complain about me coming in here guns blazing. I was invited by the person who was throwing vitriol about me in the Hangouts.
Had you let me finish, I would have said. And this is typical.
You go on really long. I've been watching you for years, DPR. You take fucking 3 minutes to say something that only takes a couple seconds. Like right now, you're just lecturing me. You're talking down to me and being patronizing.
I'm not talking down to you.
Yes, you are.
I'm not. The only point I was trying to
He's
make.
in what's called T mode. If you look at transactional analysis, he's in T
The
mode
only
right
point
now.
I was trying to make, and I will finish this if it kills me. The only point I'm trying to make is I do not think that this sort of hangout is the sort that Nadia wants, and that was the final thing I was going to say.
And I said I agree.
Only a few seconds more.
I said I agree.
Correction, I meant P mode.
Nadia does not want these. That's why I don't come into the Hangouts to start drama. That's why I stay in the side chat. Nadia, I know Nadia. I know there's a double-edged sword with the views and the drama causes the views, but I know at the root of it, Nadia does not like the drama. So I keep it to the side chat. I was invited in this room, so that's, to set the context for things. It's not
But I think that's a shabby defense. If you're saying that I was invited into the room, and therefore I can be rude, insulting, and offensive to everyone, and that's
everyone.
That's
what are you
okay.
talking about? Being rude to everyone. Now
the dishonest use of rhetoric really bugs me. I have to point it out.
I was being called a weasel.
Obviously, there's a conflict. There's a conflict that's between you two, and I guess me now as well. And you came in here, and you were upset at first. But I would say if you were to count it in minutes or the amount of time that anyone acted that way, I wouldn't. Are you suggesting, DPR, that Christian was the more belligerent party in the exchange and threw the most insults?
I was being muted.
Acted the least. Oh yeah, they muted you and they started acting like kids. I actually had to hide both of them at one point. It got so bad.
But see now people just meet you and me.
I'm curious, DPR, why.
People are going to assume that we're siding up now and we're buddies. Like I don't even know you, Ludic. So like people are going to think that we're but I don't
know
agree
you
with
either,
Ludic
but
on
this
everything.
bit of vipers at times, I have to point it out, man.
And they can call me vipers too. I mean, but the thing is, I don't think there is. Like I said, I should. My choice was to either stay in the side chat and let Annabelle talk shit about me in the Hangout and say how I hide behind the side chat and how I never come into Hangouts. And the minute I do and give them what they want, I asked her, what am I here for? That's when it started. Then she started telling me all the things that I've said about Nadia, and I take offense to her projecting of things that I have not said, and then trying to say.
You probably represent almost a mean average of the viewers too.
I'm sure I do.
People that they chase away Nadia, I might add.
Well, I won't say
it into a fucking gong show.
It might bring me back. I don't know. They might chase me away, bring me back. I'm not sure, but I still come back regardless. And I don't come here for that. I didn't come here for me. I've been watching these Hangouts for 2 years. I'm only here because I've been in the side chat, and apparently you're not allowed to have an opinion in the side chat. It's just the whole thing. I can't control somebody else's perception.
What do you think, Thomas? You just joined in. Were you outside watching?
Just a little bit.
Any opinions you're willing to express from a third-party view?
I think we should all get in a circle and just sing Kumbaya.
Yes, that's a good idea.
What if we? I think
we should probably just drop it and move on because we're adults and we're capable of doing that.
I agree.
That's the point I'm seeking to make.
Let's talk about our favorite lunch meat.
Okay. I think my time's done here. No, I think it's a good change of topic, and as I say, I'm just repeating myself. The last 2-3 hours has just been an utter waste of time. People insulting people and whatever. It's not good. It won't encourage me to come back. interesting dialogue, interesting discourse, conversations with people who are able to listen, then respond without talking over each other, fine. Just
I've seen some crazy
the
conversations
slanging match.
you've been in
Sorry,
that much worse
slanging
than
match
what was
that you
tonight.
just had. Not necessarily with me, but the slanging match that you've had and other people have been involved in as well. And I tar Annabelle with the same brush. It's pointless. It's waste of my time.
Okay, so then, oh great. Or do you want
We
to
agree.
repeat that again? Do you want to say that again about how you think it was a waste of
No.
time?
I've done
I'd
it
also like to
twice
welcome
now.
Thomas
Sometimes
and
the message has to be said twice before people get it.
Well, I'm, in general, and steer things in that direction. Unfortunately, it seems that, well, my patience is perhaps, I don't know, maybe being taken advantage of.
I'll tell you one
Basically,
thing. I'll tell you one thing, Nadia. I appreciate the fact that it appears that I'm being given control over the room, and I can eject people and mute people and whatever. It's not something I ever want to do, and I do it have done it very occasionally. Years ago, but I just don't want to do it. I think that we should all be grown up and be able to have a civil discourse. And yes, I'm repeating myself, but it can't happen. So yeah, if I join your room again and this sort of shit happens again, then yeah, maybe I will start muting people or whatever.
I don't think
but
people
I
should.
just think it's a horrible thing to do.
Muting shouldn't even be necessary. Muting, unbroadcasting, any of that shouldn't even have to happen. It should just, like, if somebody's talking, just back up. If you don't want to have the conversation and you have to mute them, then just don't have the conversation. If you want to lecture, like what Gus was doing to me, and this is getting personal again, but he kept muting me, so that it was putting me in a position where I just couldn't talk. So it's.
Well, I wouldn't say the muting was as abhorrent as the behavior in which he interrupts a person like a child.
Well, I don't want to get back into
Goes
that.
into a very childish mode and makes these little noises and keeps. So
But I think we should be able to have a back and forth. And if I talk, I try to be.
When a person behaves at that point, and the rest of us in the room are sitting listening to it or tuning out for minutes at a time, then perhaps it's warranted then to hide them.
So I heard God doesn't exist. What's that all about?
Oh, that's crazy. Of course, God
Nadia,
exists. He exists because it says so in the Bible.
Ni dia ni maître, it's like neither God nor master, or no gods, no masters.
What does the bottom say?
What does a
Boriba
bottom say?
protiv religi. Boriba
Sorry,
protiv religi.
I misheard. Well, maybe I just didn't mishear.
Boriba protiv religi za anarchism y feminism, which is the struggle against religion is the struggle for anarchism and feminism.
No, I thought I heard something about something coming from the bottom.
Boriba is struggling.
Oh. Yeah, well, that's as persuasive as any argument that I've ever heard.
Yeah.
For the existence of God.
Yeah. Well, Bakunin's God in the State is brilliant on that front in particular. Yeah, it's from a while back, but still you gotta check it out. Like the line that says, what is it? The abdication of, or sorry, the idea of a God implies the abdication of all human reason and justice. Echoes from that essay, right?
Does that echo with the presuppositional argument that if you don't have a God, you don't know anything? sounded kind of resonant with that.
Oh, like an atheist sort of affair of that sort. Okay, here we are in. Actually, I just realized I should probably put it in an English translation. Okay, I'll find one of those real quick. Hang on. Okay. So I think this was like in the 1850s or something. So. Okay, there's the English translation of the statement. So.
Read it out for us.
It is probably over 10,000 words.
Oh, don't read it out for us.
Yeah, but various bits of the rhetoric involved are.
Hey, Hamid, the last time I think I spoke to you, you'd just done your broccoli salad.
Oh, it was wonderful.
Did it go down well?
Oh, they loved it. And
Yeah.
last night I did a wonderful brisket. It was in the oven at 260 degrees for 10 hours. Nice dry rub, fat side up. It came out perfect.
What was in with it?
The brisket, nothing.
Really?
Cooked it in a stone dish.
Oh, is that the kind of stone dish where you soak it in water?
Some people do. You don't have to with this one.
Yeah.
I will periodically soak it in water, but no, only when I'm doing a bird, like a chicken or I want to roast that, or a turkey, that I will soak it in water.
It just I've never done it before. I've got one of the dishes, but it just frightens me that putting something in what is effectively a dry dish on a slow roast or a slow cook. I just worry that I'm going to open it up 10 hours later and it's just going to be
dry as ever.
burnt.
Yeah, you have to cook it really low. That's the kicker.
Right.
So it was, I mean, it was to die for. It just broke apart. Well seasoned. So yeah, everything, my cooking is just consistently getting better and better. So I'm excited.
Good. Good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, what did I have?
My next challenge is I'm not very good on desserts, but the next time I'm cooking for people, I'm either going to do a souffle, which I've never done before, or I'm going to do a chocolate fondant thing.
Is that the one where you like cut it open in the middle of the, it's like cake on the outside, you cut it open and the fudge comes oozing out? That is the best one. You just have to get it. Are yours set in degrees or is it a mark?
I'm degrees.
Okay, good.
But my degrees are probably different from yours, because my degrees are centigrade.
Yeah, so you'd have to do the conversion. But let me look what 260 degree Fahrenheit is.
Oh. I'd be guessing about 140. No, maybe a little bit less.
126.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you can, that's for the roast. But I remember cooking that souffle that was a Mark 5 and like a quarter on my friend's. We mastered it. But that's the problem with the souffle. If you're gonna,
what type of souffle did you do?
It was the chocolate one where it
okay.
Yeah. They were delicious.
Did it work well? Yeah.
But the problem is we tried it 4 different ways. Like we made it on 4 different. Like we made I made a double batch, and then we split it in half and did it 4 different times. To get you just have to get the heat right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I like it. I like a challenge, so I'm going to give it a go. But the honestly, the sort of like dry roasted thing, I do love the idea of that.
A dry rub is the way to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, far on. I hear you.
Well, maybe not now, because other people, I'm sure, want to talk about other things. But maybe we can talk about how I do that.
Yeah, at some point in the future. Doesn't sound like most people want to talk about it tonight, but
I wouldn't have thought so.
we needed something to kill that last conversation. That's the only reason I started.
And we did it well.
Yeah.
I am too far removed from whatever the context of that last conversation was to even be aware of what was under discussion.
I think I'm too
as far as culinary. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean,
could you start over again? Okay. Well, I don't know if I mean, I'm not, horrifically bad or anything, but I'm not particularly talented either.
I mean,
Probably
are
below average,
you and I connected on Skype, so we can sort of like swap recipes and stuff? I think we are, aren't we?
No, I usually never give out my Skype because it's for.
Okay.
But let me make sure I can message you. Who are you? You're not DPR. The Magic Sandwich. Okay.
I'm quite happy to give you my email address.
Oh, just don't do it on air.
What's the worst that can happen?
So
Well, type it into the chat and I'll email you right now. I'm sending you an. Wait, the Magic Sandwichist? Is that you?
Magic Sandwich Show?
No, it's not him.
If in the Hangout, is there a way of sending?
He's got it unlisted, so nobody can. You can't invite that account.
Are you broadcasting the external chat, Ludic?
Yes.
Yeah.
How are you doing that?
Is there no way in a Hangout that I can
Screen sharing.
Oh, I thought it was because it looks like you have like a.
I can't message you. Yeah, so just give me your email, and.
Well, no, hang on. How do I send a private message to you?
In Gmail.
No, in the Hangout. Can I do it in the Hangout?
Oh, just press /2.
Hang on. / what do you mean?
TO.
As in A.
TO. And then space, and then my first
name. P-O?
TO. T as in Tom.
Oh, sorry. TO, yeah.
Space, and then my name, my first name. HERMINE.
Is it case sensitive? As in capitals? I'm gonna try it.
Are you fucking with us?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
It worked.
Okay, so now I can do it confidently with so it's /.
Or now you can just hit reply. Just hit reply.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
And then put it in.
Well, yeah, the dietary things are probably going to be of a rather different nature in my kinds of accounts of these things altogether. It's probably going on about veganism or whatever it is like that. Yeah. But still.
Oh, G-Man's messaging me again. Oh, G-Man's having a conversation about evolution, race, and eugenics.
Oh Lord.
J-Man's
dear.
an interesting character. I'd like to talk to that guy sometime, just one-on-one.
Hey, I can send you the link. We could all go over there now.
No, not like in some public show environment. Just, I don't know. It would probably end up being in a public show. There's like the bravado of one's character.
He usually tries to keep a lid on the link.
I'll tell you what my sorry Nadia to interrupt. My views of G-Man are that he's probably a reasonably decent person. He, I think, genuinely believes what he believes, but I think he's really dumb for believing what he believes. I don't want to be more insulting to him when he's not here to defend himself, but you know, when I hear someone like him try to talk about issues such as genetics, evolution, race, science, biology, chemistry, physics, whatever, I just can't take someone like that seriously.
Well, I think there are some difficulties with the lines of argument that end up getting pursued that may not be as enlightening as various others might be. I think they're.
I think that's one of the most wonderfully polite things you've ever said, Nadia. I really do. He doesn't know the subject. That's as politely as I can put it. He doesn't know the subject about which he seeks to talk about, as most Christians don't. Or, sorry, that's unfair to Christians, as most creationists don't.
I mean, what is it? I think it was something like hamartiology and the Imago Dei in relation to the questions of what kind of animal, some kind of animal behavior that arose. Was it earlier today or maybe yesterday? And I mean, basically, I think there was maybe one David Buescher who even knew what I was on about. And was the rest didn't seem to be familiar with the topics within theology. It's like, hey, wait, I'm not a theologian here. I'm a freaking atheist.
What I was going to say was, let me ask you. We would consider, generally speaking, I mean, it's kind of broadly accepted that somebody who commits murder or rape or stealing or these types of things, these are what kind of define a person as a bad person, right? Or does, and I know there's a different sense in the Christian paradigm, but generally speaking, from a human perspective, we would kind of see this as bad, right? The vast majority of people on these hangouts, you know, we might have some nutters amongst us, but people don't do these things. And probably a lot of us have done, you know, hopefully have done good for other people. So I would imagine that even if we disagree with someone's like views on evolution or whatever the hell it is, for the most part, we're all, generally speaking, you know, reasonable human beings who are nice and friendly and blah, blah, blah. That's my take. I could be wrong, though.
Unfortunately, he has expressed certain stories in his past which show him not to be quite as moral as I think some atheists are.
I guess I don't know about those.
No.
I don't really know about him. Sorry.
One of the claims surrounding Christian salvation, which may not be universal to all conceptualizations of it amongst believers of Christianity, is that it contains within it some aspect of moral transformation. and in effect, the sins prior to the conversion and such would, by dint of that, not be likely to be repeated. Go ahead.
I've heard different things from. I mean, are there any Christian? Yeah, I mean, you're Christian. You probably speak about this more authoritatively.
Well, people
Nick
can
is
like
too.
embrace the past deeds as if that shows kind of like how the Bible says men are this way. It almost is like a thing to prove that yeah, I'm just like the evil men they talk about in the Bible, but I always come clean. So they might even, I'm not saying they do, but they might even heighten up their story a little bit to make it seem like they're worse than they actually were, just because, you know, like when I hear Mac's story about killing his sister, or like almost, I think that's been heightened in his mind to a thing of, you know, God putting power over him, when really that was just a thing that happened, and that he looks back on it now and he kind of sees it. That's just my, you know, view of it, but it almost makes them more Christian by having that past, and then the conversion.
I don't know. I don't know the story, and it's probably because I don't know Mac. Who's Mac?
Oh, he's just a guy on here. It was nothing. He just, when he was a kid, it sounded like him and his sister had an issue they were fighting, and you know, whatever. He said that he almost killed her. It might have just been, it could have been that, but it could have been. This is me just speculating. But my main point is that they don't try to, you know, downplay. They want to embrace the fact that they're human and they have that sinful nature before they came before God. You know, and I think that's a part of being a Christian, is being real with your sinful nature.
I apologize in advance because my cat is likely to show his least. Yeah, there we go.
And welcome, Mike.
I apologize about that.
I
can't control. As you well know, you can't control the cat.
Well, I think part of it is that the prior state being distinguished from the current, I guess, demonstrates that some kind of moral transformation having been undergone, where, you know, a prior status that was not so dissimilar would not be indicative of really anything. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's. I know people personally who have gone through immense change. There's a really interesting video by a Christian. Actually, I've met him several times. I don't like him, to be honest, but he has a video about how he was like psychopathic when he was younger, and he actually physically like put his father in the hospital. Like he hit him in the face or something like that, and he was bleeding really badly. And then he went to prison and juvenile detention and a bunch of stuff, and he converted to Christianity while in prison, and then came out a totally different person. Now he's like a family man, has like 3 kids.
No, not a whole lot changed for me. It was supposed to change, at least physically, and now, well, what physical changes there are all rather undesired.
Did you convert to Christianity?
No. And speaking of changing, people changing. Yeah, my own kinds of beliefs and views and such are damn near ancient. A lot of this sort of ideological material I've not read since before 1990. So, yeah. Oh, and welcome back. And
Sorry, I did the thing where like my hand was hovering over the X, and I was like, it's like I was watching myself as I closed the window accidentally. It's like I couldn't stop my brain from doing it. I just had to reload. So
yeah, sometimes mouse hovers turn into automatic clicks on your behalf. So
yeah.
sure, in fact, undesired. There's. Oh, I was just going on about how. I guess in terms of the sorts of positions I hold, I don't think I've changed much over well, the course of my life. So there have been some changes, but not really much.
I've changed immensely. I've had lots of different changes in my life. I actually wrote about this. Like, I feel like every couple of years I re-examine something that I believe in or hold to or whatever, and I either affirm it more or I come back with a different attitude. It happens, like, I mean, it doesn't really affect my essential character, but it does come up a lot.
Yeah. I don't know, I think it's impossible. I just think I've, in some respects, largely made up my mind. So
Yeah, I've almost done the opposite. Like, I was more atheist when I started these hangouts and started watching them, and they got me more and more into my atheism. And then, like, almost as recently, I'm not saying that you're not making me atheist. I'm holding less and less to I don't have the need to fight for atheism anymore. Like I felt like I had to, even though I still think it's an important thing. I think it's just I'm becoming less and less. Militant's not the word, but it's the word I'll use. I used to get in arguments over God, and now I think there's more reasonable ways to approach it. And I don't know. I understand people's need to fight it, but I guess I almost had to go through it and become a hardcore atheist to explore that and to figure out if it made sense for me. And then I got to that point, and I'm still in that position where I see the need to claim atheist as a matter of just basic principle. I don't believe in God, but I'm not it's not a closed book for me. I don't think it'll ever be wrapped up in my lifetime, but that's kind of a part of the journey. So,
were you how can I ask how old you are?
29. Yeah.
29, okay. And when you first, how old were you when you became an atheist, or has it been a whole lot kind of thing?
Well, it's one of those weird things where I started I did. My parents weren't religious, but they still took us to church up until I was about 12, 13, and then there was a weird falling out. It was right around the time when internet was getting bigger and churches were getting internet installed, and one of the youth pastors was a good friend with my older sister, and they ended up saying they found pornography on his computer, and they said that they let this guy go, and they said it was gay pornography, and they called my parents because my sister was close to them. And ever since then, that's completely irrational reason to lose your faith. But from that moment, my entire family stopped going to that church, and we never relocated. And then from there, I was only 13, and so I just kind of gravitated towards a more atheistic, I'm not sure when I actually claimed. I think maybe up until my mid-20s or maybe early 20s is when I finally thought I was an atheist. It took a while.
The reason why I was asking was because when I was younger, I used to argue against this one religious movement. I actually wrote really these long books about them. I think it was a single book. It was 150 pages, really well researched and everything. And then I realized maybe 4 years ago or 5 years ago, what the hell am I doing? Why am I doing this? And I stopped caring about them. And it's almost okay, I don't think you're right, but just do whatever the hell you're doing. I don't care. And that's kind of the attitude I've taken up now. And I think that's probably the same thing you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't have this this severe aggression towards Christians as much as I used to. And I never. But the thing is, I have this privilege to never have to really. I didn't suffer any from anything Christian. I feel like I got out unscathed. So it's hard for me, from my perspective. It's just easy for me to say, oh, I don't think fighting Christianity is a big deal. That's somebody else's fight, and hopefully they're doing it in a good manner. But more social things I'm more interested in, social economics. It's hard. The religion is going to be a conversation that's going to be going on long after we're dead, and I'm happy for that. But I don't expect it to go anywhere anytime soon.
I sort of share to a degree.
Sorry.
Share to a degree what you're saying, in that I think the majority of people who identify themselves as Christians are fairly benign. They don't really believe what they're supposed to. They don't attend church regularly. They just, if they're asked in a questionnaire, how would you identify themselves, they'll tick Christian because that's kind of what they think they're supposed to do, or it's what their parents were, or whatever. But I think I'm not sure whether you were here when I was saying that a recent poll in this country has shown that there are far more people who identify themselves as non-religious as there are with all the different denominations of Christianity in this country. So, there are many Christians, the majority of this country, that just, they're no threat, they're not a problem, whatever. I think there is a difference between the state we have in this country and the conditions we have in other countries, and not necessarily just Christianity. I think Christianity plays much more an important part in American lifestyle to an unfortunate extent, and when you get into more extreme religions, and I'm not excluding some parts of Christianity as extreme, but obviously nowadays we're talking more about Islamic religions and the extreme versions of their religion, then there is something worth talking out about and worth criticizing. Who can criticize Jainism for their beliefs? Yeah, their beliefs are obviously we perceive to be nonsense, but they're not a threat. Or the Amish, again, similar thing. Why can't we just leave them to have their peaceful lives and not have a problem with it? Well, we don't. On the whole, I think. If that was the limit of religious beliefs, but it's not. As we well know, and it would be absolutely foolish for us to ignore the fact that there are religious extremists who want to kill us all or lead us into their beliefs and the atrocious belief systems that come with that. The bigotry, the homophobia, the misogyny, and all of that. So, yeah, there is still a place for atheists to speak out against a religion.
Is this bordering on atheism plus?
No. I don't even understand what it is, and I think it's died a death.
Okay.
Well, do you want to disagree with me? I mean, I think it's one of the most embarrassing things that ever happened with the atheist movement. And who was it led by? Fuckwits like Richard Carrier.
Well, I think any kind of, that's why I get scared of any sort of just like overarching group that makes decisions. I really understand where they're coming from. I get it, but I don't agree with everything they say. So when you get those positions, it's like there's not really, there's Atheism Plus kind of has a, it kind of sets its cart before the horse, unfortunately, the way I feel anyways.
What do you think defined Atheism Plus?
Well, I personally, what Atheism Plus actually calls itself, but I think I think it's just anything beyond just the simple belief of atheism. Once you start ascribing things unrelated to just the simple claim, I don't get where I don't agree with any atheist. There's nothing that me and any atheist have in common that you could figure out just based on the fact that we agree, that there's no proof of a God or something. So I think that anytime you start adding elements to atheism, that's atheism plus. They can call it whatever they want, but I don't have any need for anything beyond, just atheism. I mean, I can
I've actually thought about this. I absolutely agree with you. And also, do you think that atheism plus really still exists? Are there still people that call themselves atheists plus? I think it's died a death.
Yeah, I think it was always a small faction, and that's their issue. Is that like the problem with atheism plus is they would say they want to introduce a new issue that's important to them. The problem is they're trying to skip the process of evaluating it. I mean, regardless of whether then that's when you get into the arguments about, well, it's already been settled, and then that's why I feel like atheism plus for me it's not necessary, because I don't think everything has been settled and everything and what the proper approach to some certain issue is. I mean, there are plenty of atheism plus people that are well-meaning, and but well-meaning is not always the best. So
I think well, yes. I'm not going to excuse me. I'm not going to disagree with you. I just thought it was the most extraordinary thing that people that I had previously thought to be bright, intelligent, and rational came up with this extraordinary idea.
Well, that's what they'd say about what you just said, though. Like, that's what they were thinking all along. They thought, oh, I'm in this community of atheists. I thought all along that they agreed with me on X, Y, and Z. And then they just assumed that. And then that was their mistake, is assuming that because, if you don't, they just assumed that path of, okay, well, you don't believe in God, so you must believe this.
I thought about this actually a little bit.
And I'm terribly sorry. You seem to be leveling a criticism at me for making that observation.
Oh, no, no.
Sorry.
I don't think I was.
The criticism is on them for assuming that if you're an atheist, you must also believe in X, Y, and Z.
I agree with you. I'm just saying I think they would say the same thing about you. I'm not saying it's legitimate, but they would say the same. What I'm saying is, you were disappointed that these people you thought were great thinkers would go on to do this thing that seems so backwards and logical. And there's somebody like Steve Shives, he thinks the same thing about us. He thought all along he was in this community of smart people, only to realize that, So I think it's wrong to assume that anybody has all their boxes checked, there are issues with everybody. That's why we don't need these figures, these God figures for atheism or for progressivism,
I thought about this a little bit, is that if you think about, like, for example, a religion, they're affirming something. They're affirming that, they believe in God, or they believe in this type of law, or that they believe in this type of spiritual whatever, right? There's an affirmation that's happening. Now, technically, we can argue that strong atheism is an affirmation, but I don't care about that philosophical crap. In practice, it's not affirming anything. It's kind of denying the existence of God, right? Beyond that, there's really nothing there. So when it comes to, for example, morality, there's no such thing as atheist morality. You can't really say, like, this is the atheist position on something. So I think at that point it's up to the individual, and they're primarily just affected by their cultures, whatever like ethnic culture they're a part of. If they're an atheist, that's what influences them. I think, and I looked a little bit into Atheism Plus a while ago. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, okay, look, we can't really say that, like, murder is wrong, for example, technically, like just starting from atheism, you can't really say that, but we ascribe to other philosophies and other ideas that are kind of based on our culture. One of those being, like, for example, humanism.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I think it was an attempt to kind of like say, okay, since we've denied these moral systems that we see as primitive or backwards or whatever, therefore we're going to replace it with our own moral system. And I think the thing was, it was not universally shared. That was kind of the idea. It was an attempt to kind of replace, like, the laws.
It was an attempt to use an expression which I'm sure Dawkins stole from someone else. It was an attempt to herd cats. You can't just on the basis of one belief, namely we reject the idea that there is a God. Therefore, we can also agree about so many other issues. It was an absolute nonsense from the get-go.
Like an atheist, for example, who was born in Russia, for example, my understanding is that Russia is a very patriarchal society, might actually affirm, like, for example, patriarchy, and might deny more of an egalitarian approach and say that this is the rational approach. Because atheism itself is not affirming what moral system we should have. It's just denying the belief in God. To me, it just seemed like, yeah, I'm preaching to the choir.
Well, I probably come closer to agreeing with the various kinds of positions they outlined than any of people in here. But on the other hand, I don't really feel like much of a compulsion to try and bundle it all up. And if you said I wouldn't really use, I don't know, if atheism or some very slight variation upon atheism would be a kind of remotely appropriate sort of descriptor. So, in that respect, I think just spraying out a barrage of keywords like godless, anarcho-communist, sexual feminist, vegan, and so on is, I think, a better way to go. Go ahead.
I love the way you say that sort of thing, though, Nadia. I'm sorry to interrupt. I love the way you say that, Nadia, about not being labelled, and that you have on your screen so many labels that you identify yourself with, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. Sorry, Christian, you wanted to say something.
Well, I was just saying, I feel like my atheism isn't even like my starting point. I feel like it's like if you follow like a tree, it's a result of something else. It's a result of my approach to, logic, I guess, or how I see how to derive an answer. So it's not that I start from. It's almost like how I got to my atheism is a certain manner, and not everybody shares. That's another thing that is really troublesome. It's not troublesome, but like since we only share atheism, we have nothing else in common. So for me, it's hard to defend other atheists. It's nothing I would ever defend. It's because they might have gotten to it while we agreed on the ends. We don't agree with the means to how we got there. It's kind of like if I have an issue, say, with Islam, and then I have a Christian jump in and talk about how evil Muslims are. It gets tricky for me because while we somehow, in some way, we agree on the end of like there's a problem, but we don't agree with how our logic got us there. So it's kind of, that's an issue with any group you're in.
Let me throw out a couple of examples and see where we get to, because I'm an atheist. I think I have certain moral values that I suspect that other atheists would share. I'll give you a couple of examples and see whether there is actually an agreement. As an atheist, I'm opposed to the death penalty. I can't rationally, well, I probably could, but it would take too long to explain why atheism and the death penalty are synonymous with each other. But I'm also in favor of assisted suicide. I'm pro abortion, just. And if needs be, I'll explain why I say just. So there are three topics. Now, do you think every single atheist is possibly going to agree with all of those? Do you agree with all of my positions just because you're an atheist?
What I was saying was that you can't even really say as an atheist I believe in this and this. Like you can't say as an atheist I oppose the death penalty.
You could say it's the foundation for something you understand. Like if you,
I don't even know if you can say that. Like,
well, you could. It might be wrong, but yeah.
How can? Because atheism is a denial of something. It's like, look, I'm not. This is going to sound really controversial, but I don't mean it in this way. It's a sensitive thing to say, but I'm not. So I'm not saying that like, oh, these are immoral. They eat babies or something. But what I'm saying is that you can't say I'm an atheist, therefore I act morally. You can say that I act morally because of other factors. But the atheist aspect can't have anything to do with it because it's not an affirmation of anything. It's a denial of something.
Well, maybe that's what Atheism Plus was trying to achieve.
And
They're
that's
trying to
exactly, yeah.
set up another set of, like, almost like a community. You need to go through this. Like, if
Exactly.
you don't agree with all of this, then you're not an Atheism Plus, which means you're not really, you're not in this group of forward thinkers or whatever.
Right, exactly. It was kind of like there are certain social norms that are becoming more and more popular, and it was using those and kind of these are the replacement for the religion that we have rejected. Because let's face it, like religion itself comes with its own laws and norms, and whether we agree it's right or wrong, it's still a set of morals. And I think they were saying that okay, we need to replace our lack of these types of things with a new replacement.
And I find that I have more in common, not with necessarily like an atheist group. I just have in common with random groups of people that I get along with. So it's hard for me to like pinpoint. Like, I don't want to just be surrounded by just this certain group of people. I like the variety in my life. I like that I have people that are politically completely opposite of me that we can still have conversations. And
I was just thinking that today. I really routinely listen to people I don't agree with, like in the greater scope of things I don't agree with, and usually in their speech, in their talk, I end up finding myself agreeing with like everything they're saying, and I don't know if that's like a bad thing or not.
Well, I think it's great. I mean, that's
kind of freaks me out actually.
Yeah. Well, it's weird to constantly be evolving on your principles, and then you never really know where you stand sometimes because you might think, well, it's like you get 10 years down the road and you look back at yourself when you thought you were on top of things, and it's like, well, I was actually. So it's like it's a constant game. It seems like, especially when you're not for atheists, you're not working with a set morality or some sort of guideline.
It's not fixed.
The way I would express it is similar to the way that you did, but I'd kind of cheat, if you want to put it that way, and I would steal from Bertrand Russell, and I'll bastardize his quote, but it goes along the lines of. It is perhaps convenient and necessary to hang a question mark over those things that you take as assured and question them. I knew I'd bastardize it totally.
It's cliche, but like the Socratic method is so effective in just going down a line of reasoning.
Well, I'm not entirely sure I was meaning it in that way, but it's so easy to become settled in your views, and think that your views are impregnable to any alternative view. That you've got to question them all the time, and.
Well,
I'm not sure I did that enough. I don't know. I certainly do it.
One example I see is like something that I'm constantly dealing with, and I see in this room is like just recently, lately it's been really well explained in these hangouts, the whole labor theory of value, and I hear Farhan and Nadia will go at it, and to me that's a great conversation because that concept to me has completely challenged my. That's one thing that I'm going to have to be studying for a long time, just because I think it's a fascinating concept and it sounds correct. So that's for me, it rubs up against my natural capitalistic instincts as an American and just how I've been. But so when I hear those things, it almost makes me feel uncomfortable because it sounds like there's truth to it. Now it's up to me to investigate it. But I like the discomfort of being challenged. And it's up to me. If
I actually. Kind of like the idea of being certain about my views, but at the same time, if this sounds contradictory, I hope you understand it. At the same time, I feel uncomfortable about being certain because I know how easy it is to be deceived, to have wrong ideas, and how appropriate it is to be challenged by people in a civil.
I hang my certainties on less serious things, maybe. I try not to be too certain about things, and mostly with the certainty, it almost feels like it comes down to. I feel like with everything that I believe, it ends up coming down to you're just having to eventually take a bet I mean, you have all these things supporting your beliefs, but if you're going to stand on and say this is it, you're almost saying, you're taking a bet on saying, well, I've done the best I could, and now I'm just going all in on this belief. And like I haven't got to that point yet on anything, because I feel like I never get comfortable with my ideas of where I am at that point, because somebody's always smart enough to contradict me and then get me thinking
Well,
again.
I have the general position that I very rarely express beliefs that I have, because there are very few beliefs that I genuinely hold that I think that I can justify. A lot of my beliefs, or quasi-beliefs, are things that I am uncertain about, and are still open to persuasion, whether it's Nadia's comments about communism or other things. But there are things that I would firmly hold to and argue for positively with confidence.
Well, your example, like death penalty, I think that is something that can reasonably be argued against with relative certainty, just because it doesn't, it's not like an if, it's not like there's not consequence of not, I mean, yeah, unless you want to talk about, trying to lessen the amount of crime, it's not, it's easier to set up an argument against, other than the fact that there are innocent people being executed. That's the argument, but I feel like, I feel like that's an easier argument.
There are quite a few facets of the argument, and the first one you mentioned is interesting. There's no evidence that it reduces crime at all.
Well, so that's a good reason, right there.
The second main argument, and I have quite a few, but I'll just restrict it to the second one, and this is one that I find it more difficult to justify, because this, to me, is an emotional one as opposed to a strictly empirical one, and that is, I just find it absolutely objectionable to sentence someone to death. I think it is inhumane. I think the method by which people are kept on death row, whether it's in America or indeed the way in which they're kept in other countries, the method and manner by which the death penalty is imposed, everything against it, I'm appalled by. But that's a personal emotional thing, which other people quite clearly have no problem with whatsoever. So there are, as I say, there are many ways, but to bring it down to its essence, there is empirical evidence that it doesn't work, and there's an emotional argument.
Yeah, and I think those are the two. I think those are the two main elements that are unfortunately driving it. It's the idea that it's a deterrent, which you're saying it's not, and which we're saying there's no proof. So that's not a good reason to do it. And then two, the idea that we're just doing it because it feels like retribution for the first act.
Yes.
When in reality, we can, if in our society, if we can just afford to house these people for the rest of their lives, is that the only reason we're killing? Like, that's not the reason we're not killing them. It's because it's some sort of retribution or the deterrent. It's not because we can't afford it. I mean, that's another,
The deterrent argument doesn't work, and the retribution argument is, for me, morally repulsive.
Yeah, it only makes sense to the person who feels personally involved. And when you get personally involved dealing with something legal, it's just, if you see it out on the street and you feel like you need to kill them, but this idea, and I'm not even saying that's good, but I'm just saying the idea of getting the state to enact some sort of retribution for you doesn't seem right.
And what I find interesting, I'll just throw this, hopefully for fun, but maybe for some discussion. So far as I understand, those in favour of the death penalty tend to be the more right wing and the religious, and they are the ones that are at the opposite end of life, so to speak, at birth, They are absolutely insistent that we can't have abortion. Abortion is wrong. Every life is sacred. But oh no, especially if you're black, especially if you're poor, especially if you can't afford a decent defense lawyer, you're going to be on death row and you're going to be executed.
So I'll say I'm against the death penalty in this country, but I do have an issue with it being a deterrent. It's not a deterrent. It's been well studied and well established. But I don't have as much an issue if someone says that.
Sorry, can I just clarify what you said? You're saying it is not a deterrent.
It's not a deterrent. Yeah, it's well established. It's not a deterrent, and I am against the death penalty for a couple of reasons. Number one, because it's not a deterrent. Number two, it's too expensive. And what was the last one? Oh, because you end up killing a lot of innocent people, which, I mean, innocence shouldn't be an issue, but it is a big time issue for me, because we shouldn't have to, because then you can argue, well, we shouldn't imprison people because we imprison innocent people, but here's my thing though, I don't have an issue if somebody feels better, like if there's some guy who killed this guy's entire family, and part of his closure is watching that person die. I don't think it's a problem to say that's, I don't have an issue with that.
I do.
Why?
I think it's sick. Because
Well,
I think
you
retribution.
Thankfully, I've never been in that position where I've had to deal with somebody who's murdered my family. So I don't know. It's easy for me to sit on the sideline and say I wouldn't want him murdered. I would be the delicate soul, but I would, if somebody murdered my family, I'd be happy to murder them myself. So it's not like, it's hard for me to even get in, because that's when it gets personal, and it's hard. I completely understand the reasonable argument to it, but
yeah, but as best I can, and knowing that this is a potential argument against my position, I have done my best to put myself in that position of knowing that someone had killed a family member, and what I would want for that person. And I can say it is as best I can, because you can't obviously know exactly how you'd feel if it happened, but imagining it, I still definitely would not want the death penalty for the person that killed a family member.
That's
your personal choice, though.
I hope I would have that. I hope I would have that evolution in my position, to have some sort of forgiveness or whatever that is.
I don't think forgiveness comes into it. I don't think I would ever forgive the person. But I would not want them to be executed. No.
But that view is based on your culture, though. Like, if you were born in a different culture, you would think differently.
Yes, I accept that's probably true.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm saying.
That doesn't mean that my culture, if we're talking about the morality of it, that doesn't mean my culture is not correct.
People in your culture also might support death penalty.
Yes, a lot of people in my culture do support it.
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to repeat, I'm against the death penalty for the reasons I said. But I don't think you can say this is a subjective question. There's no right or wrong answer here. There's no correct or incorrect. There's just, this is what I feel, this is what you feel.
As if I have anything to do with my culture. Everything, almost everything I have flies in the face of the prevailing cultural norms or whatever.
And also, I would invite, and I'm terribly sorry, I can't remember the name of the last person that spoke, but who should the ultimate decision be given to? Oh, I'm terribly sorry, I do recognise it. Yes,
Someone has a television.
Should it be given? Should it be given to the family members as to the if let's say someone is convicted of murder, who should take the final decision on what should happen to them? Should it be, in this country, the judge, In most American states, so far as I understand, the jury, or should it be the family members?
I don't claim to have an answer to that. I don't know, but that kind of wasn't my point.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I distracted from it. Go on.
No, no problem, no problem. And I don't even mean this in an argumentative way. Like, I'm not trying to like corner you or something like that. What I was getting at more was that in the absence of saying like this is what we're going to base it on, it kind of just becomes like how this is what I feel, this is what you feel, and we can say like it's based on certain things. So like, for example, I don't like the fact that you have innocent people, large numbers of innocent people who are executed. There's no excuse for that. I'd rather have 1,000 people.
You've mentioned that twice now.
Yes.
You mentioned large numbers. I'm not aware of large numbers of innocent people being killed. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but what percentage? I'm not sure you're in a position to be able to state, because I don't think any figures that you come up with would be right. But there is certainly, and I'm not sure I've got the right person, John Stuart Mills, who may have said, if it wasn't him, somebody certainly said, it is far better that 100 guilty people go free,
right,
than one innocent man be hung or convicted. It was actually, I think, what he said.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I agree with that. But I think that's a personal statement that was made there. That it's better. What's better? Like, we can't really determine what's better.
We can. We can within ourselves determine what we think is better.
No, I mean,
now, if you are suggesting, I'm totally sorry. I'll be very, very brief about this. People say I talk too long, but I'll be very brief about this. If you're talking about what is better, the only way in which we can determine what is better is by our individual opinions. We can't, because you're an atheist, you can't seek some higher guidance. You've got to make this decision yourself. It's a tough decision to make, I accept.
Right. That's my exact point. That at that point it just becomes subjective.
Yes.
And it's what you think, it's what I think, and so we can't say.
Well, I think objective to a degree.
No, subjective. Excuse me, subjective.
Yes, subjective to a degree, but there's also an objective element to it. That is to say, we can show for certain that the death penalty is not a deterrent. That also it's
expensive.
Oh yes, we can show that.
Innocent people being killed.
And also, I think that we can show objectively, as opposed to simply subjectively, that it is a form of torture to keep someone on death row for many, many years with their ultimate fate being determined maybe at the last moment of 25 years of waiting. Right. That is a form of torture, and I don't think that is a subjective thing. That is something that probably can be objectively measured as well.
So one of the things I noticed was that anything that you have in any society, if you feel that this is right or wrong, you're going to find large numbers of people, and in this case I really do mean large numbers of people, who are against it or for it. I'll give an example. Donald Trump talks about torture, right? He says we should be bringing back more stuff. He talks about that all the time. Not all the time, but waterboarding and these types of things. And people agree with him. They know that it's torture. They know that it harms people and that there's pain and whatever, but they still are for it. And if we're saying like forget these quote unquote objective systems of morality, you can't really say that's wrong. You can just say
yes,
that's the opinion they've concluded it. Now you can say it's torture. You can say it's
no. Again, empirically, I can show empirically that waterboarding. Well, unless you're doing it simply to torture someone, then I can say that that is inhumane.
No,
That's
but see, like that, I agree with you. It's inhumane. But what's the conclusion?
Well, let me finish, so you understand my point. For someone who is not convicted of any crime to try and use waterboarding to get confessions or information out of them has been empirically proved to be a non-starter.
Right, I agree with you. I think that's completely right. Look. Let's suppose envy. Look, let's talk about the most absurd situation in the world. I just want to really drive the point home. The most absurd situation in the world, which is like, I don't know, torturing an innocent baby or something like that. You can't really say that that's. We can say that that makes us feel bad. That I'm against that because my gut consciousness is against it, or I don't like it, and that I think is the furthest we can go.
No. If you're talking again, you're using a specific. You're talking about torturing a child.
I was trying to draw the most extreme.
Yes,
uncontentious.
in fact, the word you used was a baby. Now,
right.
Torturing a baby.
Such a terrible thing to say.
you're not going to get any information out of it. It's going to be purely inhumane treatment.
Right.
So there's no empirical evidence to show that you're going to get any benefit from it whatsoever, except in the perhaps the extreme example, which was evidenced or displayed in the film Unthinkable. I don't know whether you've seen that.
Seen that? Yeah. It was like a really small movie, but it was like Samuel Jackson and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any movie he's in
is awesome.
Kind of a great movie, but you get to the point where will someone talk if their children are going to be tortured? And if I don't want to do a spoiler, but
well, I don't think the movie really it doesn't really say one way or the other.
So I don't think this is addressing my question.
What do you think?
The movie ends on an open question of whether or not they gave him correct information.
I haven't gotten my point.
Sorry, go ahead.
What I was saying was that,
yeah, I'm sorry as well. I talked too much.
No, you're fine. You're fine. What I was saying was that the point. Look, I was not trying to say like. Okay, I don't like using the expression torturing a baby. I should not have said such terrible things. Let me get back to something a bit more reasonable. Let's suppose, and this is the famous scenario, right, of there's a guy, he has a nuclear bomb, he knows where it is, he knows it's going to go off at a certain time, he has access to some secret information, right, and you have, like, I don't know, something to shock him with or some crap like that. Would you shock that person and get that information from that person? This is a stupid question because it's never happened. It's a hypothetical designed to construct only one.
Question of how to properly extract information.
No. I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying how to properly. I'm saying like, is it moral to do that?
No, I see what you're saying. I understand, and I have an issue. I think. I know that we say that it's empirically proven that it's not, but that doesn't mean that on every person that's the truth. That you can't torture somebody for information. Unfortunately. That in many instances, if you know the problem is you don't know that they know the information that they have. So
the most our observations can do is that they can determine, which I understand is pretty much the case, that torturing people elicits false information, or that the prison putting people in what the hell is it called? The death penalty does not stop crime. Or that there are innocent people on death row. I looked up the number. I just said like there was an Innocence Project that released like 200 something people, which seems pretty extreme to me. 250 according to this website. No. 1,400 people. Excuse me. Whatever. I don't know. I read that number wrong. But the point is, it's more than a trivial number. I think 10 people is pretty non-trivial. The fact that we can comment on these things, but the point is, though, is that can give us information that can influence our decision, but ultimately the decision of whether or not this is moral, immoral, is outside of the realm of science, outside of the realm of these observations. It's only in the realm of how we feel as a people. Do we feel this is wrong, or do we feel this is acceptable? That's what I was getting at, and I think our culture overall has its feelings, and we kind of eventually codify that into law within certain premises.
Yeah, and I think I would take issue with you on that.
Well, with that extreme example, I'm assuming do we all agree that if there was a guy with a nuclear bomb and we had the opportunity to attempt to, like, what do you do? If they're not going to talk anyways, this is why it's so easy to convince somebody that torture works, because that just now I convinced myself that it works just by saying that, because in a desperate measure, although I don't know what was going on in Guantanamo or what was being what was being interrogated, but it's hard to know. I don't know. I don't think every issue in the world has a nice, happy solution necessarily. Like, there's not always going to be some, 100% cover all your bases, moral, ethical solution. I think that's
what I'm getting at. I'm saying that morality by its nature is not an objective. This is a logical conclusion. Like, you can't really put the words logical or rational next to like a moral question. It's outside of the realm of that.
I cannot agree with you more. I cannot agree with you more, and this is one of the reasons why I find it so frustrating talking to religious people who think that morality is something set in stone, and simply take their morality from a particular good book, whichever that good book happens to be. Because I speak mostly with Christians, we'll stick with the Bible.
Well, it applies to everyone. It applies to Muslims and Jews and everyone.
It does, but I understand the morality of Christians more than others. And I remember a conversation about abortion, which I had with, I think, 8 or 9 Christians, and I was the only atheist there, and they simply didn't understand the nuances of the argument that I was putting forward. And eventually I had to say to them, I said, look, I simply do not understand what it must be like to live in your head, where your morality is so black and white. It comes from the Bible, or your interpretation of the Bible. It lacks any of the nuances of discussion, deliberation, contemplation, thought, debate, or anything.
Don't forget how average so many humans are, though. I mean,
I know,
to them that seems. I mean, and I'm not trying to downplay religion, because I think it's got its own whatever. But it's to just imagine yourself as a meager human, and you have I'm not trying to say they have a smaller intellect, but you look at the Bible and you find it to be completely fascinating, and that it's this guideline. I mean, to some people that's a powerful thing. They see it as powerful rather than.
They read it. I'm terribly sorry. They read into it whatever they want, and let's compare the examples that I've just given. One, abortion. Most religious people totally against abortion. All abortion is wrong, evil, horrible, terrible. And even if you're talking about a woman that has been raped, oh no, can't abort that. And the effects psychologically on the mother to be forced to take that child to birth. No, irrelevant, doesn't matter, the Bible says this. And yet, at the same time, their concern about the preciousness of life and the sanctity of life seems only to fit, for most of them, at one end of the scale.
Can I ask you a question specifically?
At the death penalty stage, they've got absolutely no problem with sending electric shocks through people or injecting them with horrible chemicals, and they're taking over God in that position. The idea. I mean, I'm sorry. I could rant for hours about this.
I want to ask you a direct question. If they took their approach to early childhood welfare, and would you change your opinion about if the way you say it is like it seems like they care up to birth? If they took more care after birth, would your position change at all?
No.
So I mean, so it's still on the principle.
It's not their decision to make. It's the mother's.
Yeah, so it comes down to the mother. It's not about whether or not they will support the kid or not, because that could be fixed.
Okay, but this actually don't agree.
No. Look, I have said, and when I first entered into this hangout with these particular people, they immediately assumed that I was in favour of abortion, and they were actually quite shocked when I said no, I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
And it took 3 hours of having to explain time and time again that there was I was against abortion, but there are times when there are nuances where there is a difference between the rights of the mother and the rights of the unborn child. And however regrettable it may be, when that decision has to be made, I was going to come down on the rights of the mother as opposed to the unborn child. And they just never got this. And this is what really irritates me with some Christians. As I say, they just do not understand the nuances of the argument. And then I posed one question to them when they had all accepted that abortion was absolutely wrong, equivalent to murder and whatever. And I said, what happens with an ectopic pregnancy? And I'm sure, being an intelligent audience, you'll know exactly what an ectopic pregnancy is. It's a pregnancy that basically forms in the I always get the word for this wrong. The rather than the womb, in the
it doesn't connect to the right place.
It'll come to me. But basically,
I know what you mean. It's basically a pregnancy that the child clings to the wrong place in the body of the mother.
It's a tube that leads from the ovary to the womb, and it forms there. And an ectopic pregnancy will kill both mother and child if allowed to go to term. And I put this to them, and I said, what would your answer be then? Would you be in favour of an abortion there? And it was extraordinary. Most of them said, oh, we'd pray. Oh, well, fuck off with prayer.
Yeah, that isn't an answer.
I'd imagine
you're
a Christian would
not be for that. Someone write it in the chat. It's the youth. Come on, the tube that leads from the ovary to the womb. It begins with E, and I think it'll come to me anyway.
What I was going to say was that I actually, so again, for the record, I'm pro-choice, but here's my take on this: is that it seems to me that what you were saying earlier was that their morality is not critically thinking, it's fixed. So they pick a position and they go with it, and they base everything off of this divine position, right? There's no thought, there's no critical examination. It's just here's the
position. There is to a very small degree a thought.
Okay, well, fair enough.
And that thought is the Bible is right, but
I mean, okay,
there are obviously different denominations of Christianity.
And they have
so they're following a particular denomination of Christianity. But yes, it's fixed.
Okay, but here's what I was saying though, is that they have their premise, which is that the Bible is true, right, or whatever scripture it happens to be, and then therefore they say that based on this scripture, we believe that morality is wrong, and there's a very limited spectrum of thought. And that's kind of the argument. But isn't that the exact same position of people who are radically pro-life, which is to say that they start from a premise, this arbitrary belief that they say that there's no right for it's the right of the mother to do whatever she wants to do with her body, even at the expense of the child. And they start from this premise, and then they don't think beyond that. They have accepted this notion, this belief, and then based on that, they do whatever the hell they want. They start from that, and then they do whatever the hell they want to do, and their conclusion is always this uncompromising pro-choice position. Again, I'm pro-choice. I think it's ultimately up to between a doctor and a mother, and I have a lot of reasons for why I believe that. But I'm saying though is that I see that same pattern of thought in people who are pro-life, also in people who are pro-choice. I think a lot of times they don't realize they're actually thinking the same way.
Well, it's weird. We both sides have a sanctity of life sort of argument in place, but it's one takes a belief that goes beyond our universe, you know. So it kind of takes this belief that there's a sanctity of life beyond what we have. While as we believe the only thing we can be certain of is the sanctity of life on Earth. So that's why we don't kill, you know, execute criminals, and that's why we don't let the mother die, because they're already alive. And so that premise makes sense to me, and also I understand why Christians, if they firmly believe that there's a, you know, before and after, then, you know.
But what I'm saying though is that do you think that it's the same way that people dogmatically believe in a divine scripture, and they're unwilling to compromise from that position? Likewise, people dogmatically believe in a woman's right to do whatever she wants to do with the child that's inside of her.
Yeah.
And they're unwilling to compromise from that position.
What would
What
would the compromise be?
The compromise would be, for example, the idea that at some point the idea of complete autonomy of your own body is a fuzzy ground, and it's not as simple as I have complete autonomy or don't have autonomy. Meaning, like, now it's not. It's kind of like in economics, they kind of have this notion of property rights, and the idea that a lot of the reasons I think why a lot of like radical libertarians don't believe in global warming is because it f's with the concept of property rights. Because who owns the entire planet? Nobody really. So they kind of have to deny it because it screws up their notions. And I think the same thing is here, that the idea of the uncompromising autonomy of your own body is kind of challenged when you question the idea that you know, now there's another factor in play here.
Well, I'm just trying to imagine what is a potential. I mean, the only thing I could think of is if they invented some sort of surgery where they could take the womb, or take the embryo and then remove it, and still somehow put it into a chamber and then take it to birth, or take it to life. I mean,
the idea, for example, that after a certain point that the child has the right legally to live.
Well, okay. Well, we're not even discussing that. I'm just saying there are
not a child.
Non-intrusive compromises, but does the mother just have the right to end the life completely? That's the other question. It's not just about whether there's an easier way to subvert the abortion. It's that, what if the mother doesn't want to have this thing inside them brought out, and then so that's where the other argument. I mean, right, I don't understand the compromise.
There's two issues. There's one of autonomy of your own body, and then there's the other issue of right of the child, their right to life.
Well, I don't think many people on the pro-choice side have a strong case about, or have a strong belief that it is a child at a certain point. It's like,
that's a subjective question.
I have a very strong.
It's not
belief
it's
in a
not
strong
it's
case
not a
that it is
subjective
body part of the pregnant person. I have a very strong belief in a very strong case that it is a body part of the pregnant person until points of physiological, metabolic, and of course, physical boundary separation.
But see, even that though, I have an issue with, Nadia, because think of it this way: if I cut my hand off, right, is my hand no longer a body part of me?
Well, yeah, it's not a body part anymore because it's a severed body part.
Okay, but then do I have the right to do whatever I want with my severed arm? If I wanted to, could I throw my severed arm in the trash? Now you're saying that it's a body part. Okay, well, if it's a body part, then do they have the right to throw the severed body part into the trash? Now you're going to say no, probably, but that would be inconsistent.
I think she would say yeah. I'm just guessing.
Well,
once it has a kind of autonomous kind of metabolism and homeostasis and such, it's actually got its own distinct life aspect to it.
So,
and I totally agree with that.
This makes it not alive.
This is why I am against abortion, because from conception, and oh, by the way, I just looked it up. I don't know why I was thinking of. I think I was thinking of a male part. The tube running from the ovary to the uterus or the womb is the fallopian tube. That's where your ectopic pregnancy comes from. But I have to say that from conception, there is the potential for a human life.
I'm having more trouble with the.
Okay. Now, once there is a potential for a human life, then I think deeply moral questions arise, and I'm against the termination of a potential human being. But I recognize that there are deeply moral questions about whose right takes precedence, whether it is the mother or whether it is the potential human being. I pause for a moment to say that when I used this argument with G-Man, he laughed, as you can imagine. All of you know G-Man, and laughed and said, "What do you mean a potential human being? You mean that it's going to turn out to be a cat or a dog?" Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually to address what Nadia said.
There is a potential human being there.
I just want to
there are situations where there is a conflict of rights between the mother and the unborn child.
Yes, very good point.
On balance, I think, however unfortunate it may be, I take the view that the rights of the mother over and above the potential human being.
I'm happy that you recognize the conflict of rights.
Take precedence.
I'm happy that you recognize that conflict of rights, because that's what I'm getting at, is that the dogmatic, and I've used this term deliberately, the dogmatic position, the uncompromising dogmatic position of I have the right to do whatever I want with my own body makes sense until you start to introduce external factors. And I also want to point out, by the way, that I'm a theist, and actually I'm pro-choice, and you're an atheist, DPR, and you seem to be pro-life, which is kind of a weird twist here.
But you can understand, given the nature of the issue as you describe it right there, why I feel I have some kind of stake in the issue. Go ahead.
Oh, Nadia, I meant to say, here's what I meant to say, the second thing, is that a child isn't viable until they're like 10 or something like that. Like, if you leave a kid alone by themselves, they'll die until they're well above that. So to say like, oh, well, until they're viable is a highly subjective statement.
Yes, it is. And this is again, if I could make
homeostasis. They have their own homeostasis, and that they're on their own. It's number one, arbitrary, and number two, it is very, very subjective.
It is not arbitrary, and it is not subjective.
Of course,
okay.
Of course, it's
why that isn't arbitrary, and such is that really the critical notions of what life form even is or has, to make it so, distinguish it from a number of pathologies such as viruses or prions and so on, are those things like metabolism and homeostasis. Metabolism and homeostasis sort of demand that something be able to feed itself.
Does or does not demand?
What's that?
Does demand or does not demand?
Does not.
Okay, so are you saying that one of the qualities of life is that someone can feed themselves?
The opposite.
That they can't feed themselves. So if they can't, then they're not considered a person.
No.
Okay, when are they considered a person?
When the metabolism, homeostasis, physical contiguity boundary, and aspects such as ingestion, excretion, respiration, and so on are all established and work.
Okay, so there's two things about that, I would say.
Can I just ask Nadia,
Go ahead.
at what stage in the development of an embryo, do you think that how long does it take to reach that state?
Separation from the uterine wall.
Give me a number of weeks from conception.
When the basically it separates from the uterine wall literally during the process of birth.
Right. So what I'm trying to get at here is, and again, this is one of the questions I was asked in this discussion. At what stage? What is the lowest number of weeks at which an embryo, if you want to call it a child, fine. The terminology seems to be.
I would object to calling it a child.
Or unnecessary. What is the lowest number of weeks at which a baby has survived? Or could survive?
I'm sure I think it has to do with the development of the lungs. I can't remember the number of weeks involved with it.
The thing is, though, is that isn't that again, Nadia. What you said is completely arbitrary. When you just said it's based on their viability. So I had two.
I never said viability.
Excuse me. Their homeostasis. I keep on saying that. You're right. Their homeostasis is set and is essentially on their own, and that certain key vital organs have developed on their own. Where did you get that from?
I never said vital organs.
You said something of that nature. Maybe I'm paraphrasing you. But what I'm saying though is that whatever you said, you made it up right now. Like there's no like
fundamental characteristics of life are not made up.
No, they are. No. The actual characteristics of life is not made up. But what I'm saying though is that you classifying that once this threshold has been passed, now you are considered a independent human being, is an arbitrary standard. Like you know how they talk about what is it called? What's that one thing? Essentialism. You're basically doing the essentialism problem, where you're saying there's an essential difference between a child and a non-child. Like you're doing that right now. So you're appealing to a philosophy you don't agree with.
Well, bear in mind though, I'm actually saying is that is it one being or is it two? Not is it a child or not? I mean, the thing is still there. The thing is, it's a body part of the person who's actually there.
I did not understand you.
No, I'm not sure I am either, Nadia. I mean,
the question is whether there are one or two living things there. Until they divide, become separate. Right.
Okay. So let's assume.
The thing that will become a separate piece is still a part of the one thing that preceded it.
Yeah, and I still don't fully understand what you're saying, but
I don't agree with that.
Perhaps we can see where we get to with this. I think we all agree that depending on which figures you accept, between 30 and 50% of pregnancies are naturally aborted. That is to say that they're discarded naturally within the first 3 months. Okay, I think we can also agree that if a child, for whatever reason, is born prior to around 24 weeks, its chances of survival are pretty much zero. And that is why the limitation that we have in this country on the time at which one can have an abortion is set at 24 weeks. There's debates or potential debates in Parliament about whether that should be increased or more likely decreased. But the point I was seeking to make is that I think I was seeking to make is that there are situations where a mother should have the determining decision as to whether a child should be aborted or not. And as someone rightly said, I'm pro-life, and I really wish these sort of situations never arose. But ultimately, when there is a conflict between the mother's rights and the rights of an unborn child up to a certain point, then I believe that the mother's choice should take precedence.
I respect your ability to recognize the two rights and then to make a decision based on that. I think that's the kind of, I find that very thoughtful, that you can see the perspective from both angles and then you're able to make a decision. I like that. I appreciate that. What I have an issue with is people who have their fixed view and they cannot see outside of that, and then they insist on their principle. That I have an issue with. So the idea that like up until let's suppose a child is being born, like the woman is going into labor, and someone says, well, no, it's still part of the body, and I have the right to kill that child at that point. Like at that, and I know now that you would say it's not a child at that point, but like that is like what freaks me out a little bit. What I was saying though, Nadia, was that you're saying that two entities, two organisms, right, that are together are considered one until they physically separate. What I'm saying, and they're viable. I use the word viable again. You just said that. You said that two things.
I didn't say viable.
I keep on saying viable. I don't know why I keep on saying that. It's just the word that comes in my mind. Let me ask though. What about this? What about two conjoined twins that are connected, and if you were to separate them, they would die? That is not an abstraction or hypothetical. Would you consider them to be one person or two people?
One.
I'm sorry?
One.
So you're saying that like who's that one girl, those two girls who share, like one shares like one part of the body, the right arm, and one shares the left, and to use a really disrespectful word, they look like a stereotypical, like, I'm not going to use the term, but they share a body, but they have two heads. You know who I'm talking about, those two girls?
Yes, I do. And
what is
I find it absolutely remarkable that
Abby and Brittany
they have such an enjoyment of life and can actually live as they do, apparently contentedly. But that is not. I think that's sort of like taking the subject slightly away.
The reason why I'm making this distinct, I'm bringing this up, is because it's not about abortion. You're right, but it's not directly related. But what I'm saying is, I consider them to be two people. They have physically freaking two heads. And
they are two distinctly different personalities.
Oh yes. Yeah, they can argue with each other. And I think what Nadia is saying, essentially, Nadia, if I'm hopefully I'm not misquoting you, is that they're one person. And the reason why they're one person.
One life. One life.
I mean, I don't know what the difference between that is. One life and one person.
Well, if you separate them, then they're dead. So if it'd be one life in the sense that they're, I think that's what she's trying to say. It's like there are two people, but there's only one life.
And that makes it more comparable to an abortion, in the sense that if you separate the baby in the womb from the mother, the baby dies, right?
It's not a
These
baby.
two. I'm just going to flow just for 2 seconds, and then I'm taking it off. Although I guess they volunteer for those pictures.
I don't see anything.
I saw them, and they're not only they're not the only conjoined people.
Yeah, there's many conjoined twins. But like I said, I mean, I feel the need to reiterate this just because it's such a sensitive topic that I actually am pro-choice, and the reason I'm pro-choice is because I don't like the idea of the government interfering in people's very, very sensitive and life-changing decisions. I think ultimately this is the kind of topic that needs to be decided between a doctor and a woman. I don't think the government.
If you don't mind me querying, does that
trans men?
reflect any stance in Islam? Like,
My understanding is that the strictest position in Islam that I know of is that after there's a viable heartbeat is when it's considered a child. That's my understanding. But I haven't really queried this issue in a lot of detail.
Yeah, I've heard that Islam is slightly off the hook on the whole at conception. It's not necessarily at conception, is what it sounds like.
I don't know where the at conception idea came from.
Yeah.
Like I'm not talking about us.
I have to say, most, and I'm terribly sorry. It's very, very late for me. I meant to go to bed a long time ago. It's been a very interesting discussion, and there was one final point I wanted to make before I went, and given the lateness of the hour, I forgot what it is. So I'll actually stick around until I can remember what it was.
Well, it was good to talk to you either way.
Or fall asleep. But yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh yes, I know what it was, and now I can go. I just think it's quite interesting, the point that was made before about the fact that being an atheist, I'm pro-life, and someone being religious may not be as pro-life as me. I thought that was interesting.
That was interesting, yeah.
I thank you very much.
A lot because I don't want.
Very much for making that point.
I actually
And
did not want to be
now I've got it out of my system. I can go. It's been a really interesting conversation, and thank you all very much. I will be around this weekend, I think, so hopefully I'll be able to catch up with you. Probably not tomorrow night because I've got so much to do tomorrow. But maybe Saturday I'll catch up with you all on Nadia's channel. But thank you all very much. You have a great weekend. It's a bank holiday for us here, so for anyone in England, enjoy the bank holiday, and for the rest of you, you just have to get up on Monday morning. Take care. Thank you all very much.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
He's got a very greedy, nice response in the way he speaks. I was going to say was that, isn't it interesting that like we have a couple of different standards here. One standard is at conception, and how they arrived at that conclusion is almost irrelevant, but they have that conclusion. One standard, the one I just presented, was the at the heartbeat, because that's kind of like traditionally a lot of at least the Abrahamic faiths I know consider that to be like if your heart's not beating, you're effectively dead. And then another one says that, I don't know, like the second trimester, for example. I'm just making that up. And then another one says, Nadia, I think you're saying that once there's a physical connectivity, and I don't want to use the term viable again, but when certain essential organs have formed. And then another...
I never said essential organs.
Okay, I don't know. I keep on saying the wrong thing.
Be a starfish.
But what I'm saying is that every one of these seems to have a different standard for when it's no longer permissible. And it's almost like we just pick one that we feel most comfortable with. Like that's almost what it's like. Everyone has their different views. I don't think any one of them is more rational than the other.
Well, we kind of have to do that as people. Without knowing, we have to make some decisions, or else we can just say, I don't know.
No, the easy thing is that the ideas of becoming a separate person or separate life can actually be shown to not rest upon a principle for quite a number of the ideas, like separate genetics. Well, practically everything's chimeric. Okay, individually, it's about metabolism, homeostasis, and all that. Well, apparently not. We can find instances of single things individually that of the various kinds of fundamental characteristics of life that are well lacking, and so something that's would actually be deemed unified, or properly be deemed unified, right? So. We have a television again? Nick, were you trying to chime in? Yeah. I wish I had lost a lot of weight. Oh well. Are you there, Nick? Okay. I'll go ahead, Farhan.
Is anybody in here but the three of us? I see
Probably not.
bodies, but I don't see anybody.
No, basically there are three idlers or whatever. Still. I mean, for instance, what is it? Various kinds of, say, circulatory kinds of isolation can occur of some organ or another. Well, the organ would still be regarded as part of the body, right? Basically, just the blood vessels get cut off, and then some kind of medical intervention keeps the organ afloat.
Do you own a blood vessel that's been removed? Overall, what I'm saying, Nadia, is I'm saying that I see inconsistency.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. It's whether it's a distinct life, right? The removed blood vessel or removed body part for things that basically aren't eventually or part of the reproductive process or whatever aren't going to somehow have the characteristics of life once separated.
So would you say that a skin cell is alive?
In a vitiated sense, the skin cell is has some active processes, but say lacks individual homeostasis or some such, right?
Well, there can be certain cells that can maintain homeostasis even when separated from the body. Would you say that killing those cells is murder?
Not sure what you mean.
So individual cells can be viable. Look, damn it.
What? Just name the kind of cell that does it.
Like, for example, what's a cell that can remain outside of our body for long periods of time alive? Like blood, for example. Blood can, if you put it in, like, if you give it an anticoagulant and you keep it cool, it is alive, which is why they can transport blood for like 2 weeks.
What's the dialectic here? What are you trying to argue for, Han? Are you if you're making the case against abortion, suggests that I don't think you're doing a good job at pointing out cells in that regard.
I'm saying that, are we saying that life is life just because it's alive? Just because something is alive, like is a
no, there's certainly more to it than that.
The process of preservation to which you refer stops metabolism. That's how it carries out the preservation.
No, cells can metabolize. or individual blood cells can metabolize.
The refrigeration and such is to stop it from doing so.
It'll slow it down, but it's still having its reactions. I mean, that's why you can't indefinitely put blood in a freezer or a fridge.
Yeah. The thing again, though, is it doesn't have the one, you're stopping some of the characteristics of life there, like the various processes that are underway. In fact, you're seeking to stop them in order to have the preservation happen at all. And then next, actually, it's not really carrying out anything like respiration or ingestion or excretion. Skin cells not live without the money. Yeah, white blood cells would probably be a better attempt, but yeah, the lungs of preemies, yeah. Gentler ventilators and surfactants. Sorry, go ahead. You have an influx of people.
That we do. One of them is Ocean, the other one is James.
Okay. Yeah. Did somebody's hangout that you guys are in just go off air or something?
No, I just popped into this one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're doing some kind of abortion thing, and as for Honda, the body part kind of argument I tend to go with is vulnerable to things that it might not be. Go ahead.
Nadia, you're saying that if a woman gives birth to a baby and the baby is outside of her body, but is still connected by the umbilical cord, that the woman has the right to take a knife and stab the baby because she's stabbing just another part of her body, and to discard it in the trash. Like at that point, I start to say, like, I think our principles that we have are flawed. I was thinking this just today. Like I studied economics, right? And I came out of it really hardcore libertarian, and some of the views of the libertarians I don't agree with anymore. I can't. And there are certain views also from the socialists that I like to listen to because they talk about human this and that and whatever, but I can't buy into other views of theirs. And I realize what I know what the issue is, and I have these inconsistent views, and people point them out all the time. I realize what the issue is. The issue is that a lot of people start from a premise or a theory or a belief system, and then they come to their conclusions, as opposed to saying, like, this is the outcome that I want to come to. Let me see what the best way to get there is. You see what I'm saying? So, like, Nadia has a premise, which is that she's stepped away, so I'm talking in her absence. That it's a part of your body even when it's born, and that premise is based on like an idea that she has, and which comes to some conclusions to me that are really unappetizing.
Well, at that point, well, look at the various things. Homeostasis, at the very least, temperature regulation is being done independently. Generally starts to respire at that point. So you're getting more of those fundamental characteristics of life.
So what about a person who can't do that? Like there's some weird problem with their body and they can't maintain their own homeostasis without like a machine to support them. Are they not alive?
They're missing enough pieces. They might not be. Yeah.
No, but like I'm
breathing,
saying,
respiration tends to not be survived
what
without.
about a person like on an iron lung? Like they're conscious, they can talk to you, but they're just really effed up.
No, well, it's just artificially. It's just artificially assisted or whatever. It's still happening. in some respects, support the claim that the iron lung is part of their body.
Or are they part of the iron lung?
Wouldn't be a difference.
Well, does the iron lung get to decide to end their life?
Currently, the decision-making facilities lie within the fleshy parts of that.
No, not necessarily,
combined
because
body.
you can write a program that does that. That isn't like that isn't some abstraction. You really can write a program that determines whether something should live or die.
Combi Christ isn't my favorite band. I mean, they're kind of okay, but kind of more into other things.
Ocean, you and I should do a radio podcast or something together.
So. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a difficult question to me, but okay. I mean, to the extent you would have a, what is it, additional brain with the iron lung or whatever, well, you'd, in effect, end up with something akin to your situation with the joint twins. It's one life, even if, what is it, two minds or quote-unquote persons, right? So. I guess it's another way to be of two minds, right? So, yeah. So, are you following me on this one, or one of the tricks though is I think the iron lung it might be something that is not only absurd but batshit crazy. Okay.
So I've lost a crazy amount of weight. This is not good.
Yeah. I need to lose a crazy amount of weight myself.
I'd say it's two lives simply based on the fact that they represent two agents.
What are two lives?
These people stuck together.
What do two agents have to do with it? What do agency have to do with lives?
Well, an agency is the concept that there's a soul consciousness and the ability to act in an environment.
Or no such thing as soul.
Clearly, well,
Like,
that's what religion claims. That's what religion claims.
They can't independently act either. So.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, they can say something different. They can both speak separately, no? And communicate.
Well, sharing the same heart or whatever it is, I mean, obviously that they're ultimately relying on the same things to get anything done.
Yeah.
That can be said about us, though. We're relying on the same things to get anything done. We're relying on oxygen.
That could be said for somebody who's a paraplegic, who requires in-house nursing or something.
The homeostasis, metabolism, and such are pretty clearly delineated at the boundaries of physical continuity.
Okay. Would you say they have two separate minds?
Sure.
Okay. I agree. Obviously, they have two separate minds, but one life, because one is dependent upon the other to exist, or they share codependence on the same body.
Well, one physically contiguous, homeostatic, metabolizing, respiring, ingesting, excreting entity.
I still think that because it's two agents, that for me that means it's two lives, although they're codependent on the same.
Well, it's multiple personality disorder is same lives, or two lives, or more.
What's that? Multiple personality disorder? I thought that was a myth. Maybe it's real. Who knows?
I don't know. No. Given multiple personality disorder, wouldn't that be well, as many lives or as quote unquote personalities they have? I mean, yeah, I think you see the reason why sort of distinction between lives and minds actually matters. They're not identical.
Well, please go about making a distinction, because I agree.
Well, they're based on different things, so I mean, pretty easy. Have the cognitive processes and such. Has some kind of boundary with the cognitive processes, and then you're pretty much done with that. That enclosed set of cognitive processes is quote unquote mind, and then these other sets of, say, metabolic and other kinds of processes will then serve as the life, right? So. There does seem to be some kind of way that at least at first blush, it looks like there isn't a good way for mind to be associated with multiple lives. It's basically 1 to n as opposed to m to n. Right? One life can have a number of minds, but minds don't really span lives, right? Okay. You bored yet?
I'm just taking a breather right now, so don't. I'm not. I want to get back into it, but I need to find a better chair to sit in for one. So let me rearrange and I'll get back in the conversation.
Okay. Oxford Handbook of Value Theory. That's probably not. That's probably not the way to address all the questions. I mean, people with actual, I don't know, in-depth philosophical backgrounds and such have taken on the applied ethical question of abortion. I think Peter Singer had it as one of the things in applied ethics.
Hello?
Hello?
The last time that I heard, and this was about a minute ago because my computer started messing up and I tried joining, but the last thing that I heard was a discussion pertaining to if somebody with multiple personality disorder, them being one unit, or them being, I forget the phraseology, but them being one agent, would they still be considered the same person or something of that nature? And I just wanted to add the reason that I believe that they would be considered the same person
Life and mind.
is because it's one agent with one mind, and their mind just fluctuates in I don't know what you would call personalities, I guess. So yeah, it's still one agent with one mind. When it's, you could say, I would say it's two separate agents when they have two separate minds. Therefore, they could have two separate philosophies that could be spoken at the same time. It's not like it's one brain giving, I guess, an illusion of a personality, or giving I don't know how you would really phrase that, but yeah. So I would say it would be two separate units, but relying on the same.
Well, one characteristic of the two-headed person is that they're two heads with two minds, with two brains.
Mm-hmm.
Or we keep saying mind, but we really mean brain. I mean, the idea of two minds.
Okay, yeah, sure.
When you say somebody's schizophrenic, they don't have two minds. They just have their brain and the state.
Well, mind and brain. In multiple personality disorder might mean they don't mean the same thing. Right?
Yeah. I don't know how it actually manifests itself in the brain enough to comment, really.
Yeah. So, another one is, if you don't like that, you can just keep stitching on more heads. Why not? Uh-oh. We're about to get alt-right edgy.
Dude, the fucking edgelord is here. Buckle your seatbelt.
Okay. Were you the inspiration for Donald Trump?
Yes.
I knew it.
Somebody tweeted at Donald Trump like 5 years ago and was like, "You should," or something like, "You should." It would be terrible if somebody like you ran for president. And then he sent back to them like don't get, like you've encouraged me, basically. Like that was like 5 years ago. So out there, somebody is the guy that tweeted Trump to say, "Hey, somebody's responsible for it." But
Oh, he's been talking about running for the presidency since like the 80s.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, not talking about running for it, talking about the topic, but I think most of the time, if not all of the time, he said that he wasn't going to.
Well, more or less entertaining the ambition.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Well, one of the tricks is, is it multiple personality disorder that, Trump was such a good friend of the Clintons and expressed such liberal views and is saying what he says in the campaign trail now and getting the endorsements of David Duke.
I honestly don't think that David Duke is an idiot, nor do I think that his views are completely illogical, but it is what it is.
Wow. That's impressive.
You have to respond to him in David Duke's voice. That's how you do it.
Boy.
We need well-educated white people. We don't need blacks or Mexicans. We need well-educated white people.
Welcome back, Farhan.
I saw David Duke on the Tommy Sotomayor show. He was on. That was the weirdest combination of two people.
Tommy Sotomayor, dude. Fuck that
I have
guy.
no idea who that is.
Well, I think Tommy Sotomayor might be more. I think Tommy Sotomayor might be more anti-black than David Duke.
He's a stupid
probably
cocksucker,
right.
and that's all we need to say about him.
Yeah.
Honestly, everything I've heard from David Duke hasn't been that extreme. Like he stated a lot of it. I will give you this: if you look up clips from the mid '70s to late, maybe the mid '80s, I'm not quite certain, but at least early '80s, maybe I think it might just be primarily 70s. But anyway, my point being is if you look up those extremely old clips, he does say some very extreme stuff, but he's even recanted on that. So a lot of the stuff that I've heard has seemingly been well argued. I mean, you could say that it's illogical, and I guess that really is just your worldview because, you know, your
So then why did
worldview
he
isn't based around the
recant?
same.
If it was such, he's obviously recanting for public
I was
enmity.
so he went. Wait. I should have specified and said his modern stuff. His old stuff
So
was.
he went from a super racist to just a modern slight racist.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
It covers it up well.
Do you think such people should have any like I think if I was to make
I
such
mean,
a
you can make that claim because he does primarily talk about race, but I really wouldn't say that he was that big of a racialist. Well, I guess racialist, racialist, two different things.
Welcome,
do you think
welcome, Jacob.
I'm sorry. What was that, Farhan?
Like, here's my take on this. Like, if a person makes a mistake, let's suppose a person is a racist in the past, and then they repent of their whatever, and then they are no longer a racist. Like, that's up to them, right? But it doesn't seem appropriate for such a person to hold public office at that point, because at that point there's a highly political. You're affecting other people's lives. Like,
I would say the best person for the job should occupy the job, regardless.
I would say,
but there's that. But
and it really is. The society at hand should determine that, wouldn't you think? Right? Like you could say it's not morally right, but the society should.
That's what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying, though, is that society at large does not want that person.
Well, society made those choices. I'm sorry.
I'd like to welcome Jacob, and also note that our discussion earlier was what is it? I think the questions surrounding the fetal personhood, where I was arguing for what is it? Against the legitimacy of abortion up to the point of birth, and some of it rested on what is it? Guess what makes bodies distinct lives and distinct minds and all that, whether it is a genuine distinction. And so it was involved multiple personality disorder as a partial argument for the distinction between
and two-headed ladies,
bodies and yes, two-headed conjoined twins, yeah.
Or one life.
It's kind of a
but and Donald Trump was used as an example where I guess his prior support of the Clintons and various kinds of notably, I guess you might call them quote-unquote liberal positions, and is in stark contrast to something that seems to be an entirely different personality now, where he appears to support rather nasty, racist, and right-wing craziness. Go ahead.
Since you brought up the Clintons, I think that while we're talking about people holding public office, I don't like that the baby boomers, most of the baby boomers hate Clinton because he cheated on his wife, and said, well, how could you have a good president if their moral compass is so askew? And it's like, I don't think morals should be at the top of the list when you're talking about somebody holding public office. Sure, Bill Clinton cheating on his wife was not the best idea, but if he did do it, he allegedly did it.
What I think needs to happen
hold on. I gotta finish the point. Hold on. But there aren't very many good arguments towards Clinton against his presidency, like on policy grounds. So I don't. Whoever is holding public office, like, I don't think morality should be at the top of the list and say, well, this guy, well, Anthony Weiner shouldn't be president because he showed a woman his penis that one time and she consented to it. Like, Clinton cheated on his wife, so he was a terrible president. It's like, what kind of precedent does this set when if you have a little bit if you have some skeleton in your closet, you're not worthy of being a leader. Everybody's got fucking skeletons in their closet, okay? Everybody.
I think an open transsexual gangbang would make a perfect president.
He didn't have skeletons in his closet. He was the leader of the KKK in the U.S.
I did want to respond to
Wait,
something.
I don't think we were talking
Well,
about
I'm not.
David
No,
Duke,
no, no,
though.
no, 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 no. Don't misinterpret this, Farhan.
And
I'm
no,
not
he was a
making.
leader of a branch, but not
I'm not
the
making an
faction.
argument for David Duke being a holding public office. I fucking hate David Duke. Okay, I'm just saying that morality shouldn't be at the top of the
Oh,
list.
yeah, fair enough.
I wasn't.
Yeah,
I was not.
yeah.
I was definitely not making an argument for David Duke. That guy
Yeah.
can fucking croak. That guy can croak and die for all I give a shit.
Yeah, no, we're on the
I
same
would agree
page.
with your opinion, though. I would say I hold a very
I
similar
wanted to
opinion.
respond to something that Nadia had said earlier. And I think you, if I understood your argument correctly, you were basically making an analogy or a comparison, rather, between multi-personality disorder and the distinction between flip-flopping on policy issues. And I think there's a big difference. Multiple personality disorder is really a multiplicity of identifications within the personhood of a person, right? But a change in personality doesn't mean that they have two different personalities, but rather the one identified personality has taken on different traits. So I don't think it's a good comparison to say that multiple personality disorder is the same as, like, say, Trump flip-flopping on a couple issues.
Well, the thing it was supposed to illustrate, though, was that what is it? A mind. Actually, it was first. Well, first off, it was the idea between, like, the distinction between lives and minds. You know, multiple minds within a single life is plausible, like with a conjoined twin. But then I think the multiple personality was supposed to demonstrate the minds were not necessarily identical to brains, because there would be a proliferation of minds within a single brain.
Yeah, I would definitely say that the mind is not the same as the brain. I think that's a common mistake that naturalists try to make, or they do make, rather. They think that the mind is synonymous with the brain. While it may be true that the brain is necessary for the mind, I would feel more comfortable saying that the mind itself is a product of the brain. Those are two completely different things.
A consequence of.
A product of.
You don't. I would say it's a consequence of. I don't think that not everybody's brain produces a mind. It's simply the fact that the brain exists in that way, that the mind is a consequence of it.
No, I didn't say that I didn't say that all brains produced a mind. What I'm speaking to are situations in which you have a healthy brain, and what I'm saying is that the mind is produced by the brain itself. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because people tend to try to make things such as emotion synonymous with chemicals, right?
No, I'm saying
yeah. So while it may be true that chemicals in the brain trigger emotion, it doesn't mean that emotion is synonymous with the chemical in the brain.
I'm saying that it sounds like you're implying a will. That's what I'm saying. Is that the brain itself has a will and is producing something?
No, nothing I said.
If you want to attribute it to, like, motions and arrangements and so on of things, and the distinction's not really all that great. But furthermore, I'd also point out the kinds of bucks. Mute, please. Mute bucks. Okay.
Oh.
So, yeah, the
Is there an echo? I'll leave and come back.
you are picking up some kind of background noise. Moving
Okay,
on,
yeah,
the other major thing to pick up on here is that the associations and all these proliferation scenarios are all 1 to n. So one life can have many minds, but doesn't seem vice versa or fully m to n. One brain can have many minds, but again, the associations 1 to n and not fully m to n. So you can't really have a mind spanning multiple brains. You can't really
is
have
there still an echo?
brain spanning multiple bodies. So it's not that it was an echo. You had background noise.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
When I was in high school,
in your background.
I learned about multiple personality disorder in my health class, and I read a lot of books about it. I read a lot of fiction. I read a lot of research papers online. My favorite book will always be Sybil. I think that book is a fucking work of art. If you want to learn about multiple personality disorder, like that book is a little sexual. It gets sexual, but it's fucking Sybil, Sybil, is the fucking
the
the best
miniseries.
fiction you'll ever read about multiple personality disorder. It's amazing. It's a very well written book.
I didn't watch it or read the book, but I remember there being like commercials for some kind of miniseries on TV. The Two Faces of Eve. The Two Faces of Eve was before that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that was a show, if I remember correctly, in the early to mid '90s.
There was also a Sally Field.
Sybil was not. Sybil was not. Yeah, Sybil was not the '90s at all.
76 is what it looks like.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. I thought there was a show in the '90s called Sybil.
It could have just been.
Well, you could definitely find the audiobook somewhere for free. It's a good read.
Baron, how you doing, buddy?
Oh wow.
I'm doing well, man. How you doing? How's
Not too bad. It's going all right. I've got my 401k right now, so I'm taking my time looking for the right one.
Oh, you don't want to burn that off, though.
No, yeah, believe me, I know. But right now, I don't have a choice.
Anybody want to see the network architecture design or document that I created for this product I'm working on that I've been coding every time I'm in here?
I'm down. Where do you would you share it on the side, or how are you?
Yeah, let me. Unless
I'm not much of a network guy, so
there's a lull in the conversation, I can do it. Otherwise, I'm interrupting.
I'll be glad to look at some documentation.
Pull it up.
I think I've heard you talk about it a little bit.
I've been working on it for a long time, and I got a friend of mine involved in it. I don't want to give all the details of what it is.
Yeah, but I'm about to just steal all your proprietary information here.
You go ahead. It's like 2 years worth of code.
No, I'm not that smart anyway, so. I hate reading other people's code anyways. Including my own.
Yeah.
How do you live without doing so?
Oh no, I mean I have to. You know, it's not a choice.
What do you do professionally?
I'm a Java Android developer. Yeah. But mostly, I'm doing Android right now. But I'm looking for a different job just because I'd rather do something less so consumer fronted. Like I'd rather do some more, something more back end, something with Spring. I'm just kind of in a Java thing right now, so I'm trying to stick with Java for a while.
I can't do Java to save my life. It's so confusing to me.
Yeah, but you're probably working in C, I'm sure, right?
Actually, this is in Python, but I was thinking about writing something in C. Hold on, how do I make this not happen?
Either one of you know how to write in Ruby?
I was supposed to learn it, and I learned enough to show that I could learn it, but I didn't care to learn it.
Yeah, only to do a little Ruby on Rails, but Ruby itself, it's so similar. It's got a very similar, simple syntax to Python, and so unless I go into Rails development, I don't really see myself doing much Ruby.
Yeah, I never dealt with much web or scripting language things. So.
I really don't like working on web stuff. As much as I don't know, I almost wish I could go back to a time when the desktop application was still king, because I don't know. I'm nostalgic for that kind of program. That it seems like it's more about everything being a web interface now, which it completely makes sense. It's not like it, It's just I hate anything involving front end development. Where if I ever have to touch any HTML, I get miserable. Or touching any Java, jQuery or CSS, it's not,
So this is the thing where my friend and I, we had a little meeting today about we'd have a couple of databases in the back and then a database backup. We'd segment that off the firewall, and then we'd have 2 application servers that I'm writing, and then we'd have that firewall separating that from the open internet, which these would be connected to. this is the internet, and then we'd have to put an appliance into a client location, so we'd have to install it or however that would work, and then this would connect to all the different workstations and servers and whatever, and it would send back data. And then there's a bunch of other things that we kind of talked about, Dave and I, but we haven't finalized it yet.
Apparently, it's the 3 Faces of Eve, and it was well before I was born. Okay, so another one is one of the tricks with the web interface silliness, though, is that the like network dependencies actually render certain kinds of operation untenable. Like, what happens to you mind, Bucks?
What? Still? All right.
Background noise, yes. Okay. For instance, Google Maps kind of craps itself when you carry your phone down into a subway car, or because underground you don't get cell tower signal, right? And of course you lose signal with your cell phone when you get far enough out on the water, which, if you're taking ferries, happens, right? So, oh, yeah, it might be nice if those maps didn't just disappear and become accessible when your network connection goes down, right?
Yeah, you think I don't know how complex. I mean, I'm sure it's extremely complex, but you think they would do some sort of like a constant look ahead cache of your surrounding area, just to kind of, in case you lose reception, you can still you still have enough information to work with, even if save downloading the entire maps database, which would be
No,
insane.
Yeah, something to work with, even if it's basically a cache and only traverse the cache, right? So, but I mean, no one's even thinks that far, right?
Yeah.
You basically go down subway in New York and go farting around Google Maps. It basically craps itself if you complaining it can't download I guess the map information, right?
Yeah, it sounds like you'd have to like figure out your route before you go into the subway, but I guess I can imagine that'd be tricky sometimes.
Well, I can, or actually do, but thing is, what if you change your mind?
Yeah.
You can get offline map of Google Maps.
I guess they actually patched it up now. So, well, it did not used to be the case.
Oh, well, I got downloaded like the offline version for I think several countries on the App Store.
Oh wait, you have to download it from the App Store?
Well, for me it's Google Play. It's Android, but I'm sure on the iPod or whatever. Actually, you probably also have Android.
Yeah, I have Android. Yeah.
Just type in offline, map Google Maps or whatever, and you'll get it.
Okay. All right. So, the next part is that a lot of things are not prepared to play around when you're offline. And it's plausible that you can look around at various things, even if you don't, even if you're not connected. But yeah. And I need to reload again.
So, how's everyone's night?
Not too bad. I was just watching Game of Thrones for like 6 hours.
There's
caught up?
There's a
Do
bee's
what?
nest on my porch.
You're all
Is my
caught up
mic
with
still
the
picking up
current
background
season?
noise, or is my mic still picking up background noise, or hello?
Kinda.
No, you're good right now. It's just
Yeah, okay, all right then. Well, that's quite strange. It has never been this sensitive. That's really weird. All right then.
Yeah, like we can hear like very faintly background noise, but that's it. It was really bad earlier.
Yeah. Well, so you say things you're working on are like Ruby on Rails and what again?
Who, me?
Yeah, I can't remember what the precise
Oh,
packages were.
no, I don't know how to write in a coding language. I would love to learn how to, but I don't know how to. Only reason I asked about Ruby was because there was an RPG maker that's really in depth that is coded in Ruby, and you can do some really neat stuff with it if you know how to code in Ruby.
Yeah, I've read a lot of good things about Ruby. I spent a lot of time looking into Ruby versus Python. I ultimately settled on Python, but they're both, from my understanding, pretty damn good.
How long did it take you? Like, give me a rough estimate. I'm certain you can't give me like it took me like this amount of years or this, But how long roughly did it take you to actually get the basics of coding down? Any language, because
Oh, a long time.
Forgive me if okay, yeah, I figured.
I
But it sounds like-
disagree. I'd say it only took me about maybe like 6 months to just like.
What did you start off with, though?
Well, I started in Java, so actually I started in Python. I kind of worked. I
Okay,
started
that's
from
the difference.
the highest level I could go. Start with Python, and I actually found it got better. I think it would have been better for me to start at a low level language, or lower level than Python, just because it's funny when you switch over to C or Java, you start getting pissed off at all the syntax required, and then you just like, oh, and then you wish, but then you don't understand what typing is when you start out, so you start getting confused. Like you start thinking Python's better because it requires less code, and it's just like, I really don't think it takes that long. It takes a while to get good, but I mean, I think you can start to get the concepts down pretty early on.
Okay.
I don't think Code Academy or those websites are the best routes to do it. I mean, they're a good way to like learn very basic syntax, but you really need to find like real, books or tutorials.
Yeah, I started in C, and I think I started doing was basically solving certain kind of math problems and doing like pretty straightforward kinds of calculations, number crunching type things, and actually got into numerical analysis. But I would not really say that there was any kind of definite leap that had to be taken.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by
I
leap?
mean, well, I mean, it's just a sort of format or whatever it is, kind of for like writing down things, basically kind of like formulas. So.
Okay, yeah.
And me knowing nothing about coding, so this is going to sound like an extremely ignorant question, but it's purely based off of a mathematics standpoint, or?
Well, I mean, at the root of it is, but like it's all about abstracting ideas to where you don't have to think about it in terms of just zeros and ones. I mean, it's all about abstraction. So yeah, at the root of it, it's all math. But you could technically, there's a lot of people. I'm not great at math. You can do. I mean, I'm not going to be the best programmer, but you can program without having to be a math wizard. It's abstracted away. It depends on what you're working on.
Algebra. You just need algebra. That's it.
Yeah, like linear algebra. Just things. I don't know. I've always found. Yeah.
You need the algebra you learn in
but that's just because of what I do. I mean, I'm sure calculus is very applicable in certain areas. It really depends on what you want to do.
Okay, I'm going to totally negate that. You need the algebra you learned in 8th grade. That's it.
What are you talking about? That was Floyd Hoare logic. You don't even know you got your program right.
You don't need much. Come on. What are you doing? Unless you're doing something very specific.
Well, which logic, right? It's not general logic. It's Floyd Hoare logic. Right? Box, you're getting the background noise again? Yeah, Floyd Hoare logic. Pretty much. You have the things with like loop invariants, right? No, that stuff is pretty much the basic of how you prove anything is actually correct, right? What is this? COC? Calculus of constructions? Anyway,
Yep.
no, yeah. Well, depends on which exact programming language specs, but maybe the imperative ones, pretty much have relatively common core of Floyd Horror, right? Other things actually get more exotic. But nobody does functional or logic program in real life anyway, so.
Yeah, I grew up, or I started in that object-oriented world, and now I'm starting to hear about the gospel of the functional programming, and so I'm trying to, it makes a lot of sense to me, but the idea of state and all of that, it's interesting, but ultimately, if you're running some business logic, I mean, object-oriented can get the job done without it being, it just all depends on what the goal of the job is. I mean, I think that everything has its place.
Well, the question, still the questions are formal methods, right? And yeah, the applicability of various formal methods to different kinds of semantic frameworks is different. Right? So functional ones a lot easier in a lot of cases. It's kind of why they really want to sell it. I don't know if you've heard of Haskell.
Yeah, it's like pretty much purely recursive, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Pure functional.
Functional, I guess. Yeah.
I still have the record for the fastest fib in the West.
You wrote the fastest fib in Haskell?
Yeah. It's under my form. They're listing in their wikis under my former name, but. Nope, and we have 1 hour before. I guess I have to do the changeover.
By the end of the night, I am going to get stung.
Huh.
What are you drinking tonight, drunk?
What else? But where the fuck is my liquor? Oh, here. Mad Dog 2020.
Oh, it's yellow tonight.
Yes, it's Orange Jubilee. I can never say that last word. Like, I know what it is, I just can never say it.
Yeah.
There is seriously a nest on my porch, though, and I'm angry.
Your liver's going to be a rock by the time you're 40.
I smoke 2 packs a day. I think my lungs are going to go first.
Now, cirrhosis of the liver will probably come quicker than lung cancer.
And I work in a factory that actively has, well, plastic fumes.
Oh, that's nice.
I used to do that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice job, actually. Although today it was over 100 degrees in the factory.
Yeah, it was like 130 where I was, and they had well, the fumes were from p-xylene dissolving plastic coating for the underbodies of cars, and they use p-xylene as a solvent to.
Yeah, we mostly do PVC, and when that shit goes, oh my god.
With what solvent though?
Oh, I don't know. I just work there.
P-xylene is the solvent. So I'm not sure exactly what the plastic was. It was getting sprayed. It was liquid and it had to be cooked.
The nozzle of our casting machine had like a big lump of PVC on there, and some moron on first shift decided, I'm going to turn on this machine and not, do anything else. So I'm working on, I'm training someone on the machine next to it, which is 176, and I just look over. There's like balls of white smoke just coming out everywhere, and I just smell nothing but like pure chlorine, and I'm just like, okay then, hey, process tech, can you take care of that? He's just like, I'll do it in a minute. An hour later, it's still going on. A lady with a clipboard. She's like from the company, like the higher up. She's looking at me. She's like, "Is that normal?" I'm like, "No." You gonna do something about it? Her face was. Then she kind of walked over to him, like, "Yeah, I wouldn't go there. That's chlorine gas." Then she gave me a look of absolute horror, and she's like, "What's that?" I'm like, "The Nazis used it, so kind of get out of there. Shoo, go back to your office."
You know, my wife was cleaning out our pool one year when we were taking it down, and she ended up creating chlorine gas around it. Almost had to take her to the to the hospital. We ended up calling poison control and all that. She didn't realize it was doing it until it already started affecting her. And she was out in the open.
Yeah, we were inside a building.
Yeah, that's what I said. I couldn't imagine being inside and that happening. She was out, in an expansive open with wind and everything, and it was still affected her for a good 4 or 5 hours afterwards. The next day, she felt like she got beat up.
Oh, God, man. We had 4 people just quit because of the heat. They couldn't handle it.
Well, the perhaps more important thing is she was okay. It's just for Han and Jacob. Well, okay, I'll do it anyway. No gods, no masters. The struggle against religion is a struggle for anarchism, communism, and feminism. So, there we go.
Right on.
Is that a conversation starter there?
I was trying to keep it from just drifting off into small talk.
Oh, I gotcha. Well, my response to you is no.
Okay. The struggle against religion.
What was the topic before they started talking about that?
Real quick, someone wants to join. Can you please kick anyone who's inactive? And if no one's inactive, then by all means, just whatever. But
okay, kick.
I can leave.
Kristen. No, kick Kristen. He actually even said kick if needed.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
fair enough. I actually messaged you if you get a chance to see it. I couldn't private message you, so I just sent you a post privately.
Oh, where did you send it to me?
morality.
Where did you send it to me?
I wasn't even trying to join.
Oh, just someone that I know that wants to speak to me, but I don't want to leave the hangout. And I also presume they would contribute a lot to the conversation. I'm not just joining them just to have small talk between the two of us, but that's.
Yeah, plus Christian, that egg-headed looking motherfucker, he said, that you kick him if needed in the comments there.
Hey, Nadia, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you still have a vendetta against the term boy pussy, or have you given up on that?
I don't know if I would call it a vendetta, but I'd say it's off-putting to me, and I would not use it to describe anything about myself. Go ahead.
What an odd question.
Nadia's vendetta against that term goes back, to 2013.
I've honestly never heard that term, though.
I haven't even heard that term.
Same.
How could I be a vendetta if I don't have any kind of dedication or attention to opposing it as a cause? Go ahead.
Did you used to?
I think probably it was either the first or the second time I ever went into one of your hangouts. I used that word, and you told me you said that word just irked you in some way, made you cringe, and that you hated it.
It's cringeworthy. It's not really that unique.
But it describes me so well.
Okay, well,
it's a useful
I'd also
word.
suggest that it's rather unlikely you appeared in anything I was involved with in time frame surrounding 2013.
What?
Oh, I was there, Nadia. I was there.
You were where?
You were there.
I was there.
Um,
Hashtag I was there.
Name some of the people who were there in 2013. Because I remember their names. They were a different crowd.
Rev wasn't there?
No, Rev was not in the Hangouts I was in 2013.
Yeah, he was. I fucking remember him.
You remember him in probably late 2014, not 2013.
Oh, well. 1 year difference. Who gives a shit, right?
The thing is, I don't think you were around in 2014 either.
Like, 2015 went by so fast for me, I don't even remember that year.
Yeah, that happens when you get older.
No,
Like,
I
fuck.
have a
Get
bad
older.
habit of, I don't know if you call it a habit, but, say, what is it? Time flies when you're having fun.
It gets worse when
it gets worse when you're what?
when you have kids, because you measure your life and how fast your kids grow ultimately.
Right.
So before you know it, your kid's born, and then she's 2, and then it's like, where the heck did the last
That's
2
how you
years
start
go?
marking time too, huh?
Yeah, that's how I do it.
I would say that, well, if you are Bucks, you're still picking up all kinds of clacking and who knows what kind of noise, even if it's not a TV. So, yeah, well, the opposite of time flies when you're having fun. If you're having a bad time of it, time really drags out.
Whatever. Fuck you, Nadia.
Applies to me.
Time drags when it's boring,
So,
or when it's hell.
In
yeah,
5
pretty
minutes,
much, yeah.
in 5 minutes, I officially turned 23.
No?
Ooh.
Congratulations.
You look like you're 42.
Hey.
It's all
Hey,
the alcohol.
you're turning 23, dude. 2 plus 3 is 5. Fucking Illuminati, bro.
I am the Illuminati.
Fucking Illuminati, bro. The number 5? That's fucking linked to Satan, dude.
Isn't every number according to those fucks?
G-Man told us all atheists are part of the Illuminati. I think
Well,
Rain King said the same thing.
I'll tell you why, because 1 and 2 are obvious. I don't have to explain those, why they're linked to Satan, right? But
please don't represent all Christians by G-Man.
But 3 is very important to Satanists and to Satan for a very good reason, right?
You know, I actually respect G-Man in a regard, because I debate through chaos. I'll just create chaos in order to beat someone down, but for some reason, G-Man, he thrives in chaos. Like, you get him into chaos, then he'll beat you down with even more chaos. The guy's chaotic.
I don't like either of you.
I love you. I love you, baby. Here's to you and me on our yacht in the future.
You want to see chaos? Let's get Annabelle in here like last night. That was crazy.
Oh
I like Annabelle.
Last night, she's always yelling today.
I like Annabelle,
Yeah,
man.
I've seen her going nuts today. I like Annabelle.
Every time I've joined or even seen any of these hangouts, she's always yelling. It's so strange.
We need Godless in here. Let's get Godless.
Yeah, Godless will go for it.
Upgrade, is that Damon Thomas?
I thought I was cool with Annabelle. I had no idea she did not like me. I legitimately thought like her and I were like, we're cool. And apparently she does not like me.
Well, with a lot of people who hold those sorts of like far left ideological views, I don't want to say they don't have any friends, but if you don't speak their language like absolutely correctly, they will beat the crap out of you, which is exactly what happened last night.
What do you mean? She didn't speak. I don't speak any of their languages, yet they both seem like me.
No, what I'm talking about is how it goes directly to the sensitivity issue with regard to like the homosexual issue. So Farhan said something like, it was something to the effect of, well, I understand and I agree with you that homosexuals have been belittled, and she flipped out and said, belittled? Belittled? Is that all? Belittled?
Holy fuck.
An understatement, man.
Like that's just how I talk. Like a lot of times when I talk to people, I'm like, that might have been a little bit this. That's just how I speak, and I think she didn't like that, and then she accused me of kicking her out because she's a woman.
It's part of the male patriarchy, bro. You're contributing to the problem. Come on.
It wasn't that you're.
She
Why
interrupted
may not
me.
have been the right word for the situation. Like I don't know.
No, fair. I agree with you.
white
Right? Like, maybe I
fucking
should.
man.
Maybe I should have been. But she
Bucks,
told me she interrupted me, and then told me that I was speaking over her interruption, and then that was me being not interrupting her for being a woman. I was like, what the hell? Like,
yeah, I would have to correct you, Bucks. It is the cisnormative, heteronormative, white supremacist capitalist patriarchy.
Thank you.
I thought we were cool though, her and I. Like, now I'm like confused. Like, where did that come from? The whole time she didn't like me.
It came from.
I got a question for everyone in the room here. Why the hell do you guys still even engage Dio, even though it's like 100% proven that he's full of bullshit? Bees!
Because it's fun.
Damon, what's up? You want to contribute?
Bees!
I don't know. Look at those
Stoned
manless
right now. Stop trying to get me to buy drugs. You fucking druggie.
Fucking hell.
Hey, anyone want to sell me drugs? I'm looking to buy some drugs.
I'll sell you some drugs. I got drugs right here. Alcohol is technically a drug.
That it is.
Hey,
I have weed.
I'm looking
No.
to score some. I'm looking to score some LSD and some meth.
I have some pots. If you want some pots.
Damon, you want to
No,
hook up with some meth?
I took some edibles like 2 hours ago, so I'm on the
I
brink of
literally
that right
could.
now.
What?
I just wanted to say pots.
Okay,
I have
now
some
back to my
opiates. Some opiates.
Why do you guys deal with Dio even though he's full of bullshit?
Because
Like
it's
everything
fun.
he
No
does
idea who
is
that
full of
is.
bullshit.
It's fun. At least in my opinion, it's fun.
Yeah, but his story went from, oh, I met a buddy of mine, then we did heroin, and it goes through 4 times to, I met identical twins!
Mm-hmm. It's fun.
So, has anybody come up with an argument why God can't exist yet, or why God does exist?
No, because that's a false negative.
Because if there is no God, then you cannot have morals. I've heard that argument used before, and it doesn't make sense.
Sound.
It sounds ridiculous, and it just sounds as ridiculous as much so when you actually hear people on a podium say it as it does when I present it in its bare bones terms.
Yeah, but at least they have an argument. You don't even have an argument.
My dad could fight your god.
Yeah, our argument is he isn't real, and we just accept that.
Alright.
Yeah.
So,
That is also called begging the question.
Right.
Let's latest news
I'd
to
like
the
to talk to you.
cisnormative, heteronormative, white supremacist capitalist patriarchy. Go ahead.
Next Xbox, I'd like to hear your thoughts, but I'm like, I just want to finish this one thing and then I'm gonna go to sleep. We had our side conversation we had.
Oh yeah. I don't really want to dig into it tonight at all. At least tonight.
Farhan, before you go to bed, are
But
you
I-
going
but
to
I-
your racism?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
what did you say?
well,
Your
hang on.
racism against white people?
I was trying to actually figure out what was going on with the. I presume it was me since you were speaking of the far left.
Do what?
The comment about understanding the far left stuff.
Yeah, with regard to the type of like activism that's indicative of the sort of personality that Annabelle has, that's the sort of thing that I've come to expect.
Is Annabelle the one who rage quit when I said bro? And then I said I use bro as gender neutral.
No, Annabelle's cool. She's a British woman who hates...
Yep, okay, yeah, she screams a lot. That's all I know about her.
Well, she's
She yells
I
at
would
Chris
call
a lot as well.
I would not say she's of the far left. I think
Okay,
she-
no, I was thinking of someone else.
Even I think Annabelle was describing actually voting for conservative at various points.
Hey, next time Annabelle comes in here, everyone just like back off for a bit and let her go after whoever she's after, so we can. Enjoy
She
the
has
show
to
for a
be
bit.
after someone.
Yeah, because she comes in here, makes her point to someone. It's not like so. I like her for that. She has balls. She has charisma in a way. I like her. She's a
Has she
character.
ever just come on? Has she ever just came in here and just talked about whatever was happening prior to her coming in like a civil manner, without a lot of yelling and a lot of calling Christian a fucking what did she call him, a midget or something? I don't even.
Have
remember.
I ever done that? Let's be
I don't know
honest.
about in here, but I've had
I'm
hangouts where
drunk
she's
and I
come
do
in
that a
and
lot.
just chatted.
Yeah, I don't think she's ever done that.
Yeah, I've had a few where she's just come in to hang out. This is, I don't know, over a year ago probably.
So why? I mean, is this a constant thing?
From what I've seen, yes, I've seen her like 3 times, and all of them can contain Christian.
I think,
and, like,
well, this is drama, so. The language of the left, is it something that I'm not doing, or what's that?
Yeah, I haven't really heard it much from you. It's more from folks, like I said, that have the sort of personality that I've seen Annabelle have, who are just, I mean, I like to call it the tolerance buzzsaw. It's like, if you are not for what they perceive to be gay rights, they will absolutely attempt to shred you to pieces with words.
Well, I generally express some kind of opposition or whatever, but.
Well, there's a difference between expressing opposition and flinging ad hominems all over the place.
That's actually what I admire about Nadia. We disagree on quite a few things, and we both make points in a civil manner, and I really do admire that. And the lack of kicking, I really appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, I admire those 2 things: the lack of random insults and the lack of kicking when you disagree with someone. I really do admire that. Thank you for running your room like that.
Speaking of which, I was kicked last night for literally sitting here quiet. Well, on the floor.
That is true. Then I retract my earlier claim.
I
didn't
kick
do it.
Sometimes if it gets out.
Yeah, fuck you, Nadia, for kicking quiet people. Fuck you.
Well, I was gonna talk.
What are you in the hangout for if you're just hanging out quiet? Why not go to the
Fuck you,
YouTube
you
video and watch it?
Because I was drunk and I was getting ready to say something, and I was waiting for, a chance between, conversations, but then I got kicked.
Hey, sometimes I do that too. I just wait for the conversation to either die down if I don't like the conversation, or for it to not be fucking boring as fuck, like talking about Python
Oh
and
my god, where's the
JavaScript.
kick button?
Yeah.
Where's the kick button? I gotta find it.
Oh.
There we
Kick
go.
him, Nadia.
No, I'm just playing.
I like him.
Well,
Like
I
talking about Python and JavaScript, like I don't want to jump in on that. I want to jump in on something fucking pertinent, something scintillating.
Well, let's speak of perhaps cis-normative compulsory heterosexuality.
No! Wait, well, can we talk about how terrible it is?
Well, that was the idea, actually.
God.
Well, good, because heteronormativity is garbage, because all of the women are stealing the men away from me.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you feel that way about women, Nadia? That they're stealing men away from you?
Well, mostly like,
Well, I mean, unless you wanted a woman to
cool
fuck you
guys,
with a strap-on.
no, the pool of guys that are interested in me are interested in, well, people like me as opposed to cisgender women anyway, so.
I guess when you finally get your he pussy, you can actually speak from experience, I guess.
I mean, I'm receptive to anal sex anyway.
Like, what do you say to that?
Well, I mean, that's one of Nadia's goals is getting a he pussy, so.
I'm trying to think of like a little quip to add in, but I got
I would
nothing.
generally describe it as vaginoplasty.
I got nothing.
What's the difference between what she's getting done and what? Never mind. I don't even want to get into it.
And he pussy? Well, I don't know. If it's a really bad job, then you can call it like, I don't know. My friend used a really good term for it the other day. I can't fucking remember it. He was talking about what does a bad he pussy look like? A bad he pussy
Karzak
job
the
look like?
Destroyer.
It looks like punched lasagna.
Okay.
That's what a bad
Welcome back, Farhan.
is punched
Yeah,
lasagna.
Please save us.
I think we were headed a different direction, which is the matters of, say, LGBT discussions with those somehow ideologically, religiously opposed, right? Which.
So far, Han, how's your day been?
Well, religion is stupid.
I would say that religion is incorrect. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's such an elegant argument there, buddy.
That's like an argument I'd make like 3 Mad Dogs in.
Wait, why isn't it an elegant argument? Why the sarcasm? I mean, religion is primitive, therefore stupid.
Yeah, that's also a non sequitur.
It's not a non sequitur. It logically follows. It's not a non sequitur.
It doesn't equal stupid. That's why it doesn't logically follow.
Neděje metr, potreba protiv religii, za anarchism, communism, and feminism. The struggle against religion is the struggle for anarchism, communism, and feminism, right? And of course, no gods, no masters. So.
Shut up, Nadia. Quit speaking in moon runes.
Moon runes? Wow.
I'm sorry.
Oh, this fucking guy, man.
I love this guy. Do you have a YouTube channel? Please tell me you have a YouTube channel.
No, I don't have a YouTube channel.
I don't know what he meant by that.
I'm an average Joe who happens to be gay and thinks that religion is primitive, but apparently that's a fucking non sequitur.
Hey, me too, brother.
Religion. Well,
Being
I
gay is
consider,
also primitive. Do you think that's stupid?
Wait, what?
I consider religion harmful.
Being gay wasn't invented.
It was primitive.
It wasn't invented. It wasn't invented.
Yeah.
Really primitive, baby, and that's what's great about it. Yeah, feel the raw power.
Hunting and eating meat was primitive.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, exactly, Simon. That's why I don't fucking hunt and eat meat anymore.
I'm a vegan.
I would say hammers are pretty primitive. The concept of hammers, and they're
I
not
don't
useless.
use a hammer.
I would suggest.
Okay, well, it still has practical uses, just like
I would.
may not have
Hold on, I made the point.
Religion does not have. There's nothing practical about
when I
religion.
said it, but wheels are primitive. So what? You have an issue with wheels?
There's nothing practical about religion at all.
We're getting away from your argument, though. The reason why I said it was
travels by helicopter.
The reason why I said it was a non sequitur was because you said it was primitive, therefore stupid. That doesn't logically follow.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. The argument that
Yes,
the
it
other
does.
No, it doesn't.
The argument the other people in the room were making were that there were equally primitive things such as hammers. That doesn't mean that they're stupid.
I think the concept of religion is stupid.
No, the modern hammer is
hammers and
not
wheels are
primitive.
primitive,
The modern
they're
form of the
stupid,
hammer is
yeah.
not primitive.
I think that the very idea of a god implies the abdication of all human reason and justice.
There have been different models of hammers that are primitive, yeah, but the one we use today is not primitive. The standard for steel hammers today is not primitive.
The question
Hammers are the exact same.
And
This is the stupidest argument. We're arguing over a fucking hammer.
And the question would be, would it be stupid?
This is not a drill!
Primitive?
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Come on, everyone else has to see this. This is like stupid. We're arguing over a hammer here, and
Yeah, hammers are not drills, by the way.
Thank you for that titillating
I love this
piece of
guy.
information.
Yeah, the insight is earth-shattering.
Gypsy, don't fight the bee juice.
So, if we could, Jacob, you were trying to say.
I think modern hammers have changed much more than the Bible has.
I think Jacob was trying to say something.
Yeah, all I was saying was that you're getting away from the argument if you really want to put all your eggs in this basket, which seems stupid to me, but whatever. So it doesn't logically follow this because something is primitive. It's also stupid. It could be, for instance, like many people brought up examples of tools which were primitive. It doesn't logically follow that those things are also stupid.
Yeah, but the point that I was making was that fucking hammers have modern uses. They're practical today. Religion isn't fucking practical today.
No, that wasn't the argument you were making.
Someone can depend on religion to
He made
to
the
help them get through a crisis
right,
or to
right,
prevent
that was
suicide.
Right, Jacob, because conversations fucking evolve, dude. Okay?
Yeah.
Because
Religion.
other people raise the points and I respond.
People can use religion to get over drug addiction and things like
Like,
that.
That's what I said.
I don't
So
get
therefore
it.
that's
I would.
argument.
Why do you have to
I would
always go back to the first thing I said and say, well, this doesn't follow the very first thing you said? Fuck
Well,
you,
no,
dude.
We'll go with the second thing you
You
said.
fucking jump down my throat.
I
No,
didn't
go
jump
with the second thing you said then. That they still have practical uses today.
Yeah, well, hold on.
I would deny that.
It does not.
I would
That's the
deny
point.
that.
Hammers have practical uses.
There are people who are alive and living very productive lives now strictly due to religion.
No, not
No.
strictly due to religion. You're wrong.
Due to their
Absolutely wrong.
dependence on religion, and you could say the
People
role
do
of
good things
will
because
is based
people
upon
are
religion,
good.
or based
No, they
upon
could
their
have. They
religion. I
could have
should say.
used a different method. They could have used a secular method, but they didn't.
People
That means
do
it's
good
still
things because they're
practical.
good people.
What does good mean?
It still has a
What
utility.
do you mean? What does good mean?
Well, that's a good question. What does good mean?
Obviously, we both know what good fucking means. If you
No,
have
we
to
don't.
attack me a definition, you've already fucking lost, brother.
No, that doesn't follow either. What does good mean?
all right.
Define what it means to be morally good.
Oh, now we're talking about morals.
That's what I mean by good.
Like what the fuck, dude? I don't get it. This is fucking debating with somebody who's religious 101. Is there always has to be a fucking backtrack down to the like?
I'm not
No, because
religious.
you either mean something objectively good as it being the moral good, or you mean something subjective to you, meaning that it meets your purposes,
Hangouts don't have these
or
fucking
meets your
conversations
expectations.
anymore. Like this is.
But nobody cares if it meets your expectations.
This is fucking like Skylar P level dipshit retard mode.
Oh god, I love you, man. This is hilarious. I'm just enjoying myself here. You are my second favorite person now on here.
I'm thinking shit's more interesting than this fucking conversation.
Well, then drop out.
That's why I like you. I love you.
Like, I don't... Listen, Jacob. If you want to have a conversation about religion and its practicality, right, then when I say people do good things because they're good people, not because of religion, we don't have to fucking attack the definition of good. I will agree with your definition of good. No matter what definition you put forward, I'll fucking agree to it.
Murder is amazing.
Okay,
Well,
good.
here's the
That
thing.
which comports to
Here's
the
the problem.
nature of God.
Here's the problem. What you'll learn in argumentation and philosophy 101 is the very first thing that you do is agree upon definitions so that you're not brought at an impasse. If what I mean by good is different than what you mean by good.
It isn't. It isn't.
Really? Okay, so what?
Because the
Oh, really?
definition of good, in any of its definitions, is a non-issue to me and to my point. Because if you unless you propose some like out of the blue, like out from left field definition of good, like good can only be good if it comes from God and there's this spiritual aspect, then of course I'm gonna have a fucking problem with it. But if you're
that's
going
what my
with
definition.
then you're a fucking moron.
Okay, that's an ad hominem.
That's not a good argument either.
Because if good, what the fuck? How many assumptions does that make? If good requires some sort of spirituality, how many fucking assumptions do you have to make? You've
That's not
already
what
lost.
I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say that.
That's
good
what you said your definition
no, it wasn't.
was.
No, it wasn't. I didn't say good
That's what
required.
you just said. That's
no,
literally
I
what you just
no, I
said.
didn't. I didn't say that good required some sort of spirituality. What I said was good is grounded in God's nature. As a Christian theist, that's what I
All right,
believe.
there's another fucking okay. Again, it's a non-issue because you have to make 100 fucking assumptions to use that definition.
So?
What do you mean so? They're unjustified assumptions.
Yeah, I don't have to justify them.
Fine. Don't justify anything to me, but don't fucking set the ground of this argument like you know what you're fucking talking about, dude.
I do know what I'm talking
I've
about.
been down this block about fighting with Christians with definitions for fucking years, dude.
Obviously
it's
you
not.
haven't.
It's not pertinent to the conversation. If
Yes,
the only
it is.
definition you're willing to concede requires you to make 100 assumptions, you're already you fucking stumbled at the goal line, dude.
You run into the same problem though. If that is your concern with Jacob's argument, you have to make 100 assumptions to reason to anything.
I propose that we just go with the standard definition of good.
The problem with that.
The
problem with that is that the definition of good, and this is what I was trying to tell you before you flew off the handle. Definitions of good differ from person to person. Not everyone agrees on what the moral good means. Some people believe that good equals the lesser harm. Some people believe that the good equals that which causes society to thrive. Now, depending on each one of those definitions, if it's different than mine, which it is, it's very pertinent.
All right.
Considering
the definition of good is pertinent. Fine. All right. Cool. Now that we've already gotten past your proposed definition of good. All right. How do you tie that to the missionary or whatever kind of religious person he was talking about when he said that some religious people lead their lives doing good things, and I said that being good doesn't
Who
require
said
religion.
that? Who said that?
You have your definition of fucking that good is what comes from God, right? Or whatever. Good is what something God. I how do you tie that in? How do you say, okay, well, obviously this person is doing what's right? Why? Because God said to him that it was right, or because he has some revealed knowledge that it's right?
No, see, I as a Christian would never think to say that you have to be religious in order to do a good thing. That would be ridiculous of me to say. But as a Christian theist, I of course have these core beliefs that good is grounded in God's nature. All I was wondering before you flew off the handle was what you meant by good when you said that people don't need religion in order to be good. I just was genuinely curious. And it's also pertaining to the subject that we're talking about. If you don't define your terms, there's a lot of confusion in the conversation, and you don't get anywhere.
I didn't think defining. I didn't know that you were going to use such a fucking conflated definition of good. That's why I thought it was a non-issue. Because I don't. Because when I have conversations with people, okay, I don't use conflated definitions to fit my fucking bias.
Well, that's interesting because you call it conflated, but obviously different people have different versions of what they believe.
Right, exactly. Right? Different people have different definitions of good. That's why we have a dictionary to describe common language.
Yeah, and a lot of people disagree with what the dictionary says.
Define a lot. I mean, I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody that would disagree with the dictionary, the Webster's dictionary definition for good, in the practical sense that I was talking about.
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely. So I've talked to maybe close to 1,000 atheists on this very subject over the past, I don't know, 6 years, and just about every one of them fall into at least one of those two camps. That good is the lesser harm, or good is that which causes society to prosper.
Hold on, guys, hold on. If you're going to argue about the definition of it, shouldn't one of you or someone look up the actual Webster's definition so that way you could actually argue upon that point?
No, because the definition in the dictionary isn't what defines it.
Yeah, I know, but if we're going to argue over what isn't defined and using the dictionary,
the two best definitions,
you might as well read the part in the dictionary.
People make up definitions. That's the point. There's no right or wrong definitions. It's just whether you're willing to accept it or not. Or I have good justification for using your definition or not.
The point of a practical definition in the dictionary is that you can use it and apply it to most situations without needing context, right? So we have the two best definitions of good from Webster, which is that which is desired, okay? Good to be that which is desired by someone or some people, and that which is morally right, okay? Now, I don't see a problem with those definitions. If you are saying that you're going to go with the second one, but there's a disclaimer, right? Because what's morally right has to logically follow that God's word is morally right, because you said that what is good is based on God. Okay, so
on God's nature.
Okay, sorry, not God's word, God's natures. I'm really high, so just God's nature, right? So I don't want to misrepresent you, Jacob. I know I've done it 100 times already. Sorry. So if being good is doing what is morally right, but doing what is morally right is dependent on God's nature, the definition is no longer practical. Okay, conversations with using that definition become impractical.
Yeah, it's a non-starter for an atheist to use a definition like that, or even agree to that definition.
Right. Well, I don't expect any atheist to.
Why would you expect me to agree to
those
terms at all?
I don't. Which is why I asked you what your definition was. That's why I asked you that question before you blew up.
I thought we were talking about common language. Okay, I didn't know you were gonna throw a fucking. I don't know. I didn't know you were gonna bunt. Okay. It's retarded. It's a retarded definition. I don't use definitions of words that require leaping assumptions. I don't pretend to know God's nature. That's another thing, too. I don't pretend to know God's nature.
Okay.
And you shouldn't either.
According to whom?
According to me.
Okay, so why should I
This whole
follow by what you
conversation
say with
apparently
regard
is
to that?
according to me.
God damn it, kid! This is a conversation that literally, oh my god, you're just taking all the wrong turns here, bud.
Right.
It's like
Yeah,
he wants
that
to
last little
start
comment
writing
led
this
into a
down.
whole other argument you're gonna have with Jacob. I
Oh
would have the
god,
same
yes.
argument if you made a
Well, that's
comment
the
to me, though.
point. That's the
That's
point.
the
But
thing.
I
I
don't
agree
want
with
this to
you,
be
but
a
you're
fucking
arguing it
debate.
terribly.
I don't want this to be a fucking argument or a debate. I want this to be. I wanted a fucking conversation. But as soon as it goes from, I think religion is stupid, to, well, what's your definition of good? And mine's based on God's nature. And it's just like, we don't have to get this fucking conflated, okay?
Okay, well we can start that over. Let's hit reset. Why do you think that religion is bad? I guess, or not good?
Not good.
Or,
Well, what's
I'm
your
asking your
definition
opinion
of
on
good?
why you said what you said.
Well, what's your definition of good? Because
Well, that would
apparently
have
we
been.
can't start anywhere without a definition
We
for
can't.
good.
That
The
would have been my.
definitions you read off the dictionary a minute ago, the first or the second one, whichever you feel
To be
like you.
desired, or morally right.
Right. However you meant it. If you meant to desire it, then we'll use that one.
I
If
don't
you
think
meant in
religion
a
is
morally
morally
good
right,
sense, then
and
we'll use morally
I don't
good.
desire it, and I don't think it's morally right either.
Morally right.
That's what I
Morally.
make that.
Not Christianity.
Like talk about that, I guess.
Christianity is a very good example of something that isn't morally right.
Okay, so here's my problem. Morally right is synonymous with good, at least in a moral context. So you can't say that good is just that which is morally right, because I'm going to ask you what morally right means.
Wait, how is Christianity in a concept bad? It's the faith in a God at its very basis. How is that, like,
Well, we
bad?
need to define exactly what good and bad are before we even get to that point.
It's transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic, and
Good is that which morally preferable. It would be easier to say this for you.
Besides
I don't know how to
what
say
just the
anything, but
Bible says,
if you
for a
say good is
homophobic
what is
thing,
morally preferable, then what do you think morally preferable is?
I don't think it matters what I think to be morally preferable. I don't think it matters.
Well, you're saying that it's not morally preferable. You're saying Christianity is not morally preferable. Like,
No, I don't think it is. No.
what do you mean when you say that it's not morally preferable? You mean
It doesn't promote humanity's fucking. It doesn't promote the goodness of humanity. It doesn't promote
there you
fucking.
go. Right
It
on.
doesn't promote the well-being of humanity.
There you go. I think that's all he was asking for that whole time. Like,
Yeah, thank you
did
for
get
that.
blown out, but I think that's all he was asking for.
Yeah, now we can move on.
I'm gonna take the most broad, general definition of morality, in that it doesn't benefit humanity.
It doesn't?
No.
Well, okay, so it seems to me that it only doesn't if God doesn't exist. Because if God does exist, no, hold on, let me finish. If the Christian God does exist, then the whole point of receiving Christ would be to live eternally in bliss and not in ultimate destruction.
That doesn't help.
That-
That doesn't help humanity.
but you're basically being, if not held hostage, then threatened on pain of eternal hellfire.
Well, that's a separate issue, though.
Why?
If
Well, it's not separate at all.
No, it's not. No, it's
no,
not.
it is. No, it is, because if the good is that which causes the best for humanity, and eternal bliss without death, removing a sin nature, etc., etc., is the best for humanity, then it logically follows that Christian theism is the best for humanity.
No, it doesn't.
Good
right,
response.
and we agree that it would be morally best not to be in the situation where we're born going to hell to begin with.
See, that's the whole fucking point. I don't see how it benefits humanity to tell everybody we're doomed from the start.
You wouldn't.
If we really are.
Yeah, you would. You don't see that.
Even if God existed, that's a harmful message. Even if your God existed, and the best moral thing to do would be to help others seek the path to righteousness by believing in the divinity of Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Even from the fucking get-go, you tell everybody, like, the beginning of the message is that everybody's fucking doomed. When you're born, you're fucking doomed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we add in at the end as a here's the prologue, you're all doomed. The moral of the story is believe in Jesus so that you can be saved. That's the fucking moral epitome for humanity. That's the apex of morality. That's still insane. That's still anti-humanitarian. That's still that's anti everything human. The human condition does not thrive in that context whatsoever.
Does a human thrive if they're standing in the middle of the road and a semi-truck's coming after them and I say, hey, get out of the way?
Come on, kid. This is an easy one. This is like so easy to at least hold a stake in this argument. Please, kid.
I don't see how that analogy follows. I don't.
No, it does.
Arguments.
It does because in the same way.
I'm here to watch the bloodbath. I'd rather watch the bloodbath than actually argue now.
Is life? What is it? Is life the semi-truck? I don't get it.
No. What I'm saying is in the same way, the message of the gospel is, yeah, we're all doomed and damned to hell, but receiving Christ will ultimately take our sins away, and we will end up in heaven. And likewise, if someone was in the middle of a road, me yelling at them and saying, hey, get out of the way, doesn't mean that that's some sort of immoral thing to do. As a matter of fact, that's
right. But if I don't listen to your message, it was my fault that I went.
It's only immoral. It's only immoral if God doesn't exist, and you're telling people that, Jacob.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
No, Jacob, your analogy doesn't make any sense because if I don't heed your obviously correct statement that there's a truck coming, I am responsible for my own demise.
I'm not making an argument against that. I'm not making an argument against that. That wasn't what we were originally talking about.
Okay,
what I was saying,
right.
What I was saying,
But you're making that an analogy to the heaven, hell, and Jesus thing.
What I was saying before was that if you define good as that which causes the thriving of humanity or something similar to that, and I'm telling you a way, and the Christian God does exist, and I'm giving you the gospel and telling you, hey, by the way, if you receive Christ, you'll end up in heaven. That would be the best thing for humanity to thrive. In the same way that if you were in the middle of some sort of road and a semi-truck was heading after you, and I yell at you and say, hey, get out of the way. It's the same thing.
It's the same pilot and the fucking crashing plane, and you're giving me Jesus is the parachute. Like, I understand the analogies, they don't work, especially not with maybe other religions like fucking Islam, maybe. But after you've read the Bible,
that analogy
after you've read the Bible, at least the King James version, or I'll take your whatever Bible you read. I'll take that one and read it, and I'll still.
Hold on, use the analogy you just gave about the airplane crashing, all right? If you're on an airplane crashing and I point out, hey, this airplane is actually crashing, but back here's the parachute. Me telling you that the airplane, if you're in the situation that the airplane is crashing, is not immoral.
Okay, it's the same.
It would be immoral for me not to tell you that the airplane is crashing.
It's the same analogy as the semi-truck because if I don't take the parachute, I'm responsible for my own demise.
Yeah, no one's making an argument against that. You're completely missing it. The point
I'm saying that the analogies don't work.
The point is that I'm not immoral for warning you. I'm not immoral for warning you against your own demise. It's completely irrelevant whether you choose to accept it or receive it or not. The point is, I'm not immoral for warning you.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, because God doesn't exist.
Well, see, but you said to me, even if my God does exist, it's immoral. Of course, if God doesn't exist, you would see that as immoral. And I would say it would be immoral if God doesn't exist, because I would be spreading a lie.
Right.
It's not a lie, it's misinformation or whatever, or a mistake, or lies intentional.
Maybe it'd be easier if you gave an argument.
It would only be a lie if you knew it not to be true. That's the point. That's the point is that you have to have faith. That there's no definitive way to say this is immoral because God doesn't exist. So the only logical position I have to take is even if God existed, it's still immoral because the message is immoral.
I am satisfied that I've showed that not to be the case.
Okay, if that satisfies you, you've got a very low standard for satisfaction, but you haven't done that. And the argument is disappointing because the point why I was saying why those analogies don't work is because in the semi-truck and the plane analogy, I'm responsible for my own death. It's a bad analogy because in Christianity, I'm not responsible for my own going to hell. God is. God
No,
sends
that's why I gave you the airplane one, right? Because you're
God
not
sends people
responsible
to
for the
hell in
airplane
Christianity.
crashing.
I am not responsible for going to hell. God is.
You're not responsible in an airplane for it crashing either.
No, I'm responsible.
I am God.
I'm responsible for not taking the parachute.
Right,
by the
that's
way-
the same thing that's
and
in
by the way-
Christianity.
And by the
No,
way, in
no.
Christian theism, because I am a Christian, I do study up on this stuff. You are responsible for going to hell.
I'd say
God
Christians
may, God
say
may,
different.
God may send you. God
Isn't
may,
it you?
Some Christians
God
say
may
they're-
send you. God may
Right,
send
it's
you
a
there,
one-to-one
and
Every
you
other
are
analogy.
Christian
responsible.
disagrees with you. No two
Okay,
Christians
that's
have
fine.
the same fucking message.
That's fine. That's fine.
Just
Well,
like
then maybe you'd
just
have an
like
argument against that
however the fucking thousands of atheists you've debated have different definitions of good, okay?
Mhm.
Every other Christian you've ever met probably has a different definition than you do.
No, actually, that's not true. I've met some Christians who
Okay,
have a
well,
different
fuck
definition than what I
the
do.
Christians you've met because they're probably stupid. But every Christian I've met has a different definition than you do.
Okay, that's
and,
fine.
And all of them believe themselves to be the right kind of Christian, okay?
Okay. And
So
what's
it
your
doesn't.
point?
The point is that the analogy sucks.
Well, you've said that over and over, but
If
so
death
far
is a
I've not seen an
semi-truck-
argument
if
to
death is a
suggest why.
semi-truck, if death is a semi-truck or a crashing or hell is a semi-truck, and you're offering me to get out of the way or to take the fucking parachute, okay? There's I can't see the semi-truck. I can't see the plane crashing in Christianity. I can't see them with my own eyes. I
Mhm.
can't experiment with them. I can't experience them.
Mhm.
Okay?
And that's completely irrelevant because your original argument was, in fact,
No,
that it
it's
was
not.
immoral to warn you.
No, I said that Christianity was immoral. I didn't say it was immoral to warn me.
Well, make the analogy that you're blind and deaf, and I can communicate to you through some other method.
Well, we can go back in the recording, but I'm pretty sure I never said that it would be immoral to tell me that.
Yes, you did. You said it would be immoral to warn you. You said it would be immoral to stand up and say, should my God exist, that we're all
Well,
doomed
I
from the
agreed
womb.
with you that it would be immoral if God didn't exist.
No, but then you said even if my God did exist. You did say that.
Christianity would be immoral, yeah.
No,
I guess.
If God existed, then Christianity wouldn't be immoral on those standards. I get how you say it's immoral, but you take it from a view that
It
God
wouldn't be
doesn't exist.
Christianity. It would have to be the God of the Bible.
Right. From a Christian, there's nothing immoral from the God going on. The only way you can make a like that is if the God doesn't actually exist.
Fine, you can call yourself a Christian all you want, but the God of the Bible doesn't exist.
I actually had a series of hangouts titled "Christianity is Immoral." I think in the is it something like mid 2015 time frame? Go ahead.
But you don't think God exists. You actually know God doesn't exist. From a view like that, you can make
Not
judgments
God,
like that. But
not God, the God of the Bible. We can know for certain
right,
that the God of the
God
Bible.
of Christianity.
That we can know for certain. God, like the concept of God, sure, I'll admit that I have to be agnostic and that I can't know the truth, but the God of the Bible, fuck yeah, does not exist, 100%.
Can I hear Nadia's argument for why
I
the
personally
God
think
of the
that I wouldn't call myself an
that
atheist. I call myself an agnostic, but the God of Christianity, I think itself has been shown debunked.
With just
for a bunch
basic
of points.
practical logic, you can show that the God of the Bible does not exist.
I can safely go substantially further and note that quite a broad kind of family resemblance. No gods of any kind exist. That's using a non-essentialist Wittgenstein kind of framework. Go ahead.
Like,
what the fuck is going on in that guy's house? I hear
there's more.
One of the strongest arguments I heard today was from Floyd about how the God in the Bible is referenced as the father of the. He's the father that led people out of Egypt, and that if the Exodus never happened, then this would be a problem, right? That God couldn't exist.
You're welcome.
There are actually verses in the Bible that refer to God as the Father who led his
Right,
people out of
right,
Egypt.
and you can definitively show that the
Yeah.
Exodus never happened.
Yeah,
Right,
and
and
Moses
that's
never.
one of many points that are like that.
Yeah, in fact, well, the evidence favors almost none of the biblical patriarchs existing. Go ahead.
Right, so I'll take the you know, God God or non-capital God God or whatever fucking mystic would like to define it, the universe, if God is all or all is God. I'll take that and say, you know, fine, believe what you want, have whatever faith you want, but there is no you can't in on one hand say that morality is dependent on God and on the other say that Christianity is moral or that it represents God's nature. Because one, you don't know God's nature. And because the Bible is inaccurate. You can't know God's nature unless the Bible was accurate. And two, the God of the Bible can be debunked, right?
Oh,
So
speaking of
the foundation for your morality is gone. There's no scaffolding for the morality.
speaking of Christianity and homosexuality, Louis Gohmert has an interesting bit of speculation on gay space colonies that made it to right-wing watch today. Go ahead.
Nice.
Gay space colonies?
Hey,
Yes.
I would if I had a
I'm
spaceship.
in.
I would get on that spaceship immediately and have tons of gay space sex.
Hey, anyone ever seen the movie? Anyone ever see that movie, Gay Niggers from Outer Space? It's a real movie. It's not a porno either. It's like an actual movie.
I'd watch it. I'd watch
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Look it up, man. It's funny as hell. It's a cult classic.
In space, no one can hear you moan.
No, the whole thing is that that it's just a ship full of black guys who go universe to universe, ridding worlds of the evils of women and promoting gay love.
Nice. Yeah, fuck women.
But it's hilarious. Like you should everyone here should genuinely check it out. It's hilarious.
Are you supposed to be gay? I don't think you'd want to do that.
No, I am gay. I meant fucking like the colloquial use.
Okay.
Like
Well,
dismiss. Fuck women, dismiss women.
But it's so hilarious. Like even if you don't hate women or anything, like me, I just find it as a hilarious film. Like everyone else, it became like a cult classic because of that. Because it's so stupid.
I don't hate women. I mean, I'm slightly misogynistic, but that's from me being a MGTOW. But I don't hate.
Oh God, not one of these idiots.
yeah, it's
Nadia,
the
one
patriarch.
time, Nadia's every time I brought it up, Nadia's always asked me, "How can you be gay and be a MGTOW?" And I said, "Well, gays and MGTOWs are like the same thing, aren't they?"
No.
Like
MGTOWs
if you're gay, you're automatically a MGTOW.
Yeah, but MGTOWs are usually forced into that position because they're a loser or they're a pushover. Or... So they're not there by choice, right? Like if they could get a nice date, they would.
But I'm not like actually a MGTOW. That's the point. Right.
You're a big towel, right?
I'm a FIGTOW. That's right, FIGTOW.
Okay, let's do the changeover. Links in the sidebar.
Yay.
Yay, more of this crap.
So, yeah, I suppose I have a different kind of approach to the whole, I guess, teleological sort of question. Well, this teleology. Oh, sure. This teleology comes in handy in a number of respects that way. Because if things like intentions and purposes aren't actually real things, then an intention or purpose of the gods, well, can't really be a thing either, right? Not like they're self-contradictory or otherwise can't be instantiated in whatever kind of living being. I would question then. Well, I would question the extent to which I would question the extent to which a kind of normative prescription would be in reference to anything but some kind of counterfactual as to yet to be actualized. Okay, I'm not sure how any kind of normative prescription can be anything except in terms of a counterfactual that's yet to be actualized. Which part do we need to stop at? Uh, well, that state of affairs that should be that you're being told to bring about uh, by the prescription. So. Um, um, the kind of prescription, what you should, the sort of judgments to the form that, such and such should be the case, or you should do this or that. So morality is usually said to be. Hmm. Well, is there any book? Okay. Okay, is there an Islock gap?